Hey guys. Here is part 3 of What If Naruto Went Back in Time from an Alternate Future. Hit like and subscribe if you like this one, and also please check the author in the description. Let's start.
We are pain, that's all. We are God.
Chapter 13 Reunion. The gates. Naruto slowed down, almost stopped, but when Jiraiya sent a raised eyebrow toward him, he just grinned back and continued his way toward the two giant wings. A nostalgic feeling raised inside him when he looked toward the small post next to the gate, looking for a black-haired Chunin with a bandage running across his face and his ever-present companion with hair held down in front of one eye by his Hittite. Suddenly he realized that they couldn't be here because they probably just graduated from the academy. He glanced toward the desk and found two shinobi behind it, as per usual, but the scene forced him to blink. A very young, very scarless, and very bored Marino Ibiki faced their direction, at the edge of falling asleep with his head in his palm. A cheeky smile ran across Naruto's face at the sight of the feared interrogator of Konoha. Jiraiya slowly shook his head and moved closer to the interrogator, who finally turned toward them and let them pass after a quick chat. They reached the Hokage Tower within minutes, and Naruto became more and more nervous. He was going to meet with his father. Okay, I already met with him hundreds of times. No, it wasn't me. It was Toriku who met him. Okay, just calm yourself or they will think you got back your memories. Naruto suddenly stopped and palmed his forehead, cursing to himself, while he heard the chuckle of Kurama in the background. Jiraiya raised an eyebrow, but didn't make a comment, however he noted it as another weird act after the incident with Iwa. They stopped when they reached the doors of the office, and Naruto forced himself to calm down when he sensed the chakra signature of his father on the other side of the door. He let out a long breath, but before they could open the door, it burst open and Minato stepped out from it, eyeing him worriedly, then clutched Naruto's hand and literally dragged the gaping boy into the office, flushing away every bit of weariness by the sudden movement. Naruto looked blankly at his father's narrowed eyes, before sneaking a peek toward Jiraiya, who shrugged in response. Minato. The Hokage snapped his eyes toward Naruto's confused face, and a relieved smile ran across his face. The blonde waved toward the empty chairs and they finally moved to sit down. Minato watched them carefully, one by one. Naruto exploited Minato's focus on the others to carefully examine his living and breathing father. His eyes, his features, his hair, his scent, the sound of his heartbeats, but moreover, the warm feeling of his chakra. It felt so alive, so powerful, yet still soothing, harsh, yet childishly playful, like a warm spring breeze ruffling his hair teasingly. He heard the muffled voice of Kurama at the back of his head, but it became more and more distant, until it finally died down completely. His consciousness spirited away from the office. He could only see and smile to the face of Minato. The familiar face, looking back at him like he was an idiot. Naruto blinked and turned his head in the office to see that everyone was looking at him with an odd expression, waiting for something from him. He raised his hand and scratched his cheeks, and a sheepish smile ran across his face. Sorry. I kind of spaced out. Minato rolled his eyes and let out a weary sigh. I said that I will need a detailed report from you about what had happened. Oh. Okay. Are you sure you are all right? You look kind of, I don't even know how can I describe it. Musing? Kakashi offered the word and Minato nodded, while Naruto only scratched his head. Well, yeah. I've been feeling kind of funny, you know. But I'm okay. Jiraiya narrowed his eyes and made a knowing look to Minato, who noticed the meaning immediately. The sparkling in his eyes immediately paled, but not to a noticeable level. At least not to anyone who wasn't looking for it, but Jiraiya had seen it. Minato let out a sigh and started to massage his forehead. Okay. You are dismissed. Toriku, I'll check on you later. Jiraiya, a minute. The three young shinobi left the office after a short goodbye, and Naruto glanced toward his father for a last time before he closed the door with a small smile on his face. Minato stood up and moved in front of the desk and sat on the top of it, eyeing Jiraiya curiously. I would recommend a checkup with Inoichi as soon as possible. Minato narrowed his eyes to the Sannin. Why? He's been acting strange in the last 2 days while we were traveling. He was too quiet, and he spaces out all the time, even when he's looking at something. Maybe I'm just overthinking it, and I really hope I am. But Rin also told me something strange. When he first woke up, she thought he didn't recognize her. Plus, when he saw me right after that, I really thought I couldn't even place his reaction. I really don't know, maybe it is only because of the sedative, or the after effect of what happened to him, but I suggest you make him an appointment. For safety's sake. Minato let out a weary sigh and walked to the wide windows of his office, eyeing his old team on the square in front of the Hokage Tower, watching when Toriko obviously made a poke to Kakashi, who angrily tried to snap the blonde on the back of his head, but he easily evaded the playful attempt, laughing and pointing toward the young jounin. Minato closed his eyes and let out another sigh, as they disappeared behind a corner. Make it so. Talk to Inoichi. I will bring Toriko in half an hour. I want to be there. The Sannin nodded, however Minato still showed his back to him. Minato. I really hope this is just my imagination, but if it's not. Minato's eye twitched, but he nodded, still not showing his face to his once sensei. When Jiraiya finally left the office without a word, he leaned his forehead on the window, resting it on its cold surface in the hope that it would calm his burning thoughts and raising fear. Shit. Minato let out a sigh at the doorstep of Toriko's apartment. He could feel the calm chakra signature of his brother inside the small bedroom, probably sleeping, and now he was here to drag him to Inoichi. The Hokage closed his eyes and hardened his own emotions for the sake of the village, then knocked on the pale orange door. He felt a small spike of chakra when the blonde finally woke up, and he felt as he slowly moved toward the door. He couldn't help it. A warm smile appeared on his face when he faced with two sheepish, blue eyes, under a very untidy mess of blonde hair. His eyes were only halfway open, still foggy by his dream, and a wide yawn left him when he opened the door to Minato. Hi. It's not like I'm not happy to see you again, but is something wrong? Naruto blinked sleepily toward Minato. Sorry, but there is something that can't wait. Naruto stretched out his arms and yawned before he stepped out of the way to let Minato enter. Naruto scratched the back of his head, blinking continuously to ease away his weariness. I'm really sorry, but we need to visit Inoichi. It's a routine for everyone who has been captured. Naruto blinked and his foggy brain immediately cleared, but unlike Minato's expectations, it mirrored only annoyance and not fear or betrayal. A small web of relief spread toward his thoughts. Couldn't we make it right after we had arrived? If you got doubts and think that the Iwanins messed up something in my already messed up head during their little hospitality, why didn't you just say it right then? Man, I really got a sweet dream this time. Minato couldn't find any inconsistencies, couldn't tell that he was no longer looking at Toriko. Naruto had little trouble putting on Toriko's cheerful act. He had worn the jolly mask since childhood after all. He had made and started to wear the mask of cheerfulness long ago, even when the only thing he wanted to do was to just crawl into a corner and cry. The ability to put on such an act was so automatic that he could put a real actor to shame. With time, his mask had transformed into real happiness, but if the mask was ever needed, it was easily put into place. Acting outside his real feelings and putting up a mask to hide his real emotions was one thing. Lying to them was another. Lying straight to Minato's face, he wasn't sure he could do that. While his appearance showed simple annoyance, his thoughts raced with each other, running through several possibilities as he suppressed his starting panic. They know. Just play along. I will take care of the rest. If you think they might discover that you're lying, just change the subject or act like the idiot you are. Naruto restrained a retort. Instead, he yawned one more time and slowly walked back to the bedroom to grab a t-shirt and pants, pulling them onto his body, and walked casually back to Minato. Can we use your Hiraishin this time? I'm really not in the mood to drag myself to the other side of the village. The fourth chuckled as a soft smile spread on his face. He placed his hand on Naruto's shoulder, and they were gone in a blink of an eye from the empty apartment. Inoichi was already waiting a little nervously in the familiar room of the interrogation and torture department, leaning against the wall with closed eyes. When Jiraiya appeared at his home, requesting an out-of-turn checkup on Toriko, he felt his heart stopped for a second. He let out a sigh and folded his arms in front of his chest. In the last month he had really befriended the cheerful blonde. They even met outside their weekly checkups for a ramen. To his surprise, Toriko was encouraging him when he finally confessed that he wanted to run a small business, and his wife continuously suggested a flower shop. It didn't matter how awkward it was that the leading interrogator was interested in flowers. Toriko never showed anything else than some small joke about it. But now, he really hoped it was only a false alarm due to the Iwa scum he'd worked on before. He would really miss the boy if he regained his memories and it pointed toward him being a threat to Konoha. Inoichi let out a sigh, and at that moment the door opened and Minato stepped inside the small room together with the smiling Toriko. Relief ran through Inoichi as he watched the still cheerful teen, calling him Ajizan, waving his hand enthusiastically. Toriko-kun, take a seat. I will be fast, I promise. The blonde nodded, still smiling, and just hopped down to the chair and closed his eyes. Inoichi stepped closer, placed his hands on Naruto's forehead, and felt a small vibration as a shiver ran through the blonde's body when he entered the well-known mindscape. The interrogator quickly passed by his basic knowledge without pause to enter the door, hiding the boy's memories. The landscape had changed a lot since his first visit. Unlike his first time in the White Sand Garden, his mindscape slowly changed little by little with each visit. For the second time, the sky became bluer. During his third visit, he found small blades of green grass here and there, under the soft white sand, stretching out toward the azure blue sky and the puffy clouds. During his last visit, there were several bigger green spots slowly blending together, and he was sure with time, the white sand, the ruins of his old memories, would disappear under the already slowly growing meadow, spotted with wild flowers. Inoichi stepped onto the soft grass, watching as it slowly rolled in the warm breeze, and the scent of lilies immediately hit his nose. He quickly took in the sight of the green fields, making a note to himself about the fewer and fewer white dunes here and there, and finally moving toward the increasing amount of shelves a little ways from the door. The interrogator walked through a small field, filled with dandelions, his footsteps stirring the white balls and filling the air puffy parachutes as they slowly whirled around his head, playfully circling his body. Just like last time, he ran his fingers through the titles and he let out a breath in his relief. He wasn't aware he was holding back, when he found the oldest date in a file. The day they first met. A smile ran across his features when he left Torika's mindscape without a second thought to face the curiously shining blue orbs, completely unaware of the small, almost invisible wave in a small spot of the landscape when he dismissed his jutsu. It's okay. Nothing is messed up. A wide grin appeared on Naruto's face, but it was immediately replaced with a wide yawn. That's it, that was all you had to do? A genjutsu in my mindscape? Why didn't you just do that in the first place? Kurama let out an irritated snort. You are dense as always. If I tried to hide your memories, it would have been obvious, and treated you as a threat. That, combined with the fact that you are a terrible liar, meant that that course of action was not an option. I still don't see why I can't just tell them the truth, Naruto mumbled to himself with a mental pout. Because they would think you are insane, or that you really are a threat. For example, if you just tell them information you shouldn't know, what would be their first reaction? That you are a damn spy. I'm not saying that with time you can't tell them, but now isn't the time. The less people know about you, the safer. If they know what's going to happen, then they're going to act differently, and we can throw out our knowledge. That's why I've been telling you to keep a low profile. You could endanger someone's life, even their birth. Your own conception, for example. Naruto nodded physically, maybe a little too fast, and the two blonde men in the room mistook his movement, as if his head dropped by his exhaustion. You look tired. Naruto blinked as he registered the room. Yeah, I'm gonna drop with fatigue. Can I go back now? Minato smiled as a great burden lifted from his shoulders and waved to his little brother with a soft, relieved smile on his face. Come on, I'll give you a lift. Minato clasped his arm around Torika's shoulders and they were gone, leaving the blinking Inoichi alone without a word. The two blondes appeared in the middle of the apartment, and Naruto turned toward his bedroom, to finally get his well-deserved sleep, when he suddenly stopped and turned to the Hokage. Minato. He started softly, eyeing the floor, while the yellow flash of Konoha frowned. Next time, if your suspicions rise again, just ask me, okay? I know I was acting weird in the last 2 days, but I got a reason for that. You should have just asked. I will never harm you or Konoha. An apologetic expression appeared on Minato's face, and stepped to his brother, and placed his 2 hands on his shoulders. I'm sorry. For the biggest surprise, Minato stepped closer and his 2 hands met at Naruto's back in a tight hug. Naruto froze, his heartbeat increased, then finally he let his body relax, almost melt in the arms of his father. He hesitantly raised his own arms to hug back, but the moment was over and Minato stepped backward, releasing him, before he could finish his movement. Only frustration stayed in his mind and not the warm sensation which was there only a second ago. Naruto watched as the softly smiling Minato disappeared from his room. Rubbing his aching eyes with his hands, he let out a weary sigh and turned around to finally fall onto his bed with his clothes on and his mind blank. Meantime, in the Hokage Tower, Jiraiya paced back and forth between 2 walls, impatiently waiting for Minato's return with the results. His long, spiky, pure white ponytail swayed on his back with the rhythm of his not too graceful footsteps. The Sannin froze when Minato finally stepped inside his own office, and the Yondaime noted the curious, concerned and demanding eyes of his teacher as he slowly walked toward his wooden desk and slumped into the soft chair. Jiraiya's nerves nearly tensed to the breaking point by the obvious stonewalling, but he mimicked his student and also slumped into the nearest chair with a revived sigh when Minato smiled and nodded. His memories are as missing as always. It was a false alarm. Jiraiya let out another sigh, but a frown appeared on his face. Then I really don't get his previous reactions and behaviors. Minato slowly shook his head. Me neither. But when I talked with him now, I didn't find any suspicious reaction. Based on Inoichi's report, he reassured me that there is no way a mere human could hide anything from him when entering directly into the mindscape. Jiraiya nodded, but the frown stayed on his features when Minato changed the subject. How is the progress with his scroll? The frown deepened on Jiraiya's face, and he rubbed the bridge of his nose. I'm still fighting with the last 2 parts. Minato nodded, and they stayed in silence for a long minute. Their peace was interrupted a bit when a half-smile appeared on Jiraiya's face. You know what, Minato? When he quoted again from my book at Kumo, I believed in him. Minato mirrored the small smile. Yeah, I know what you mean. The first beams of the rising sun slowly stroked his forehead, until it reached the line of his eyes. The eyelids twitched at the uneasy feeling, and his mind started to process his surroundings as the sleep slowly started to fade away and the fog cleared away from his brain. Naruto let out a frustrated groan and bore himself further into the soft pillow to evade the stinging light in his eyes. He stayed motionless for a long minute in a hope to shift back to sleep, but he finally gave up. An enormous yawn left his mouth as he turned on his back, stretching out and scratching his belly under the rumpled shirt. I thought you would never get up. Lazy bastard. How long I was out? For 16 hours. It's almost 7 in the morning. I'm bored to death. Naruto chuckled and sent an apologetic thought back to his never-missing companion. I was exhausted. Naruto frowned and sank into his mindscape to talk with Kurama, who rested his head on his giant paws. We should start to think out a plan. The fox only nodded. There are a lot of things we must take care of. Obito is out there, maybe already influenced by that bastard. Nagato may still be himself, and Yahiko's still alive. Tsunade is out of the village. Shikaku may already be sealed inside Gaara in his mother's womb. The other Jinchuriki and the Bijou, Orochimaru, the Uchihas, the Hyugas. Naruto scratched his face, still frowning as he buried himself in his thoughts. We should eliminate Obito and Madara as soon as possible. That must be the first priority. Everything else can wait. Naruto frowned and sat down in front of Kurama's crossed legs, leaning his chin on his palm. Madara could be anywhere. Maybe far away from the borders. We know only about 3 times when we could strike. When Rin dies, after Yahiko's death and Ama and your birth. Just leave things as they should be. Our best chance is on the 10th of October. At that time, only Obito will be alive, and he alone is an easier fly to catch than the 2 together. Naruto stayed in silence for a long minute, his face moved into an emotionless mask before it mirrored only sadness. His soft voice filled the landscape around him. You speak about greater good. Sacrificing Rin, Yahiko, shoved Kakashi into despair, Obito and Nagato into insanity, risking the life of my parents, maybe hundreds who could be killed when you appear in Konoha. Let Orochimaru act free for almost a year. Who knows how much blood will strain his hands? Civilians, children. I can't just sit and wait. You can't weigh human life that easily. Maybe hundreds' lives for the lives of thousands. An acceptable sacrifice. I can save them without sacrificing anybody. I must. You can't save everyone. You are still the ideologist dash. And you are still underestimating me. We got a lot of time. Almost a year. You already changed a lot of things. Naruto frowned and nodded. Be met only once with Minato, Kitsuchi never got caught by Konoha, and who knows what other small things he had already changed that would influence the outcome by his mere presence. We have to remake the Shinobi Alliance. That must be done in time. The fox let out a doubting snort. Humans are different this time. The alliance formed only because there was a common enemy. This time, there is no one. There is. They just didn't know about him. Kurama narrowed his eyes. What's on your mind? Naruto slowly shook his head, also not sure himself. I don't know yet. But the alliances between the nations must be tightened. The time is perfect for that with the peace talks. Naruto looked down to his hands, gathering his thoughts, prioritizing the upcoming events that he knew about. Let me remind you of something. You aren't the politics type. It requires a calm head, and that is what you lack the most. You can act lightly only if your life depends on it. Sometimes that threat wasn't even enough. Kurama snorted and shook his head. For now, just stay out of sight until we have a decent plan. We must focus on Madara. Naruto slowly nodded and rose from his position and left his mindscape. I know. He whispered softly, glancing out his window toward the blue sky. A long scroll lay on the mahogany desk, shrouding its fine surface from the eyes. A man in black and gray robes examined its content with narrowed eyes. The report about his last attempt to get rid of a possible threat to Konoha. Danzo slowly rolled up the scroll and placed it on the corner of his empty desk. The old veteran closed his visible eye and stayed motionless for long minutes while he considered his last move to prepare a new one. His spies and undercover men all over the village report every move of the suddenly appeared new Chunin. His relationship with the Namikaze was never announced officially, but thanks to a very useful nurse in the hospital, Danzo received copies of the blood test results. Brothers. The council member frowned at the thought when he sent out this information to Iwa, together with his report and the date when the boy would be near the borders. He really hoped that they could get rid of him. Immediately it would also open a new gate for him to finally take his seat as the Godaime. It was supposed to be a clean job, without any connection to him, but of course they were incompetent. No foreign shinobi could surpass his elites. The frown deepened on his already wrinkled face. If you want something to be done, you have to do it yourself. The war veteran rose from his seat and left the room. The muffled voice of his long robes as the hard textile rubbed against each other was the only sound. Not even his footsteps echoed in the forsaken passageway. Naruto stood still in front of a familiar door which led to his neighbor. He felt two familiar chakra signatures inside the apartment, one man, who he already met personally, and another one, soft, warm and flawless like the finest silk. His arm hesitantly moved toward the door, only to stop there before he could knock. A worried sigh left his soft lips, and he forced his muscles to finally move. Two muffled knocks was all he could manage to force out of his arm before it fell limply next to his torso. Naruto closed his eyes and an unconscious gulp forced itself down his dry throat, reminding him to wet his cotton-thick mouth and lick his deserted lips. A small chakra spike could be sensed inside the apartment, and light, almost soundless footsteps approached the door, which slowly opened and a blonde tuft stick out his head. A soft smile appeared on Minato's fine features and he immediately nodded toward Naruto, inviting him inside. The Hokage slowly raised a finger to his mouth, making the universal sign to be quiet. The young time traveler slowly nodded and moved inside the living room without a sound. Minato moved inside the kitchen and Naruto utilized the opportunity without a second thought. He peeked inside the bedroom and the scene forced a warm smile on his face. He moved a step closer and leaned against the doorframe to watch his sleeping mother for a long minute. Naruto felt like he was going to melt. The graceful figure of his mother would be burned inside his retina forever. The peaceful, almost childish expression on her face, the violently glowing crimson-red river of her beautiful hair, framing her face and her whole body on the bed, hugging a big pillow like a lover. Naruto watched as her chest slowly rose and sank, while a small tuft of her ruby-red hair swayed together with the rhythm of her breath in front of her soft lips. The overwhelming sensation of peace and safety flushed through him, and he couldn't suppress an urge. He slowly moved closer, mindful not to make any noise, and crouched next to his sleeping mother. His hand rose automatically, and he gently swept away the ruby feather from her face. He carefully examined his mother's fine features. It was true that he looked very much like his father, their eyes, their hair color and style. But there were a lot of things he inherited from his mother. His chin more angled than Minato's, just like his mother's. His mouth was exactly the same as hers. When his fingers touched the soft, silky skin of her face, he felt an electrostatic sparkle jump toward him, but there was no pain or any uneasy feeling. Only a small tingling sensation in the tip of his fingers. Kushina flinched in her dreams, and a small frown appeared on her face. Her son slowly and gently stroked his fingers once more on her cheeks and the frown disappeared, replaced with a soft smile. Her lips parted as a soft, almost silent snore left his mother, causing Naruto to chuckle. He couldn't restrain himself anymore, and he slowly leaned forward and placed a soft kiss on his mother's forehead, and leaned back just in time before he felt a familiar presence in the door. He slowly turned his head to see his father replacing his previous position next to the doorframe, holding up 2 cups of steaming tea in both hands. Naruto nodded, sending a soft smile toward his sleeping mother before he left the room without making a sound, sneaking one last peek at his dreaming mother before he finally closed the door. Minato handed over one of the steaming cups to his son after they occupied the couch. The young blonde shinobi gratefully sipped from the hot liquid, enjoying as it slowly warming up his insides with closed eyes. "You look very satisfied," the Hokage pointed out, eyeing his partner while also sipping his hot tea. "I am satisfied, Databeo." Minato raised an eyebrow, however Naruto couldn't see it with his still closed eyelids. "Something happened?" The blonde teen shrugged and he finally opened his eyes to lock with the identical ones of his father for a long minute before he opened his mouth to answer. "You could say that. It's because of your memory? About your legacy, isn't it?" That caught Naruto off guard and he exhaled his breath loudly inside his mug, sending a large amount of the steaming liquid into his lap. The Hokage suppressed a laugh, while he watched his cursing brother, as he was desperately trying to clean off as much tea from his clothes and from the couch as he could. "Toriku!" Naruto distantly heard the name, but he recognized that Minato referring to him, only after a long pause. The pervert talks too much. A gentle smile appeared on the Hokage's face. I'm glad that you chose something this big as a goal. And also the same as me. Naruto looked back to him with a surprised face and a raised eyebrow. The same? My goal is the same as yours. To bring peace. However, I had chosen a smaller first step. My first goal is to bring peace to Konoha. Then I can move further to the other countries. That's a nice goal. A half smile appeared on Naruto's face, and his expression saddened in the end before he continued. However, there are a lot of other people outside the village gates who also deserve peace in the other hidden villages. Shinobi suffering because of the war, because of the hatred and the vengeance burning inside them. The civilians. The young ninja slowly shook his head and sipped his tea with a wondering face, while his thoughts traveled to foreign countries in his memories, to the thousands of comrades who he fought alongside during the Fourth Great Shinobi War. Who sacrificed their lives for him, for the shinobi world, for the freedom and for the true life. Minato, you're a smart man. You're the Hokage after all. The Yondaime raised an eyebrow, surprised by the unusual seriousness in his voice. Tell me, Minato. How could one man bring peace to the world? How can one man change the world? The named blonde stayed in silence for a long minute, lost in his own thoughts before finally opening his mouth. The world, our lives are as vast as an ocean. If you dribble only one drop of water in the middle, it will reach a great distance before it fades away. If you could convince more people, you will get more drops, and the echoes of the small waves could definitely reach the shores. Even a small drop of water can cause waves. Naruto stayed in silence, chewing his father's thought carefully. I don't want small waves. I need a tsunami databao. Naruto grinned back to Minato, who softly chuckled and waved a hand. A tsunami? Well, you just need to make a bigger impact, I think. You are quite good at that already. The young man rolled his eyes and playfully flung his hand toward Minato, who easily avoided the attempt to smack him on the back of his head. The two blondes chuckled softly, careful not to wake up the woman in the next room. The two men stayed in silence, sipping their tea, before Naruto broke it. What happened with the Iwa ninjas? Minato raised an eyebrow at the sudden question. They are at the interrogation and torture department. But unfortunately they are just small fries. The blonde Chunin slowly rubbed his finger on the edge of his cup. Why didn't they go after the others? Why was I the only target? Minato let out a sigh and leaned back on the couch, resting his cup on his stomach while a frown appeared on his face. Their mission was only to kidnap you. Somehow they got word of our relation, despite the fact that it wasn't announced. What worries me is that they knew specifically that you are my brother, and not just a relative. That information is classified, only a small number of people have access to it. Furthermore, the Hokage closed his eyes, and his eyebrows connected to one continuous line. They knew about your mission. They weren't just wandering around. It was a very well-prepared ambush. Naruto sipped the last bit of his tea and leaned back on the couch after he put his cup on the table, mimicking the frown on his father's worried face. I couldn't understand what Iwa could gain by my kidnap. Blackmailing the Hokage in the middle of the peace talks? What were they thinking? Minato slowly shook his head before he answered. Kidnapping or killing you wouldn't be just vengeance on me. It would be the demonstration of power toward the other nations. Minato let out a sigh and rubbed his forehead, before shaking his head again. You are suspecting that someone within the village informed Iwa, aren't you? Minato didn't answer or move, his face not mirroring any other emotions under his troubled frown, but that was enough for Naruto to take it as a yes. Someone is trying to debilitate you from inside the walls. The Hokage finally nodded. So it would seem. Naruto closed his eyes and leaned forward to rest his elbows on his knees, his head flung freely between his shoulders as his mind ran through several possibilities. Who were after power in Konoha, to sacrifice someone for the cause? The Hokage's personal council? No. They were mostly a big bunch of old hags, but they wouldn't dare to make a step like this. Plus Sarutobi is also part of it now. The Uchiha, Naruto narrowed his eyes at the thought, but he forced his brain to stay out of his memories of Sasuke and Madara. The Uchiha planned a rebellion, but that won't occur for almost another decade. Orochimaru had been after the Hokage hat for years before he defected from the village, but this wasn't his style. Naruto slowly shook his head to clear his thoughts, while he forced his brain to search for any hints in his memories, but nothing came. In the end, he let out a weary sigh. What will happen to them? Minato raised an eyebrow and turned toward his companion, not sure of who he was referring to. Finally, he realized he was asking about the Iwa prisoners. After the interrogations finish, the council will decide their fate. Thoughts raced inside Naruto's head with insane speed, looking for any possibilities to fix what he ruined. You are the Hokage. Minato frowned and narrowed his eyes, waiting for the blonde Chunin to continue. You can act beside the council. They were just following orders, like anybody else. Like you months ago. Like me. Let them go. Please. Naruto turned toward Minato, his eyes almost begging and the frown only darkened on his face. Minato tilted his head to the side, eyeing Naruto carefully with narrowed gaze, but the blue orbs reflected wondering thoughts and nothing more as he considered his words. The Hokage straightened himself and slowly moved to the window and folded his arms behind his back. He ran his azure eyes along the village, the people walking on the streets, and his eyes finally moved toward the giant mountain in front of his window to meet his predecessors' faces. Why? Minato slowly turned around, watching his brother with a wondering face. I know I haven't got any right to ask anything like this. But I don't hold any grudge toward them. I understand them, even the attempt to kill me. I'm willing to forgive them. And if you think about it, Konoha could show mercy toward Iiwa, toward the Tsuchikage, and use it as a benefit during the negotiations. It wouldn't be seen as a weakness, rather the use of power of influence. Minato narrowed his eyes, frowning but considered every word of the blonde Chunin. You can benefit more if the Tsuchikage owes you one. Minato, please. If you are finished with them, let them go. I will consider it. Thank you. A relieved smile ran across Naruto's face. I didn't know you were interested in politics. It's a new passion of mine. A moment later, Naruto asked. Can I would like to meet with the Iiwa commander if it's not a problem. Minato tilted his head to the side, his eyes sparkled with curiosity. Why? Naruto only shrugged casually. We were interrupted in the middle of our conversation. Okay, I actually fainted. But I want to talk to him and finish it. Minato frowned, but nodded. Naruto answered with a nervous, thank you, and moved toward the kitchen to refill their empty cups with another round of the streaming liquid, while he tried to lock out the angry and disagreeing cursing of his tenant. Minato followed his movement with a wondering face. It wasn't suspicion that rose inside of him, since it was clear after the interrogation that Torika had nothing to do with the Iiwa team. No, the feeling that welled up was all that he was willing to forgive the kidnappers who had even tried to kill him. To top it off, it seemed to be the young ninja's natural instinct to save lives and rescue souls. The Hokage closed his eyes as he became lost in his own thoughts. Would I be so pure? No. I don't think so. I would utilize the opportunity to punish them. A large amount of respect built inside his mind toward the blonde Chunin despite his young age. Maybe you really could reach your goal. Minato watched his brother silently as he refilled their pot, and slowly brought it back, together with a third cup. The older blonde frowned, and at the moment he parted his lips to question it, he heard the soft ruffling of fine fabric inside the bedroom. Minato slowly shook his head, awe and pride sparkled in his blue orbs. I will never get used to your sensing skills, Ototo. Naruto answered with a wide grin as the sensation of pride flushed his mind by his father's compliment, and he placed the 3 cups onto the small table. The door slowly opened with a muffled squeak and a ruby-red bush appeared in the gap. Kushina stepped inside the living room, her eyes half open, her orbs still foggy from her previous dream. The young Chunin's heart started to beat faster as his mother slowly eyed him from head to toe. Her eyes slowly became wider and wider, until she burst toward him, almost sweeping them both to the floor. 2 soft arms folded around his frame, and this time he didn't hesitate to react. He returned the sweet embrace, clutching to her for a never-ending moment, enjoying as her sweet scent of vanilla filled his nose. He felt the heat of her body, the rough spots on her hands caused by the use of the kunai, the rhythm of her heartbeat and her breath. He felt her ruby hair tickling his own face as Kushina bore herself more and more into his neck. Naruto slowly stroked his mother's back, while he glanced toward Minato from the corner of his eye to see the gentle smile on his father's features. Toriku! Naruto flinched, however the voice of his mother stroked his ears like fine silk. He gently stroked away a tuft of her ruby locks and leaned back to lock his azure blue orbs with his mother's eyes. He wanted to scream, to cry, and to tell them everything. I'm Naruto. I'm here. I'm your son. But the urge finally died down as his thoughts moved toward rationalism. Sadness and despair flushed in his eyes, but only for a moment, not enough time to be recognizable. Kushina. Is everything all right? He distantly heard his own voice as his lips moved. He still felt numb. It was strange. The first sight of his father, his living, breathing father, didn't cause this kind of reaction. Kurama's snort finally pushed him back to reality. Drama queen. That's my line, Databang. I was worried, but that idiot told me that you were tired and I couldn't go check on you. Naruto gently chuckled and took a step back. I'm alright. I was just exhausted. A wide, almost foxy grin appeared on his mother's face, and Naruto couldn't suppress the urge to mimic it. Minato stepped closer and placed a hand on his shoulder. When she heard you were kidnapped, she wanted to march to the borders by herself. A soft smile appeared on Naruto's face. I can take care of myself. I'm pretty strong, you know. Kushina only rolled her green eyes in her annoyance. You are. But just as your brother, you are also an idiot. Naruto chuckled and glanced toward the irritated face of his father. I am the Hokage. Where is my respect? Kushina sent a cheeky grin toward her lover. You will get that respect if you will put your soiled underwear into the laundry basket. The Hokage of Konohagakure no Sato gaped like a fish, frozen in place without a word, flushed brilliant red even to his ears with embarrassment, while the apartment echoed from the whinnying laughter of his son and Kushina. Naruto went through the familiar passages of the interrogation and torture department, where he had spent the first 2 weeks in the past after he finally woke up. He stepped onto the stairs, which leads to the basement, toward the cells of the 4 shinobi from Iwa. He found himself facing a thick wooden door, covered with invisible security seals. However, he could still sense their presence by the tiny amount of chakra continuously leaking out from the pattern. He grabbed the handle and the seals glowed with a faint yellow light, examining the intruder, and in the end it had faded away. The door finally opened. He stepped into the passage and waved a hand to Makoto, who smiled and nodded to the blonde Chunin. He is in the last cell. When you're finished, just sign to the Anbu. Naruto nodded and moved toward the end of the passage without hesitation. During his past life, he had never been down here, and it didn't match with his mental picture of this place. Instead of a dark passage, cells with rusty bars, he found himself in a bright corridor, with absolutely normal-looking doors containing a large glass window in the middle. The enormous number of security seals all across the passage was the only thing indicating prison cells. He finally reached the last door and glanced inside. It was a very small and sparsely furnished room. He glanced at the Iwa commander, who sat on the bed, his arms resting limply on his thighs, while his head hung freely on his giant chest. His big, brawny body was slumped, without any sign of the once proud commander of the 2nd Division of the Allied Shinobi Forces during the 4th Great Ninja War. Naruto let out a long breath and opened the door with a small spike of his chakra and stepped inside the cell. He instantly felt the effects of the security seals, as in a blink, his chakra reserve was locked up and his limbs felt numb due to the lack of it. No wonder Kitsuchi seemed so weary. Naruto made a hesitant step forward and cleared his throat to gain attention, but the once proud commander stayed in the same slumped position on the bed. The blonde rolled his eyes and moved to the chair next to a small table. Exactly which part of our previous conversation couldn't reach your brain? This isn't part of keeping a low profile. Kurama let out a frustrated snort, but Naruto just made a mental shrug and dismissively waved toward him. I know what I am doing. Just let me work. I doubt it. They stayed in silence for long minutes, until the Iwa shinobi finally realized that he wouldn't get rid of the blonde boy by simply ignoring his presence. What do you want? Naruto leaned back and crossed his hands behind his neck, but inside his brain a satisfied smirk appeared. Nothing. Just thought you could bear a companion. A snort left the commander's nose and he finally raised his head to look at Naruto with a blank expression. Drop the act? What do you want? You aren't an interrogator. No, I'm not. I just want to talk to you and that's all. The blank expression melted away from Kitsuchi's face and a confused frown appeared on his features. He eyed Naruto for a long minute and averted his gaze from the piercing blue eyes back to the floor. The blonde Chunin dropped his hands onto his own lap, before his soft voice filled the small room. What was her name? The eyes of the commander twitched, and his body flinched, almost invisibly, but he still fixed his eyes in front of him for a long minute before he opened his mouth to answer. Sumi. The voice of the Iwa shinobi had died down to a whisper. I'm sorry for your loss, I understand it. A skeptical CH was the only answer from the commander before he braced himself and barked out to the blonde. Don't act like you understand me. You are a shinobi of the leaf. You don't know me. My loss, my vengeance. My hatred. Konoha won the war, we lose. But next time it will be different. We will win the next war. Iwa will become stronger. Naruto stayed in silence for a long minute, eyeing the tense Kitsuchi carefully. It doesn't matter where you come from. Stone or leaf, it won't matter in the end. Nor will it matter if you are from mist, cloud, or sand. Nothing will matter. Your rank, your heritage won't be concerned by the Shinigami. It will indiscriminately reach out for everyone from a powerful Kage to a freshly graduated genin. I don't need to understand you personally. I understand the pain. The sorrow. It's common for everyone. The urge to protect your home and your loved ones. In war there are no winners, only survivors. This is what makes us the same. We are not the same. Iwa is powerful. We will become more powerful and we will wipe you out. Tell me, why did the war start? To seek power. But in the end, every nation only became weaker by the loss of its people. Only one thing can stop the terror of a war, and that is peace. This is what every human being, every man, child, woman, and every shinobi is waiting for. We are shinobi. We are the same in more ways than you would ever agree. Will your vengeance bring peace to your soul? Katsuchi stayed in silence for long minutes, and he finally looked up to meet the eyes with the young man. One man couldn't bring peace to the world. It's impossible. Naruto rose from the seat and stepped closer to the commander. Maybe. However, one man could start something and in the end reach the goal together. You, the Tsuchikage, the Hokage, the guard outside this door, we are small parts of a big domino chain. The question is, do we have the courage to finally start falling and change the shinobi world? You are insane. Naruto only shrugged and walked next to the door, knocking to the patiently waiting Anbu outside the door, who silently opened it and the blonde stepped out. Before the door could close, Naruto glanced over his shoulders and sent a wide grin to the once commander. Perhaps, but I have the courage to fall. Katsuchi jerked his head up and blinked after the leaving blonde Chunin, staring at the closed door for a long time, lost in his thoughts. Naruto's foot automatically moved on the thin roads to his unknown destination. He fixed his gaze on the dirt of the streets, the corners of the business flags as he wandered the morning streets of Konoha. Civilians and shinobi passed his way, one or two waved a hand to him, a shinobi gently tapped his shoulders with a wide grin on his face, and deep in his mind he recognized the man as a shin, a special jounin. They worked together 3 weeks ago next to the borders, to find the runaway child of a businessman. That mission should only be a C-class, without any danger. However, the mercantile had eagerly paid the fee of an A-class mission and requested the best censors to find his daughter. And Minato granted his wish. They found the girl near Yugakure in one of the bathhouses, enjoying her free time not so alone, and Toriko had to put paralyzed seals on the girl in order to drag her back to her father. She was only a civilian, but after their small fight, Toriko had to bandage up his bleeding arm, where the brunette had bitten into his flesh more than once. Minato and Kushina teased him for weeks after that incident. He grinned back to Shin, and after some short interaction their ways parted when they reached a small bakery. A young brown-haired brunette ran to him before he reached the corner. The daughter of the baker pushed a still warm brown bag inside his hands, blushing and nervously swinging on her heels, chatting about silly things. The same woman who after a decade would throw a piece of bread at him, while hatred flamed in her eyes. The same woman who kissed him on his cheek after he had saved the village from pain. Naruto slowly shook his head after he disappeared behind the corner, and moved toward an alley and reached a square. A group of laughing children passed beside him, one pointed a finger toward him, while he could hear the muffled whispers. There is the Yondaime. Silly. It's not him. A small smile appeared on his face, while he left the crowd and his Anbu guard hiding in the shadows. 2 raven-haired men passed beside him, with stern looks on their faces, carefully examining their surroundings, the people on the streets, looking for anything suspicious. Naruto fixed his azure blue orbs on the symbol on their green vest. A shuriken with an Uchiha fan in the middle. Somewhere deep inside his memories he recognized that as the symbol of Konoha's military police force. Naruto let out a weary sigh and shook his head to ease away his thoughts from the upcoming massacre. I still got a lot of time. A young genin burst out from an alley, chasing a big, fat brown cat with a red bow toward Naruto. A nostalgic feeling ran through him while he easily caught the runaway animal, holding her up by the nape of her neck. The panting boy stopped slide-slip in the dirt, breathing heavily. The Chunin eyed the wonky black-haired boy with the white bandages on his chin and cheeks as he caught his breath. Thank you, Shinobi-san. A foxy grin appeared on Naruto's face. You know, if I hand her over, you will owe me a ramen. The genin narrowed his eyes, eyeing him without a word for a long minute, before he nodded and held out his small hand. Deal. But only one bowl. Naruto nodded, and after a short handshake he handed over the struggling cat to the young shinobi, who immediately touched the small device on his neck to report to the rest of the team. I got her, Izumo. I'm heading toward the meeting point. And Kotetsu. The boy gave a small bow to Naruto and turned around toward the Hokage Tower, but before he could take a step, the desperately struggling cat ran her claws on the chubby cheeks of the genin, leaving 4 thin red lines on his face. Kotetsu automatically dropped the cat and tapped his abused chin with a painful yelp, squeezing his eyes shut. Naruto could swear that the mother or most likely grandmother of Tora grinned at him before she disappeared in an alley with the cursing boy behind her. He could hear when Kotetsu informed the rest of his team about the escape on the next rooftop. Some things never change. The Chunin slowly shook his head, still chuckling while he walked away toward his destination. Naruto reached the border district of Konoha. He glanced up on the great walls, eyeing the patrolling squads. A sad smile ran across his eyes as they locked on a young kunoichi in the middle of her teens. Her red eyes locked with him for a second, before Kurenai gratefully ran toward the main gate. Naruto let out a sigh and dug his hands inside his pockets. His foot leading him on his way, hopefully away from his dark thoughts, away from Team 8. From Kiba. From Shino, from Hinata. Naruto shook his head to clear his thoughts just in time to avoid bumping into a tall man's back next to a high wooded wall. The man slowly turned around and gave a light bow to Naruto, who returned the gesture much deeper. While he locked his eyes to the milky orbs in front of him, recognition ran through him as he carefully, but still in low-key, eyed the very familiar man in front of him. His long black hair, the stern look on Hinata's father's face. No. Something was off on the well-known features. Naruto's eyes rested on the Hittite on the man's forehead when he realized who he was facing. He distantly felt another eye on him, and he glanced toward a tall, graceful woman, who stepped out from the entrance of the compound seconds ago and gave him a light nod. Todoroki-san. Hyuga-san. The Chunin blinked. Then again. His eyes locked on a small figure in the arms of the woman. A small, sleeping figure, with short raven black hair, slowly sucking his thumb in his dream. Hizashi, let's go. Neji is tired. A ghost of a smile appeared on Naruto's face, as he eyed the small prodigy in his mother's arms and couldn't suppress a chuckle when a thin line of drool appeared on edge of the small lips, slowly moving toward Neji's chubby chin. The tall man nodded to the woman and they left Naruto alone after a small nod, who roared with laughter inside his head. Oh man. That was just flawless. He still chuckled when the image of the driveling Neji popped up inside his head, suppressing his last memories of the black-haired teen, leaning against his shoulder, as he let out his last breath with a smile on his face. His feet moved again, moving him away from the Hyuga compound. A shiver ran through his spine when the image of a big-eyed child with black hair, dressed in a green sleeper, flew across his mind. His thoughts wandered toward a baby Tenten, and he imagined her baby version playing with a rattler made from a kunai. A soft chuckle left his mouth, but his lips curved down into a smaller and more gentle smile when another thought dug into his mind. Naruto closed his eyes and turned around to head back to the center of the village, to check on another baby, still floating in her mother's womb, waiting patiently for the moment of birth. Naruto found himself sitting on a bench, almost directly in front of a house, under an enormous and ancient cherry tree, waiting patiently for hours, for only a moment-long glimpse. His head slipped from his palm for not the first time, and his foggy mind cleared again, as the dream slipped away from his brain by the harsh movement. The door finally opened and he had to calm down his pounding heart when he finally saw what he was waiting for. A tall, fair-skinned, blonde-haired woman stepped out from the house with an obviously round tummy. Her green eyes locked with his own for a mere moment, and he waved a hand toward the surprised kunoichi, who in the end left the house with a wondering face. A satisfied smile appeared on his face. Just a little bit more, Sakura, just a little bit more, and we will meet again. Naruto found himself sitting on his well-known spot on his father's head. He rested his crossed arms on his tucked legs, watching his loved village in the afternoon light. His eyes moved toward a distant spot, where he knew he would find the Uchiha compound behind the large trees. He restrained the urge to check on his other friends. It would be almost impossible for him to sneak inside the walls, especially to those which were crowded with those creepy eyes. They would spot him in a second, and he doubted he could come up with an acceptable excuse why he is lurking and spying inside the compounds. His gaze moved toward where he knew the compound of the Inuzuka could be found. A small smile appeared on his face when he thought back the short-tempered Kiba. Their arguments, their fights, their laughs. Naruto squeezed his eyes shut and turned his head toward another comrade's compound before opening them again. The Aburames. The Naras. The Akimikis. Despair and sorrow started to spread inside his mind, as he rested his sight on the village below his legs. Finally something diverted his darkening thoughts. He heard small footsteps behind the monument, deep inside the woods, as somebody was marching toward his hiding place, not aware of how much noise he was making. Naruto heard the ruffle of the unsecured clothes, the cracking of the twigs under the footsteps, the rustle of the dried leaves on the ground, and felt the spike of that someone's chakra. The spikes of a troubled, angry person. He heard a muffled thump and a painful yelp. The scent of a small amount of fresh blood reached his sensitive nose. Finally, the silhouette of a child evolved from the woods, cursing under his breath, clutching his hand on his abused fist as he tried to channel his frustration to one of the trees. However, the tree was much stronger. nothing could prove better than the bruise and small amount of blood on his fist. The young boy hopped down to the monument, only meters from Naruto, and sat next to one of Minato's stone spikes. The blonde shinobi froze in his seat, but he forced his muscles to slowly turn his head and lock his eyes on the child next to him. The giant stone spike shrouded most of his small form, only his grimacing face and flashing anger in his eyes was visible. The Chunin's sight frozen on the dark hair of the child, the spiking ponytail, the dark, but still glowing eyes, and the long scar which ran across the bridge of his nose from cheek to cheek. His heart forgot to pound for a second, and his mouth suddenly felt drier than the deserts of Suna. Irika. He went back immediately to Konoha to look after the children who stayed in the village, after he fled from that turtle island to join his comrades on the battlefield. The child found a small stone and threw it from the monument, toward the village. Stupid sensei, stupid academy, stupid Hokage, stupid village! The small child angrily cursed under his breath and threw another small stone toward the village after his each and every curse, weighing his words. The boy suddenly froze when he finally realized that he wasn't alone. He slowly turned his head to the side, to meet the wide and shocked cerulean eyes and the parted mouth of Naruto. They stayed in complete silence, each other frozen for their own reasons. The moment was broken by the loud laughing of the blonde and the gaping of the 10-year-old Yumino Irika. What's so funny? The child hopped into his feet, pointing a finger toward the still chuckling blonde, who just waved a hand. His once sensei as a cute child, cursing and hissing the academy, his own sensei, his village and the Hokage. His late teacher, who lectured him that he should show respect to the leaders and toward the village, because the young Uzumaki had called the Sandaime, Gigi. Suddenly realization flushed through Irika's face, and a small hint of panic could be seen in his dark eyes. Why you are the Yondaime I didn't mean to. A foxy grin appeared on Naruto's face, seeing the starting panic and the slight tremble of the small hands. Relax, kid. I'm not going to tattle. Irika relaxed his tense muscles, but his eyes still mirror suspicion. What's your name, Gaki? The child narrowed his eyes and the suspicious glance only grew. Why do you want to know? Naruto shrugged and leaned back on his back, folding his arms behind his neck, crossing his legs in a casual way, while his eyes fixed on a crystal-white puffy cloud. I'm just trying to start a conversation. Irika slowly stepped out to see his new blonde companion behind the stone spike, but in the end he decided that he really wouldn't tattle. He moved next to the laying Chunin and sat down cross legs, still watching Naruto from the corner of his eyes. I'm Yumino Irika. Naruto sat up and held out his hand toward the child. Odoroki Toriku at your service. Irika made a confused face. Odoroki? I thought they said that you are a relative of Yondaime-sama. Shouldn't you be a namikaze? The sudden, Sama tag wasn't missed by Naruto, but he just sent a gentle smile back. It's a long story. A frown appeared on the child's face, but in the end he suppressed his curiosity and stayed in silence. Su Irika-chan. What makes you to curse everything? The boy folded his arms in front of his chest and snorted. I'm not a girl. Don't call me Chan. Naruto only rolled his eyes, but his blue orbs sparkled cheekily. Care to tell me, Irika-kun, what upset you that much, that you have to punch a tree? Irika tried to hide his bruised fist in his embarrassment, and he felt as his cheeks become redder, but in the end he reversed the movement. It doesn't matter anymore, he already knows. How did you know that? Naruto only shrugged, and Irika stayed in silence for a long minute, watching the village under his feet, when a group with green vests jumped toward the Hokage tower from rooftop to rooftop in the afternoon sunlight. I failed on the academy pretest. Naruto stayed in silence, waiting for Irika to continue, but he was shocked in the inside. Sensei told me, if I was unable to make it on the next pretest, he won't let me apply to graduate with the early team, because of a new regulation. Naruto narrowed his eyes, eyeing the young boy next to him carefully. Why do you want to graduate early? Irika stayed in silence for a long minute before he finally opened his mouth to answer. Because I want to become stronger. To learn strong jutsus and to show them. Why? Irika finally looked up to Naruto with a confused face. Why what? Why do you want to become stronger? Because with strong jutsus, I can prove myself. Sensei told me that I won't be a battle-type shinobi. He said that I haven't got the affinity for that, nor the mindset. I want to show them. Naruto let out a sigh when he saw the sour face on Irika. Maybe a small push wouldn't hurt. He heard the displeased snort of Kurama in the background. I'm sure you will do fine next year. Plus, power isn't always about flashy jutsu. You can find great powers in much different ways and places. Irika raised a curious eyebrow. Power could be found in a piece of paper, a seal for example. Power could be found in your heart. And do you know what holds the biggest power? Irika slowly shook his head. The younger generation. The child made a confused look. I don't get it. You will one day. Naruto made a wondering face toward the blue sky. Geez. Telling this to you, I feel like an old man. I'm starting to lose my power of youth dash. Naruto suddenly froze. I didn't say that, did I, Databayo? Naruto turned toward Irika with wide eyes, and faced the confused child, while he ruffled his own blonde locks in his shock. He slowly shook his head and leaned back. Never mind. You are crazy. Normal people are boring. A soft smile appeared on Naruto's face. Hey Irika. Aren't you hungry for a ramen? It's my treat. The child made a wondering look, tapping his chin, and nodded with a wide smile. Naruto straightened and ruffled the dark lock of his once-sensei, smoothing out tufts in his tidy ponytail. Naruto was followed by a cursing child, desperately trying to fix his ruined hair on the way back to the city center where Naruto could finally start to pay back his debts toward his sensei. Chapter 14 Children. A kunai flew toward the wooden post, and a brief second later penetrated the hard surface and buried itself deep into the ground behind the pole, followed by a second weapon only meters from it. A furious snort echoed inside the empty clearing, and Naruto grabbed another kunai and a shuriken in both of his hands. He let out a long breath, then shot forward with his left hand, releasing the weapon, and a millisecond later his right hand mimicked his movement. The shuriken reached the flying kunai in the air, and a metallic clink indicated connection, which diffracted the kunai to aim directly into the bullseye on the log. A wide and satisfied smile appeared on Naruto's face by his success, and punched into the air. Take that. Special Uchiha technique, my ass. Naruto let out a weary sigh and ran his hand through his blonde locks. He had been training for 3 hours to finally make this move work, but the first joys of success left him as fast as it came. The feeling was replaced by his memories, his betrayer. The Chunin let out another sigh and shook his head to ease away the memories together with the ache in his heart, and he started to do what he always did when he didn't want to think, train until he drops to the ground from exhaustion. A shadow clone had appeared beside him, and they almost immediately jumped backward and moved to stance, only to jump into action a second later for an enormous taijutsu battle. Fighting against a shadow clone had its advantages. You share the same experiences, the same knowledge, you fight against the same style. Countering yourself was training for fighting against the Sharingan. You have to push yourself over the limits, and be as unpredictable as you can be to trick yourself, or you will be beaten. These thoughts ran through his mind in the blink of an eye while he made another attempt to kick his clone out of existence. The clone grabbed a missed kunai from the ground next alongside a thick log and aimed for his head with the next attack. A small tug in Naruto's consciousness caused his head to snap to the side, dropping his defense for a brief second despite his years of experience on the field. The clone's attack was unstoppable. The kunai freely dashed toward his face without anything to stop it. In the last moment, Naruto finally broke out of his temporary stasis to stop it just in time. The blonde clone froze, his identical eyes widened when his brain processed the scene. The kunai stabbed through the boss's palm. Boss dash! Naruto slowly shook his head, observing the wound with an annoyed grimace on his face. The Chunin grabbed the kunai, and with one fluid motion, pulled the weapon from his flesh and sent it flying toward the edge of the woods, where he had sensed the movement. A rabbit ran out from under a big bush, and disappeared at the other side of the training ground. Naruto frowned in his confusion, only for it to be replaced with the annoyed grimace once more. A damn rabbit? He was just simply too preoccupied. A relieved sigh left his mouth, together with a painful hiss, as the adrenaline started to wear off, giving his body time to register the throbbing pain in his palm. Kurama, could you help me out? If I go back with a hole in my hand, Rin would skin me alive. His only answer was an irritated grumble, but the gaping hole in the middle of his palm immediately started to shrink as new tissue appeared on the edges of the wound, by the insensible amount of foreign chakra. 10 seconds later, only the pinkness of his new skin betrayed what had happened seconds before. Naruto slowly examined his raised hand, clenching then releasing a fist. After a short nod to his clone, the intense spar simply continued like nothing had happened. This time he concentrated on his clone with all of his nerves and senses, unaware of the curiously shining amber-colored eyes behind the bush. Graceful and pale fingers locked around the bloody barrel of the kunai, and the shadowy figure disappeared from the training ground with a satisfied and excited grin on his face. Hours later, Naruto felt a gentle tap on his shoulders while sitting in his favorite spot across Tuchi's counter. Only then did the familiar warm chakra signature reach his senses, pulling him out of his previous argument with Kurama. Without turning around, he waved a hand in greeting, slurping the last remnants of his ramen, and placed his now empty bowl on top of a slowly growing pile. The ruffle of soft fabric reached his ears, and after he tapped his stomach and let out a satisfying sigh, he finally turned to the newcomer. "Hi," he chimed, receiving a warm smile in response from Minato. "Hokage-sama. It's been a while since your last visit." The yellow flash of Konoha turned toward Tucci and grinned to the owner as he answered. "Yes. I got a busy week, Tucci-san. But I can't live too long without your dishes." A proud smile formed on the owner's face, and Naruto couldn't suppress the urge to roll his eyes at the obviously too sweet and too charming response. "The usual, Hokage-sama?" Minato nodded in response and turned back to the blonde, while the owner moved to the back of the small kitchen to prepare his order. "Sue, I was just wondering, are you still interested in politics?" Naruto raised a curious eyebrow and pulled his next steaming bowl of ramen in front of him, not bothering to wait for Minato's order to arrive. "Sure." A wide, satisfied grin appeared on the leader's face. "Then it's a deal. You will come with me." Naruto narrowed his eyes suspiciously. He knew that grin, that cunning expression on his father's face. Hardly different from his usual happy grin, an invisible twinge the only indication that he was hiding something. "And exactly where are we going?" "To Suna. I will be meeting with the Kazekage this week." Naruto's right eye had twitched in his annoyance, however his heart also warmed at the thought of the noble dunes. But the pleasant feeling was washed away to be replaced with pervading sadness when his thoughts wandered to the last Kazekage in his own timeline. He gave himself a mental slap on his face, to knock himself back to reality in the hope that his emotional roller coaster hadn't appeared on his face. Based on Minato's still soft smile, he was successful. In the end, he eyed his leader suspiciously. "And you need me again for distraction while you are chit-chatting with him, don't you?" Minato only shrugged casually, and reached out to get a pair of chopsticks when Tucci reappeared behind the counter with a big bowl of steaming ramen, and silently stepped back to give his Hokage some space. "Maybe, maybe not." The blonde Chunin rolled his eyes at the answer. "Fine, but no mass this time." "I didn't intend to order that. It was effective for the first time, but he already saw your face. It would be useless anyway." "So, we will march into Suna with a full delegation?" "No. Just the two of us." Naruto's heart skipped a beat. He had never been out alone with his father before, and there is no way he will skip this opportunity. However, leaving Konoha in the knowledge that Orochimaru, Obito, and Madara were still at large gave him an uneasy feeling. "Brat. Don't overcomplicate things. Just keep a low profile and don't mess up anything." Naruto rolled his eyes unconsciously, and the Hokage raised an eyebrow. "You don't want to go out with me?" The eyes of the blonde Chunin widened, and he immediately started to deny, supporting with wide gestures and waving hands. "Of course I want to, Databeo. It would be great. Really. I was just wondering who will take care of the things here." Okay, not a total lie, but it was still enough for Minato to raise an eyebrow, before he turned to his dish. "The third will take care of everything here until I am back. I don't count on being gone more than 1.5 weeks. I'm sure he is more than capable to handle it." "I didn't mean that. I know he is more than capable. He ran this place for decades." The Chunin mumbled under his breath and folded his arms in front of his chest defensively, forcing Minato to chuckle at the childish behavior. "Then it's a deal. We will departure the day after tomorrow. I'll pick you up at 8. Be ready." Naruto nodded with a small smile on his face, and the two blondes burrowed themselves into the 2 steaming bowls of ramen. Naruto glanced at the small clock ticking irritatingly next to his bed and noted the late hour. It had been a long struggle to fall asleep, and in the end he left the bed after an aggravated groan. His eyes moved toward the window and toward Konoha. A weary sigh left his soft lips, and 5 minutes later he left the apartment in the hope that a small walk in the fresh air would help him out. He let his feet take the lead, moving unconsciously with a blank mind on the almost empty streets of the village. Half an hour later, he found himself slowly walking down a narrow path inside the woods, his feet leading him to his well-known hiding place, to the top of the Hokage monument. A familiar fragrance stroked his nose, and his blank mind sharpened when the sweet scent of vanilla became recognizable after a second. His mother's scent. He sniffed once more at the cold, fresh night air and let out an unnoticeable thin layer of chakra to map his surroundings. He found 3 presences around him. One was that of his guard, and 2 other familiar ones not far away in a clearing. Curiosity rose inside his chest, and he felt the urge to finally shake off his guard without causing any suspicion. He slowly moved toward a giant tree, utilizing the natural curve of the path to disappear from the sight of his Anbu guard for a moment. The blonde Chunin then channeled some of his chakra into the ground, creating a shadow clone under the roots of the tree, and replaced himself with it by way of a fast, unnoticeable Kawarimi while the tree shrouded his movements. His clone had continued on his way toward the Hokage monument, but after a short way it stopped, yawed, and changed direction back toward his apartment followed by the fooled Anbu. Naruto waited for long minutes until he was sure nobody was around and rose from the roots, casually swept some dirt from his clothes and headed toward his destination deeper into the woods. After some hesitant steps, he stopped and pulled out a tiny paper tag from his pocket with a small seal written on the center of it. If he was going to spy on his parents, there was no way he'd let himself be found out. A thin layer of unsensible chakra spread across his body, a bit of insurance to mask his presence in addition to his hiding skills. After 10 minutes, he reached the margin of the small clearing, positioned himself on a tree, and checked his hiding place one more time before he forced his aching nerves to calm down. He felt guilty eavesdropping on his parents, but he couldn't suppress the urge to know as much about his family as possible. A warm smile appeared on his face when he glanced out from his hiding space and observed the scene in front of him. The two fearsome shinobi, the red-hot habanero and the yellow flash of Konoha, were lying on their backs in the middle of the clearing, watching the ink-black sky and the faintly glowing stars above them together, whispering to each other, chuckling and stealing small kisses. Naruto couldn't get enough of the scene. Sure, he saw them together countless times, but not in this discreet situation. His mother's gentle giggle echoed all around the clearing, warming him up from head to toe, but a small amount of shame never left his chest. He felt exactly like Jiraiya peeking on someone else, even when it's not nude women. The blonde slowly closed his eyes and leaned onto the hard surface of the tree, listening only to their voices. "Are you sure you can't simply send an envoy?" Minato slowly turned to the slide to rest his head in his palm, watching Kushina with warm apologetic eyes. "Sorry. It has to be me. We are going to hurry. I promise." The redhead let out a disappointed sigh. "I hate when you are out of town. I also deserve to get some air outside the office, which still smells like tobacco, don't you think?" "I know, but I'm worried." "Hey! I'm not some pansy. I can take care of myself." Kushina stayed in silence for a long moment before she finally answered. "I thought the same about Toriku." Naruto's chest squeezed, guilt and curiosity fought in silence but still an enormous battle in his mind. In the end curiosity became victorious, so he just stayed. Kushina dash. "I know. I'm just worried about you too. Both of you can be so reckless sometimes. You also know that if he wasn't exhausted back then there's no way they could even lay a finger on him. But he was. And what if dash? There will always be an if." They stayed in silence for a long minute before Kushina finally broke it. "It's good to see you two get along so well. I'm really glad you took my advice back then." A soft smile appeared on Minato's face. "Yes, I'm also glad. It's hard to be an outsider. Start a new life while you are surrounded with total strangers. I know how he felt back then. At least I think I know. Our situations were very similar." "Yes, but you two managed to adapt to the new situation. Well, mostly, when you two don't forget about yourselves." A furious, not so ladylike snort, a muffled thump and finally a painful yelp reached Naruto's ears and he had to suppress a chuckle that was ready to burst out. "That hurts, Kushina. You deserved it, Databane." They stayed in silence for a long minute, but in the end they both started to chuckle and shared a soft kiss. "Doesn't Toriku remind you of someone, Minato?" "I don't know. Give me a hint." "His determination, his stubbornness when he fights and never gives up, even when he is just about to drop from fatigue while training. His power to forgive. Just like in Jiraiya's book, don't you think?" Naruto flinched and forced his muscles to stay still. Minato stared into the nothingness above Kushina's head for a very long moment before he slowly closed his eyes when he answered. "You don't know how right you are." Kushina raised a curious eyebrow, but Minato shook his head, a soft smile on his face. "You know, Kushina, if I have a child I hope he or she will grow up to be just like the protagonist, Naruto. Or just like Toriku. But that name is already taken, what about Naruto?" Kushina let out a small chuckle. "A shinobi just like them. Naruto, it's a beautiful name." A small smile appeared on Minato's face, while the eavesdropper's chest squeezed tighter than he thought was possible. "And what if the first will be a girl?" "That just won't happen. He will definitely be a boy." "You wouldn't know it in advance, you silly." "Then just let's find out." "What do you think?" "What are you talking about?" "I'm talking about family. Let's have a family, Kushina. Let's have a child." Kushina stayed in silence for a long minute, before her soft, but sad voice filled the clearance. "Minato, I want to. But you know what could happen? What if dash? Just trust in me. I can take care of that little problem." Will you believe in me, Kushina? For a long moment, nothing could be heard, only the leaves' soft ruffle as the warm breeze played with them. I believe in you, Minato. A soft, warm smile appeared on Naruto's face, and he simply left the clearing and his parents alone in the silver light of the full moon as if he'd never been there. The blonde shinobi took a last look inside his small apartment, spread out a thin layer of chakra to map his surroundings and find his Anbu guard at a safe distance. Stay hidden and do not threaten our incognito. If something happens, get rid of the barriers and immediately disperse yourself before they see you. The clone made a short salute with 2 fingers and positioned himself on the floor in the corner of the small bathroom in a meditation stance. Naruto nodded, pulled out 2 scrolls from his backpack and rolled them open on the floor. He had prepared them in advance the days after he arrived back in Konoha from Kusa just in case, and now he was grateful for his foresight. 1 barrier seal, to mask the clone's presence and Senjutsu chakra, not that anyone besides Jiraiya could sense it, but safety first. Another to hide him from the eyes, especially from the freaky eyes, in case a Hyuga or one of the Uchiha got the urge to wander around his apartment, and in his bathroom. A useful seal, he had developed it in the last months right after Madara. Naruto shook his head to clear his thought of the memories. The soft, thin hair on his neck started to tingle when the first amount of natural energy flowed toward his clone. The skin around his replica's eyes already started to pick up the familiar orange shade. He channeled a massive amount of chakra into the first one, and a golden barrier appeared around the clone, immediately masking the still flowing natural energy and his presence from his senses. Naruto nodded in his satisfaction and placed his hands on the next seal, repeating the hand signs, and the clone disappeared from his eyes together with the glowing barrier. He eyed the now empty corner, waving a hand toward the barrier which replied to the contact with a small wobble on the surface. The blonde time traveler grimaced at the reaction. He really hoped nobody would come into his apartment while he was gone and try to walk inside the bathroom, especially not into that empty corner. If that happened, a shiver ran through his spine at the thought. I don't think this is a good idea, Naruto. We have to risk it and find that bastard as soon as possible before he can influence Obito and put his plan into motion. This plan is still just too risky. Minato will come for you in 10 minutes, he will find your seals and nothing will save your ass dash, our asses if that happen. No, he won't. Maybe he is better in everything else, but barriers are my specialty. Kurama let out a doubtful snort and rolled his giant eyeballs. Do not underestimate the Yondai Megaki. I would never do that. I just hope he trusts me. I didn't give any reason for that. Nor did Toriku. You are gambling. Naruto shrugged. I'll take every risk that is necessary to protect my precious people. He turned around once more, closed the bathroom door, and placed a tiny seal on the inside on the door handle, no bigger than the nail on his pinky. A tiny, but useful security seal which would disappear and notify him if someone touched it. He hopped down on the couch and sank 2 small container scrolls inside his pouch, prepared and stuffed every necessary thing for the trip, including 24 packs of instant ramen. Naruto waited impatiently until he felt the familiar chakra signature of his father approaching his front door, exactly a minute before 8 o'clock. He didn't give the opportunity for him to knock as he had opened the door and noted the raised hand of the Hokage, ready to knock and the amused expression on his face. A satisfied and proud smirk appeared on his fine features at the scene. Fascinating as always. Naruto grinned from ear to ear, stepping out to close his door, then seal away the small key into one of his container scroll and stuffed it back into place when he finished the process. So, can we go? A smile appeared on Minato's face, and he placed his hands on the younger shoulders, then disappeared with a golden flash, only to reappear in a blink at the village gates next to 2 stunned Chunin. You are an exhibitionist. Naruto pointed toward the big red kanji on the long white coat which slowly moved together with the rhythm of his father's silent and graceful footsteps. Minato looked back over his shoulder to find out what the hell he was talking about, and rolled his eyes when he realized. I'm not an exhibitionist. Think what you want, it still looks badass. Naruto's eyes twitched at the statement, and brought back the memories of his own claret coat with the same black flame patterns on the edges and his orange clothes. He ran his fingers over the standard shinobi clothes he'd been wearing for months. He missed his old appearance, but a sudden change in his style would just raise suspicion on him, and nothing more. Damn it. You are too. Are there any other Kage dancing around with a meter-long title on their back? Minato only shrugged and didn't respond, and Naruto let out a defeated sigh. Actually, he also thought it really looks badass, but for him, the best way to channel away some frustration is to poke at someone. And his father, at this moment, was the only target around. They made their way toward the border of wind at a leisure speed, Their travel reminded him of the wandering he'd done with Jiraiya during the 2.5 years while they trained and traveled all around Fire Country, and sometimes outside the borders. They finally reached a town on the road and Minato immediately aimed for the hotel next to a small hot spring. Hopefully not with the intent to peek. Naruto sank down in the hot water, which relaxed his muscles more than he thought possible. The knots and the light weariness immediately melted away from his muscles when the water reached his spine. His blue eyes traveled to the other side of the small steaming pond, where his father enjoyed the same sensation, leaning onto the shore with his back, his eyes closed and his face mirrored complete relaxation and something that he couldn't identify. The memories of the last night appeared in his mind, when his parents actually named him. Pride filled his chest when he thought back to the moment Kushina associated him with the protagonist. He watched his father, his golden hair framing his features in the same spiky way, defying the gravity even when it is heavy with water. The only difference with his own hair would be its length, and the longer bangs framing his face on the side. Is there something on my face, or what? Naruto's eyes twitched at being caught staring. No. You just look relaxed and, maybe satisfied. A small smile appeared on Minato's face. I'm satisfied in more ways than you could imagine. Minato's smile grew into a cheeky grin, and he suddenly ducked under the hot water and let out a pleased moan when he reached the surface again. He finally opened his eyes and stretched out his arms behind his head. I think this was enough for me. I'm going to look like a wrinkled old man. Naruto snorted. You are an old man and dash. He had to quickly duck underwater to avoid the incoming palm aimed toward the back of his head. He stayed down for a long moment, and when his head finally burst through the calm surface of the pond to finally get some air, Minato was already gone. The young man let out a sigh and followed his father inside the hotel. An hour later, they sat behind a counter, a third bowl of steaming ramen in front of Naruto, while Minato slowly sipped sake from a small white cup after he finished his own meal. The young village leader enjoyed the piece with closed eyes and the same relaxed and satisfied expression, his cheeks a tone redder than it is normal because of the amount of alcohol he already tucked away in his stomach. You know about the 3 shinobi rules, don't you? One of them is to stay away from alcohol. Minato shrugged and took another sip before retorting his brother. Blame Jiraiya. You could be happy I'm not a pervert. A snort left Naruto, while Minato's eyes suddenly snapped open by a sudden idea and an odd grin spread across his face. So, Toriku, you've been in Konoha for almost 4 months. The Chunin raised an eyebrow, not sure where his father was going with this. If we are talking about the shinobi rules, I'm just wondering that beside missions, driving your Anbu guard up the wall, peeking in hot springs and the obviously insane amount of training you are doing, is there someone else who raised your interest? A girl? Naruto blinked. Then again. Then in the end he started to chuckle, then snicker, earning a lot of attention to their backs from the other guests. His laughter suddenly stopped. An annoyed grimace appeared on his face as he folded his arms across his chest defensively when something caught his attention. Hey! I'm not peeping in hot springs! And what's the sudden interesting in my love life? Minato refilled his empty cup and immediately emptied it without a word after a quick, casual shrug and a smirk. Nothing special. I'm just curious. You are how old? 18? Boys at your age should look for a companion from the other gender. Naruto stayed in silence, suddenly lost in his thoughts. The annoyance was already gone. Her azure blue orbs darkened to royal blue by sadness. Love. The image of his first crush popped inside his mind. The image of the pink-haired Kunoichi, who slowly become more likely a sister figure to him. And finally Hyuga Hinata as she was standing above him, closing the distance between him and pain with her own body. Her confession, his rage when he thought pain killed her. The warmth of her hand in his own while they were fighting Madara and the Jubi. And finally her eyes as she looked at him for the last time with a soft smile on her face. He shook his head to ease away his upcoming sorrow and clear his thoughts. 18 years. Well, 1 year doesn't count, does it? Where was I at my 17th birthday? He searched through the memories of Toriku. They felt foreign, but still personal, distant yet still close. They were just odd, like the memories of his Kage-bunshins. He was able to read them and feel them, but at the back of his head, he knew he wasn't there. They aren't actually his own. Oh. I know now. I was with them. He let out an amused snort in his mind. The 10th of October. The day when Minato had introduced him to the team, and Kushina had chosen a birthday for him. The same date as his real one. What a coincidence, or fate. Bullshit. I'm the one who will form my own life. I don't want to disturb your fascinating thoughts, but I think someone is waiting for your answer. Naruto blinked back to reality at Kurama's sarcasm and stared into the patient blue eyes in front of him, and he gave an absolutely true answer. I don't think about girls. At least not now. Maybe a year or so later. The Hokage raised an eyebrow, but didn't make a comment. They stayed in silence for another long moment. When we get back, I'm going to propose to Kushina. Naruto blinked. Then again in his surprise at the sudden confession, then his mouth moved to a warm smile. I would love to see a cute boy with blue eyes in the next October. You would be perfect parents. A soft smile appeared on Minato's face. You think so? Definitely. They stayed in silence for long minutes while Naruto finished his ramen, and his father emptied the small bottle of sake and stretched his arms behind his head. I've got another bit of important business to finish when we get back to Konoha. The blonde Chunin raised an eyebrow and curiously leaned a little bit closer to his companion. I will speak with Sarutobi and, despite what he wants, I'm going to cancel the surveillance on you. I made my decision a while ago. You earned our trust. Naruto stared into his father's determined blue eyes for a long minute, looking for any tricks or second thoughts, but he found nothing. He couldn't force down the urge and he did the first thing that popped into his mind. He stood up and gave the deepest bow he could manage to the Hokage, who looked back at him with wide and shocked eyes. I would happily give my life for the village's sake. And for yours. I swear on my life that I will do nothing that could harm the people of Konoha Databao. Don't do that. Idiot. Just get up. A wide beaming smile appeared on the Chunin's face and he moved back to the counter followed by a dozen curious eyes around him. He could find the irritation in his father's azure blue orbs, but in the background he could also spot the awe, pride, satisfaction and the trust. Guilt filled his chest, then it was replaced by the overwhelming urge to confess everything, followed by the displeased murmuring of Kurama. Don't do anything stupid, Naruto. A half smile appeared inside his head. I know. Also, we are going to move into the Hokage mansion. Sarutobi finally emptied it. If it's okay for you, I would like to offer a room for you. But only if you want it. The guilt increased, followed by shame, but he forced his face to stay warm and a smile to appear on his features. Can I think about it? A small smile appeared on Minato's face and nodded. Naruto had to restrain a wince. His father professionally hid his disappointment, but he could still feel it in his eyes. He really wanted it. But if he moved in, he would have much less space to act freely. Of course. It's not an order or anything. And I fear your tic will increase if you two spend more time together. Naruto made a confused face. You've been using your databao more and more since you become closer to Kushina. And since you came back from Kusa. Minato added silently in his thoughts. The blonde Chunin sent back a cheeky smile and shrugged. He was proud of his tic. Especially since he knew that his mother would do the same thing when she got excited. They stayed in silence for a long moment. A big yawn left Minato's mouth, and Naruto followed the example unconsciously. I think it's time for us to finally get to bed, don't you think, Ototo? Naruto gave an agreeing nod and the two blondes slowly headed toward the stairs, toward their room and their well-deserved dreams. Naruto watched the horizon with the never-ending dunes. The soft curves of the granular ocean with giant and small waves of the golden sand. He could actually feel the azure blue eyes of his father on his back. He glanced up to the sun, not bothering himself with the stinging sensation when the hot beams reached his iris. At least it forced his memories away from his mind, memories which kept painfully tug at the back of his mind ever since they reached the land of rivers. The place where Akatsuki extracted Shikaku from Gaara. Where he died. Where he came back to life. Where he then... Naruto shook his head violently and finally turned around and the two blonde shinobi stepped onto the thin, almost invisible path which lead to the natural walls surrounding Sunagakure no Sato. They reached the walls in 3 hours, stepping inside the narrow passage, the entrance to the village. Their movement were immediately followed by suspicious glances of the Suna shinobi around them even after Minato handed over the official invitation from the 4th Kazekage. Naruto fixed his eyes on the road, not daring to look around, fearing to spot something which could push him over the edge. Too many of his loved ones died here. They walked silently toward the center of the village, escorted by several jounin from Suna. Naruto's gaze was fixed on the dirt of the road, while Minato's eyes traveled on the seedy buildings, the weary streets and the closed shops, the adjective signs of the village's low economy which made his heart sink into pity. A small amount of guilt appeared inside his chest. He was also responsible, at least remotely, for this. Konoha needed the funds from the missions, so the prices had been decreased to gain more commissions from the customers. Even the Wind Daimyo asked for their help and services on countless occasions instead of the weakened Suna. He slowly shook his head to ease away the guilt which was slowly increasing inside him. He must look after the welfare of his own village. Konoha must be first, everything else must be only a second thought. A small group of running children pushed him out of his thoughts, playing tag, laughing, unaware of the world around them. His azure blue eyes glanced toward his brother. The blond teen finally turned his head and his eyes locked for a moment before Naruto averted his gaze to linger on a weary shop, then on a mendicant in the entrance of a small alley. Then he returned his saddened eyes to the dirt of the road after one last glance toward Minato. The young leader had to restrain a wince. The memory of his brother's determination to save everyone regardless of where he or she came from forced itself inside the young Hokage's mind, and shame ran across Minato as the guilt raised again in his chest. Only one glance into his brother's sad eyes was enough for that. Minato gratefully noticed that they had reached their final destination, the tower marked with the enormous kanji of wind above the entrance, and he stepped inside with a relieved sigh. They reached the door which led inside the Kazekage's office. Their escorts finally left them alone in the empty passageway in front of the wooden door. The Kage took his time inside the office just like last time, before he finally sent a guard to escort them inside. Minato gave a small nod greeting the leader politely, who returned the gesture just as lightly as Minato. No Kage would bow to another and submit to the other. Naruto stepped inside the office trailing after Minato. Fixing his eyes somewhere out the wide windows of the office, he greeted the Kage with a bow, and with every last bit of his self-control he finally forced his eyes to look into the eyes of the village leader. When their orbs finally met, Naruto forced his body not to flinch when he noted the familiar features of his late friend. The same short and spiky auburn hair, the same face structure. He shook off the sorrow that was ready to burst out and forced his ripping chakra to calm down, which did not go unnoticed by the two leaders. However, fortunately, both had interpreted his reactions wrong. The eyes of the Kazekage locked with Naruto's, then flickered to Minato and back to rest them on the blond Chunin. They were filled with suspicion, fixing him with a calculating gaze for a long minute until his stern face moved into a knowing half-smile and finally turned his attention to the now irritated and impatient Minato. Hokage-sama. I take you and your relative are weary after the long travel. I'm grateful for your worry, Kazekage-sama, but this was just a small tour for us. You came with a very small delegation. If you had informed me, I would have gratefully sent an elite squad to escort you here. The shinobi of Konoha are strong. I came with the best bodyguard. Torikokun is one of our strongest. Naruto watched in awe as the two powerful shinobi continued their veiled, yet obvious bickering. A small battle and power demonstration between two Kage. He listened to how they jabbed each other discreetly, how they attack with words and deflect with sentences. How each tensed after a harsh comment of the other, and how they relaxed their muscles after a well-spoken retort. This was really a battle of words. Naruto waited patiently in the background until the bloodless fight finally died down and ended in a tie as they eyed each other for a long silent minute until the Kazekage spoke, getting tired of the situation. Hokage-sama. Please excuse me, but my schedule is strict. My shinobi will escort you to your accommodation. We can continue our talk tomorrow. Kazekage-sama. Minato gave a nod, and the Kazekage returned it, after a short hand sign. A familiar Suna shinobi appeared beside them, the same who kept an eye on him almost continuously during their last visit. And also the same who fought next to Naruto and Gaara in the front line during the battle for Suna. However, he couldn't remember his name. Naruto watched the sleeping village from the balcony of their room. He had been leaning on the sill, his arms crossed while he rested his chin on them. He slowly closed his eyes and his mind gave up the fight to suppress his memories. Two figures were standing on an identical wide balcony, one in a torn yet still brilliant orange jumpsuit, and the other dressed in red, a giant gourd held to his back by leather strips. They stood there, silently, just enjoying each other's company without a word, watching the peacefully sleeping city under their feet. I'm leaving tomorrow. I have to find him before he strike again. The Godaime Kazekage turned toward his companion and answered with a stoic but commanding voice. You are staying here. A dubious and annoyed snort left Naruto's nose. And what will you do? Kazi Kaguya-sama? You also know that you can't stop me anymore. I'm stronger than you. The stoic and stern expression melted away from Gaara's face as anger flushed through it. Have you ever used your brain? What do you think what will happen to you if you march to him? You think this low of their sacrifice? Our sacrifice? My sacrifice? All of them died because of one cause. To protect you, and you would just throw out everything because of your selfishness? Naruto watched his usually stoic friend throw out his calm and almost emotionless shell, shouting out his tension. Are you finished? The words left Naruto's mouth in a low murmur. No, I'm not even close to finished. Tsunade would dash. You are finished, Databeo! Naruto barked out, his voice was commanding, cutting off Gaara's sentence. You still don't understand. You still don't understand a thing, do you? Gaara's voice was low and filled with disbelief, while he shook his head. And what will you do? Tell me what you will do. Gaara barked out again, the once low tone in his voice nowhere to be found. You are our last hope to stop him. You are powerful, surpassing everyone, but you also don't have a chance alone. You almost died last time, and if he hadn't done what he did back then, you wouldn't be standing here. You will just march to your own death and serve our free will to him on a silver plate if Madara gets you. The balcony suddenly illuminated by brilliant golden glow as pure chakra flames appeared on Naruto's body. Once azure blue eyes glowed with a furious crimson red. No. It is you, who doesn't understand a thing. I won't hide while everybody else is fighting. While everybody dies around me. I should be the one fighting out there, protecting you and everyone else, not vice versa, Databeo. The two shinobi stared at each other without a word, without moving for a long, tense minute. You will stay here. I will force you if I have to. With this last statement, the Godai Mikazekage turned around and left the balcony without a word or looking back. Naruto stared at his friend's back as he walked away, the golden chakra slowly fading away from his form, together with his anger. Naruto felt a familiar presence behind him, slowly approaching him, kicking him out from his thoughts. He didn't look back, he just stayed still until he felt a gentle tap on his shoulder. What's with the long face, Otuto? Just thinking. About what? Naruto let out a long and weary sigh. How on earth could he tell him something like this? Instead he straightened himself, and stretched out his numb arms, desperately trying to find something in his mind to answer his father. Things. Minato raised an eyebrow. You are pathetic, Naruto. Kurama snorted and Naruto grumbled back an answer in his mind. Not that you gave me any better idea. About what kind of things? Naruto shrugged casually, still carefully avoiding his father's eyes. You know, things. Life, death. Stuff like that. They stayed in silence for a long moment, not knowing what to say to each other in the unusually serious atmosphere. If you could change things. If you got an opportunity to go back in time and change things in your life, what would you do? You are on thin ice, Naruto. Naruto made a mental shrug. Come on. It's just some fun. Furthermore, there is no sane human who would seriously link it with me. You are in a really serious mood. Minato folded his arms and closed his eyes, gathering his thoughts. Well, theoretically, if I could go back in time, I would do nothing differently. Naruto frowned. You could save your family. Every move, every single act affects our lives. Not just ours, but everyone's, whether near or far away from us. Even the bad things. Nothing would be the same if I didn't lose my family. Maybe a lot of people would die because of my actions. Maybe Konoha would lose the war and I wouldn't become Hokage, and maybe I'd never have a relationship with Kushina or meet you. There are so many consequences of just one simple act that it makes my head hurt. And what if you could, for example, prevent the Third Shinobi War? If you had the knowledge to stop it before it happens and save thousands of lives? Minato stayed in silence for a long minute, lost in his thoughts, before he answered. I don't think anyone could bear such a burden and stay sane. I'm sure I would start hearing voices in my head pretty soon. A nervous chuckle left Naruto's mouth, earning a raised eyebrow from the Hokage. The chuckle grew into laughter by the irony, even the almighty nine-tailed fox snickered inside his mind. What did I say that is so funny? The Chunin waved a hand, turned around while still chuckling continuously, and left the confused Minato alone. He leaned onto the doorframe and looked back over his shoulder after he finally gathered himself. Thanks. You really fixed my mood. Minato shook his head, then shrugged and followed the once again chuckling Chunin inside the apartment. They arrived at the tower a little bit early, so they had enough time to observe the going and coming villagers and shinobi. Minato leaned against the wall of the tower, and folded his arms in front of his chest, his blue eyes fixed on the people of Suna. He received suspicious gazes, and some of the younger shinobi literally fled the vicinity as soon as they realized who they'd just passed. Naruto stood next to their ever-present escort, the man with red markings on the right side of his face, while the left was covered by the sheet of his turban-like headdress with Suna's symbol. Naruto watched him from the corner of his eye curiously, his arms folded behind his neck casually. The shinobi stood calm, with closed eyes but time to time glanced toward Naruto with irritation. Well, curiosity killed the cat, but I can't stand it anymore. But before he could act, the opportunity was out of his hands. Don't stare at me like that. I'm just thinking. You will be our personal escort for the rest of our stay? Just like before? The shinobi nodded, but the irritation never left his eyes. Can you tell us your name? It wouldn't be nice if I just call you Shinobi-san, would it? My name is Baki. You can use that. Naruto grinned in his satisfaction and stepped to his father, who fixed his azure eyes on a group of fresh genin. The Hokage stretched his limbs and turned to their escort. I think it's almost time. We should go inside, Baki-san. The shinobi made a small bow and they approached the gates. 10 minutes later, the office door of the Kazekage finally opened, and they stepped inside where Minato immediately greeted the Kage with a slight nod, while Naruto gave a formal bow and soon moved to the background, silently listening to their conversation about the details of the alliance between Suna and Konoha. The fourth Kazekage was really a hard nut to crack. He was a bullheaded person, who would do anything for the welfare of his village. The biggest point during their conversation was the assignments from the Wind Daimyo, and they had avoided a real loud argument only by an inch. Naruto watched the conversation in awe, forcing his brain to understand as much from the small indications as he could, for future use. However, his determination slowly started to wear off when the negotiations calmed down, not to mention boring political subjects had taken over. He soon lost track of the time, his breathing slowed down, and his mind drifted into a dreamless sleep. Minato's eyes wandered to the twitching dark eyes of the Kazekage and noted that his gaze was pinned behind him, the exact same spot where his younger brother intended to stay still in the background, the same person who swore to everything that morning that he wouldn't cause any trouble during the negotiations if he could attend. The Hokage let out a weary sigh and closed his eye for a moment, before he turned around to spot the lightly snoring blonde Chunin in the chair, slightly leaning his head against the wall. He turned back to the Kazekage, made a small excusing nod and stood up with the intent to channel some of his frustration onto his newly found relative. Before he could reach him, the door softly opened and a small, blonde girl stepped inside the office, without a word, staring at Minato with wide eyes. Then in the next second, for his biggest surprise, the child stepped in front of him, and tugged his white cloak. "Hi! Did you bring me chocolate again?" The confused Minato glanced to the Kazekage, whose stern look started to crack, as he let out a long sigh and shook his head. Minato turned back to the child, who narrowed her eyes as she examined his face, then stepped backward hesitantly. "You aren't Kitsune-san." Minato's eye twitched. "How on earth?" Finally the Kazekage raised his voice, and the small child immediately stiffened when she realized she did something wrong. "Temari. Go back home! And where is Yashimaru?" A sleepy yawn could be heard from the corner, where the blonde Chunin finally started to wake up from his nap by the raised voice. After a few blinks, Naruto noted the scene with his sheepish mind. Temari, still gripping Minato's cloak, the irritation in the Kazekage's eyes, the confused and surprised look on his father's face. A panting young man maybe in his 20s joined them in the office, with wide fearful eyes. "Kazekage-sama. I'm sorry, I just turned around for a minute, and then, I told her she couldn't come in." Minato started to chuckle at the irrational scene and he crouched down to the small child in front of him. He could feel the eyes of the Kage, and the hidden bodyguards at his back. "I'm sorry. I haven't got any chocolate. Maybe you should ask my brother over there. I'm sure he is the one you are looking for. Look after him for me, will you?" The expression on Minato's face was soft and warm toward the girl, while Naruto stepped toward the child, followed by the stern eyes of the Kazekage. He glanced toward the Suna leader, remembering their last conversation to stay away from her, and after receiving a small agreeing nod, he also crouched down next to Minato. "Temari-chan, it's time for both of us to leave, I think." The small girl nodded hesitantly, grabbed his hand, and after a bow toward the leaders they approached the door together with the troubled man. "Toriku." The blonde teen stopped at the door and turned back to his father. "We will meet back in the accommodation." The Hokage's smile was soft and warm, however the blue eyes glanced toward the blonde teen with a dangerous spark. A spark which demanded a thorough explanation once they were together again about him revealing his identity to a child. Naruto gulped and nodded in understanding, and the only expression he could push on his face was a miserable smile. When the door finally closed, the Kazekage let out a weary sigh, while Minato occupied his previous place in the chair. The two leaders shared a knowing glance for a second before they continued like nothing had interrupted their previous talk. However, the mood was visibly lighter between the two young leaders. Naruto was literally dragged through the village by the small child, until they finally reached their destination and the blonde boy could finally straighten from the crouched position he was forced in by Temari. They were standing in front of a large house, not far from the city center, together with the obviously nervous young man, with sandy brown hair and big blue eyes. "Temari-chan. I have to get back to my place. Father told me to go home." The small child tugged his hand one more time, pulling him toward the wooden entrance. "Temari-chan, I can't go in. Your father is going to kill me. So will Minato if he doesn't find me in our accommodation when they finish." A shudder ran through Naruto's spine when he thought back the demanding eyes of the Hokage. He hesitantly turned toward the other man with pleading eyes, asking for help, when the door slowly opened and a very similar person glanced down at the scene, at her small child dragging a blond young man toward their door, followed by her troubled brother. "Temari!" What are you doing? I visited father. And why are you dragging that boy? Because the other he told me he got my chocolate and to look after him, and father told me to go home. The woman raised a confused eyebrow, and Naruto finally freed himself from the small hands and bowed to the woman. I'm sorry, I'm afraid I have to go. Kitsune-san. The other you told me that you got chocolate. I trained. Really hard. And I can smell the chocolate on you. The woman narrowed her eyes at her child's behavior. I'm sorry, Shinobi-san. I apologize for her behavior. It's Toriku. Odoroki Toriku. Naruto gave a low bow and a small smile toward the woman. The seal will be placed soon. Maybe it was already placed. He couldn't restrain himself anymore. His blue orbs moved toward her big round tummy, with Gaara, while the woman's eyes moved toward the Hittite on his forehead with the proud insignia of Konoha. You were the one with the fox mask 2 months ago. The blonde teen nodded, and his azure eyes looked with a curious look at the young woman. Temari-chan talked a lot about you. My name is Karura, Toriku-kun. It's a pleasure to meet you. Temari's mother gave a polite nod. Why don't you come in? I'm sure Temari would be happy. Naruto made a surprised face and looked down into the pleading and sparkling eyes of Temari. The blonde teen made a small bow and an apologetic look. I'm sorry, but I don't think your husband would appreciate that. Nor would my Hokage. The woman sent him back a warm smile. Let me handle that. Naruto glanced around, looking for help, but in the end he just hesitantly nodded and they stepped inside the house, together with the nervous sandy brown-haired man. I don't think it's a good idea, sister. The woman let out a sigh. It's fine, Yashimaru. Furthermore, it is a good opportunity to strengthen the alliance if the families of the two Kage know each other a little bit more. Don't you think, Toriku-kun? Naruto frowned. He hadn't said anything about his relationship with Minato. How did you know? The woman smiled, as they finally settled down in the living room, on 2 big couches. It's quite obvious. Naruto scratched the back of his head sheepishly. Well, yes. We do look quite alike. Temari moved closer to Naruto, and after a long hesitant moment, she poked him on the arm. Kitsune-san, where is your mask? A soft smile appeared on Naruto's face at the childish curiosity on Temari's face. On the face, which in the past mostly looked back at him with the same stern expression as her father's. I had to give it back when we arrived home. Why? Because I don't need it anymore. Why? Naruto looked toward Karura for help, but before he could answer, Temari suddenly changed the topic. You look better. So it worked? You don't have those bad dreams anymore? A warm smile appeared on Naruto's face, and he ruffled the blonde locks of the small child, to her annoyance. Yes, it worked. Thanks to you. Then can I get my chocolate? A soft chuckle forced itself out, and Naruto dug both hands into his pockets. When he pulled his hands out, they were clenched into fists, concealing their content from the curious girl's eyes. You can have it, if you pick the right hand. So which one? Temari made a wondering look, leaned her head to the side, and sniffed into the air lightly. After a long minute, she slowly poked toward his left hand. Naruto opened it with a chuckle and handed over the small sweet to the girl, who reached out without hesitation. I'll go and find Kankuro. You have to meet him too. Temari rushed out from the room immediately, leaving a stunned Naruto and her softly smiling mother. You know, Toriku-kun, you've made a big impact on her. She frequently mentions you. I didn't do anything. A soft smile appeared on her face in response. Maybe. Being the Kage's child or relative is a hard task. Especially for a child. Her father and the village put high expectations on her. Naruto nodded in his understanding. At the thought of how his life would have been different if his father and mother had been alive. He wouldn't have been the dead last back then. He let out a weary sigh. I don't know. But I could imagine. I haven't been aware about my relation with Minato until recently. Not a total lie. He didn't know about his heritage until the battle with Pain. Karura didn't push the subject, seeing his uneasy attitude around it, but he noted the suspicious glances from Yashimaru. Minato is a good man and the best brother I could ask for. And he is a good leader. I know the alliance will be fruitful for both of our nations. The woman nodded with a soft smile, but she suddenly flinched and the 2 men turned to her with worried look, but she only waved a hand and chuckled. It's okay. It's just the baby kicked. Oh. Once more. Naruto curiously leaned closer, spreading out his senses, and he finally spotted another fast heartbeat. A soft, warm smile spread across his face, but soon the warm sensation was replaced with worry for his not-yet-born friend. It's okay, really. Karura seemed to misread his expression. she confidently stood up and sat down next to the blonde teen and grabbed his hand. Here. She gently placed his shaking hand onto her round tummy, followed by the worried and suspicious glance from her brother. They stayed in complete silence, and Naruto felt himself more and more awkward, not sure what was going to happen, his hand on the Kazekage's wife's round stomach. Oh boy. I hope they are still talking. It would be a pain in the ass to explain what I am doing here like this. At that moment, he felt a small poke on his palm. Then another one. A wide smile spread across his face, and he slowly closed his eyes, enjoying the feeling of the small life under his palm. He could sense the vibration as Gaara's small body moved, he could hear the fast heartbeats. Suddenly an uneasy feeling struggled itself into his brain. I could feel you! I know you are out there! I'm going to kill you, Kyuubi! So it's already done. Naruto let out a weary mental sigh. Not that you could, Shikaku! You bastard! Sooner or later I'll get rid of my pathetic vessel and then, coo. I'll show you how strong I am. Naruto closed out the loud argument inside his mind, at least he tried with less success. He could still hear the two Bijou hissing curses at each other at the back of his head. He didn't know that the seal was this weak. That it allowed Shikaku's thoughts to break through this easily. And the consequences will be fatal for Gaara's mental progress. Naruto could finally understand Gaara's early behavior, amazed of his strength to live together with Shikaku, with his bloodlust and with his insane thoughts. Would you two stop Databeo? Don't intermeddle! The two-tailed beasts barked out together, agreeing for a short moment, before they continued insulting each other like nothing had interrupted them. Naruto let out a mental sigh and immediately started to look for the invisibly seal, and when he found it, and examined the design, Naruto flinched almost unnoticeable and unconsciously started to frown. That is worse than I first thought. Toriko-kun, are you alright? Naruto was finally slapped back to reality and looked around himself, noted the confused eyes around him, and he immediately released the tummy of Kurura. I'm sorry. I kind of spaced out a little. A half-smile appeared on the woman's face, and she nodded, but his brother looked at him with cold, suspicious eyes. I'm afraid I really have to leave. It was a pleasure to meet you. He stood up almost immediately and bowed. I understand. It was our pleasure, Toriko-kun. Yashimaru, could you please escort him to the door? The young man nodded, stood up, and the two men walked to the exit. Naruto stepped out, but before he left the stairs, he felt a hard hand on his shoulder, and he immediately tensed, before turning around. If you or your Hokage ever try to harm my sister or her children, I will kill you. Remember that. The blonde boy raised an eyebrow at the brazen threat toward him and Minato, but in the end he nodded. I understand. But you don't have to worry. I want only the best for them. Yashimaru narrowed his eyes, and never took his eyes off Naruto's back while he left without any further word. Naruto walked back to their accommodation silently, lost in his thoughts, wondering about Gaara, the seal, and how the hell he could help his future friend. Minato stepped inside the large living room, ready to chew his younger brother out. When he spotted him on the large couch, he made a satisfied mental smirk and stepped closer to demand an explanation. How on earth could the Kazekage's 4-year-old daughter know his face? He stepped in front of the teen, whose head flung freely between his shoulders, staring at the floor. His blue eyes, which almost continuously shone with vim and sauciness, were now puzzled and worried. The blonde boy in front of him was obviously locked inside his own head, inside his thoughts, not aware of his presence. The urge to scold him immediately melted away as he sat down next to him, and slowly shook his shoulder. The teen flinched and looked around with wide and surprised eyes, when he finally spotted his curious and concerned blue eyes. I don't think you are worried because I was about to scold you. What's the matter, Toriku? Naruto looked back for a long minute, lost in the identical azure blue ponds. I can't do this alone. Naruto! Don't blow your cover and concentrate on finding Madara. Don't risk this now. You can take care of it later, when we get rid of that damn Uchiha. I can't. Then do it alone. And how on earth are you thinking I can to do this alone? How? What do you think I should do? Sneak inside while they are sleeping and try to fix the seal alone? I can't do it without Minato. I need him. I need his knowledge. I can't fix that damn seal alone. You are walking on thin ice again. How will you explain away your knowledge about Shikaku? I need him. I just need him. Naruto heard the defeated sigh of Kurama, and the angry mumble about him and idiotism, but he ignored it all. He needed to concentrate on the problem at hand. Leaving his mindscape, the blonde boy took out a small paper tag from the pouch secured to his leg, placed it on the table, and activated the privacy seal in total silence, before turning to the Hokage to meet narrowed eyes. I gathered some sensitive information today. Soon I got the one-tailed beast. Minato let out a sigh and rubbed his bridge. We already know about that. Don't bother yourself about it. How do you even find out about it? He licked his dry lips, gathering his thoughts before he finally replied to his father. I met with his Jinchuriki. A cold shiver ran through his spine as his own words reached his ears. Jinchuriki, he hated that word. Its meaning, human sacrifice. Even how it sounds. Minato looked back at him for a long, silent minute. His face was expressionless, but Naruto was sure the thoughts raced inside his head with insane speed. Are you sure in this? Naruto nodded. I'm absolutely sure, Databeo. Minato let out a weary sigh and leaned back on his couch. We know about it, but we didn't know they already sealed it away into a human. Minato slowly shook his head. This could be a serious problem in the future. Naruto nodded, waiting patiently for him to continue, examining his reactions. But when it didn't happen, he opened his mouth. It will be a long time, until the child could use Shikaku's power. But... The blonde teen closed his eyes, gathering his every thought. Minato, the seal is weak. I felt it. It could break any time. We can do something about it. The Hokage narrowed his eyes and leaned forward, resting his chin on his folded fingers, for a long silent minute. You are suggesting for me to convince the Kazekage to let me fix the seal, and hand over to him a future asset and a possible threat toward Konoha. Naruto felt his eyes twitch, and anger rose inside his chest, but he finally forced his nerves to calm down. I am talking about a child's life. An innocent child's future. It's going to break, or drive the child into insanity in the end. Minato stiffened on the couch by the tone, and what had just been spoken, while Naruto let out a sigh. I understand your anxiety for Konoha. Think in a different way. Sand will owe Konoha, and you would also show your intentions to build a strong alliance. You could save the Kazekage's child from dying, or going insane. Minato raised an eyebrow. The Kage's child? The blonde girl? Toriku slowly shook his head. No. Temari is an absolutely normal child. A little arrogant, but still cute child. I met the Kazekage's wife today. The child in her womb. That child is the Jinchuriki of Shikaku. The Hokage's eyes widened with shock. An unborn child, oh Kami. How did you notice it? I heard him. I heard Shikaku when I touched Karura. Minato raised a doubtful eyebrow. That's impossible. You can't hear a bijou, just by a mere touch. Even you can't do that with your sensing skills. I know what I heard, Databeo. This is just speculation. There is no way you could have heard it by a mere touch. Brat, don't do what I think you are going to do. Just let me handle it, Kurama. Naruto let out a sigh. I know about her. I know about the Kyuubi inside Kushina. Minato froze, his muscles tensed, and he distantly felt his hands start to squeeze his knees and his joints became white by the force. Naruto watched the Hokage, his muscle relaxed, his voice and his core calm, to show Minato there is nothing to be afraid of. The blonde teen let out a weary sigh and rubbed his temple. Look, Minato. You know firsthand how hard the life of a Jinchuriki is, no matter where he or she grows up. They are hated, feared, and shunned when their identity is public. Kushina is fortunate because of you, because of the Sandaime who granted incognito for her status. What do you think? How will this child grow up, hearing the continuous mumbling of a tailed beast inside his head? How would they hide his identity if he lost control on Shikaku's bloodlust and go berserk in the center of the village? Minato's tensed muscles started to relax, as his frozen mind finally started working again, chewing and weighing every word of his brother. We talked about my goals, the waves in the ocean. Hereby I try to convince you to help me bring peace, be the second drop of water and save the future of a child. The Hokage let out a weary sigh and buried his face inside his palms for long silent minutes. Nothing could be heard inside the still glowing barrier. Even if it were not present, the village around them would be in complete silence, as if the world around them also knew how important the decision about to be made is. Toriku, the Kazekage, would never agree with that. He will never reveal the Jinchuriki officially and especially won't allow me or you to have even a glance at the seal. Let me talk to him. I can convince him. Naruto let out a weary sigh, while his father started to massage his forehead, to ease away his starting headache. I will attend. You won't do it alone and I will immediately step in if I think it necessary. Thank you. Naruto gave a small bow with his head, while Minato let out a weary sigh. You are really taking this save the world thing seriously, aren't you? A foxy grin appeared on the whiskered face. I never go back on my word, Databeo. With this last statement, Naruto left the room without any further explanation. His movement was followed by the azure blue eyes of his father, filled with pride and awe and with the hope that maybe his child really will grow up in a better world. Chapter 15: Tanuki and Blue Globe. Everything seemed to stop for a second. Birds appeared to freeze in flight against the blue sky. A lonely azure butterfly stopped in midair. The sounds of nature died down, leaving nothing, only dead silence all over the shores of the never-ending desert. The frozen moment suddenly disappeared with an enormous explosion, burying every living thing under dust, soil, and sand near the epicenter. Gaara! A flash of gold appeared next to the Godaima Kazekage, painting his lean form in a golden glow. Dilated and crimson red eyes locked with green orbs, while the golden flames danced in the reflection of the leader's eyes. Where is he? We haven't spotted Madara yet, Naruto. He has to show himself soon. The gold aura slowly faded away, leaving the weary, heavily breathing form of Naruto. The blonde wiped the sweat from his forehead, while his eyes surveyed the desecration in front of him. We can't hold on for too long. It became stronger with the 8 tails. How is the 9 tails? Kurama needs more time. The panting slowly died down, and the blonde boy nodded to something only he could hear, before biting his fingertip and running through a long chain of hand signs. Kuchio's no jutsu, summoning technique. With a loud puff and an enormous amount of smoke filled with chakra, 3 giant figures popped into existence. The 3 giant toads each had a pair of clones on its head, one already in meditation to gain energy from nature, and one observing the battle not far away from them. Guys! We need to buy time for Kurama! The 3 toads nodded and almost immediately jumped into the middle of the fight, toward the giant monster called the 10-tailed beast. Uzumaki Naruto jerked up from his bed, desperately trying to catch his breath for a long minute before his pounding heart finally settled down and his panting subsided. The blonde left his sweat-soaked bed and headed to the bathroom to clean his face and clear his thoughts. The first beams of sunlight reached the small bathroom window, reflecting off of the small mirror in front of him. The blonde eyed his own reflection with a foggy brain when his thoughts wandered back to the battle in the land of rivers near Suna's borders, almost exactly where Gaara had died for the first time. Naruto shook his head, easing away the last bits of his nightmare and his memories. 10 minutes later, he settled himself down on the rooftop of their accommodation, watching as the rising sun slowly warmed the freezing cold of the desert night, enjoying the first warm beams on his skin. His eyes were fixed on the horizon, behind the giant walls around the village. The walls that hadn't lasted long against the destruction and the unnatural power of the 10-tailed beast. In the end they, along with the buildings, streets, and countless numbers of shinobi and civilians, became one with the endless sand of the desert around Sanagekure no Sato in the heart of Wind Country. I will repay my debt, Gaara. Believe it! I will repay! The faint rumbling of Kurama didn't reach his consciousness. He just buried himself in his thoughts and for long hours stayed still, watching the horizon, the rising sun, and the slowly awakening village under his feet in complete silence. Awkward silence filled the office, the stoic and stern face of the Yondaime Kazekage disturbed only by a small twitch of his dark eyes. And why would I grant a private audience to a shinobi of Konoha? The Kazekage drawled. Minato stepped next to Naruto in support, and to show that he was there if he need help, and a quick glance over his shoulder eased away his concern as he looked into the confident and determined eyes of his brother. Kazekage-sama, I request a private audience with you in order to talk about a very sensitive matter. Other than Hokage-sama, no one can be present. The leader's dark eyes twitched again and filled with irritation. He folded his arms in front of his chest, obviously trying to avoid the talk. You can talk freely in front of my guards. Unless this sensitive matter is for your own sake. The information concerns you, Kazekage-sama. The stern mask melted away in one blink, revealing the leader's surprise, anger, irritation, and curiosity, before it was back again in another blink. What could you know about the leader of Sand that can't be discussed in front of my shinobi? With all due respect, Kazekage-sama, don't misunderstand my objective. I want to protect the future of a child, not your reputation, with the privacy. The leader eyed the 2 blondes in front of him, one a confident young man, the other the Hokage of Konoha, who was silently waiting in the background but still ready to interfere. His thoughts traveled with insane speed inside his head for a long, silent minute before he interrupted it. So be it. I will be generous. Naruto made a deep bow and took out a small paper tag, marked with a privacy seal, from his pouch. If you'll allow me, Kazekage-sama. He gestured to the seal. Not that I don't trust the privacy seals in this office, but I'd like to use my own ones just to be safe. The leader nodded, and Naruto immediately channeled some chakra into the small piece of paper, activating the seal. Their picture became foggy from the outside, while their voices were immediately locked inside the barrier. The blonde boy glanced toward his leader, who motioned to continue with a small nod. We know about the one-tailed beast and its Jinchuriki. The Kage's dark eyes flashed dangerously, and his muscles tensed. And how did you gather this kind of information? Naruto shook his head. Our methods are not relevant, Kazekage-sama. All that matters is the fact that Suna possesses the power of a bijou. So does every other nation, including Konoha. I won't hand over the one-tail to you, no matter what you offer for it. Naruto narrowed his azure eyes. That is not why we are here. And remember, we are talking about a human being, a child, not some item on the market. The blonde let out a breath to ease away his rising anger, before he continued. The seal is weak. The leader of the sand frowned, eyeing the young man from head to toe, before his gaze moved toward the still silent Hokage. The seal is strong enough. My best seal master made it. Naruto ran his fingers through his blonde locks and let out a frustrated groan. Strong enough, my ass? No offense, Kazekage-sama, but the one who made the seal, in a word, sucks. Minato's eye visibly twitched at the saucy and impolite statement, and so did the other leaders, whose anger started to rise after the stab at his pride. How dare you criticize my people? You don't know what you are talking about. You can't even prove your point. Tell your seal master that the nature elements on the meridian are unbalanced. This is the main cause that allows Shikaku to influence the vessel's mind. He or she will understand, as long as we are talking about a real seal master. The seal is weak. It could break at any time, and it will allow Shikaku to affect the child, perhaps even push him into insanity. The one-tail has a very wicked personality. His bloodlust will influence the child in the future without a doubt. I am offering you our help to fix the design free of charge. The leader of the sand narrowed his eyes and ran his dark irises one more time over the men in front of him, his thoughts racing. The Yondaime Hokage is a seal master. So am I. We can fix the design and save your child's life and sanity. A disbelieving snort slipped out of the collected man's mouth. If I agree to this, I am essentially handing over to you the Jinchuriki of Suna, along with the seal's design and thereby the key to getting your hands on the one-tailed beast. Its value is too large to the village for such a risk. Naruto felt his eyes twitch while anger rose in his chest, making his muscles tense visibly as fury started to overwhelm him. He unconsciously squeezed his hands into fists, and in the back of his mind he could feel a small amount of pain as his nails dug into the soft flesh of his palms. You are speaking about your own child, Databeo. The future of your own child is in your hands, and you are talking about values? You are this village's leader, yes, but you are also the father of this child. We are here to build a strong alliance, to help you out, yet you would throw away this opportunity because you think your secret seal weighs more than the life and sanity of your own child? The seal isn't just weak, it threatens Karura's life too, because it leeches chakra from her own system. It could be deadly during the birth, for both of them. The Kazekage froze, while his eyes narrowed dangerously. If you value your village, your people, then you must value your child, because he is one of them. You can't disregard a life this easily. The offer is open indefinitely, but we are running out of time. Think over carefully what you could do for the village and for your own conscience. Don't do something you would regret later. Naruto turned around and marched out of the office, followed by the stunned Hokage, and the privacy seal was dismissed as soon as he crossed over it. His chest rose and fell heavily. He could feel his pulse pound against his temples as anger started to cloud his mind, but he restrained the red fury boiling inside his veins from bursting out with his last ounce of control. How could he be so stubborn? Risking his wife, his own child, for a village secret that's not even a secret. Calm down or we are going to reveal ourselves. You are on the verge of leaking out my chakra. Naruto suddenly stopped in the middle of the spacious square and let out a long breath, forcing out his anger with minimal success. He felt a stabbing gaze on his back, and he wasn't surprised to spot the narrow eyes of the Kazekage in the window when he looked over his shoulder. He didn't avert his burning blue gaze, not even when he felt a calming palm on his shoulder, and finally the Kage stepped back, breaking their connection. You did well, Toriku. Though your diplomacy needs some work, a lot of it. But you successfully made your point, and I think he heard you. Naruto finally looked away from the empty window and let out a weary sigh. I think I ruined today's schedule. Not that I'm disappointed about it. The Hokage shrugged and grinned, and the blonde boy finally allowed his tensed muscles to relax as his anger and frustration slowly faded away. Come. I think it would be best if we go back to our accommodations. But first, let's pick up something to eat. Naruto answered with a wide grin as his stomach gave him away with a loud rumble. The two blonde shinobi left the square, a dozen suspicious and nervous glances from various corners and shadows following them. A short knock on the wooden door disturbed Naruto's nap after the not-so-light lunch. Without opening his eyes, he noted the person in front of the door. Baki. Another short knock echoed inside the room, and the blonde finally got up from the comfortable couch and moved toward the impatient shinobi. My apologies for the disturbance, but Kazekage-sama would like to see you immediately. Naruto nodded in understanding, closed the door, and shared a glance with Minato, who had finally stuck his head out from his own bedroom, where he had locked himself up an hour ago to do whatever he was doing. That was quite fast. The Chunin nodded and let out a nervous sigh. Let's go. 10 minutes later, the two blonde shinobi stood in front of a long wooden table, the younger obviously nervous and impatient, while the older had a stoic expression on his fine features. The only thing which helped the younger blonde's nerves was a familiar small figure standing in the background, eyeing them suspiciously. An old woman in her 60s, dressed in gray with pale purple hair, Chio, one of the honored siblings, who had not so long ago given her life for his friend in the past. Or future, depending on how you think about it. The same woman who had locked Shikaku inside Gaara, and the same woman who had designed the seal poorly, pushing him into insanity during his childhood. Gaara's savior, and the cause of his burden at the same time. Naruto fixed his eyes on the back of the Yondaime Kazekage, who was gazing out the window, watching the busy goings-on of the people of Suna, blissfully ignorant of a decision that could seal not only a child's fate, but theirs as well. The leader ran through a short chain of hand signs, and all chakra signatures outside the room disappeared. I will do anything for the sake of Sunagakure no Sato. I am willing to sacrifice everything for this village, and my family knows this very well. Naruto tensed and clenched his hands into fists, as he started to feel the anger slowly bubbled inside his mind once again. The village needs the power of the one-tailed beast. The Kazekage finally turned around, and ran his dark eyes over the three people in the room. But I am also willing to do everything to protect my children. The stern expression melted away from his face for a short second, revealing a man who cared deeply about his family and his village, before his expression hardened again into the well-known stern mask. But it was enough for Naruto to finally relax and let a relieved sigh leave his mouth. I accept your offer. Chio will assist you during the process. The Kazekage made a small nod toward the teen and the Hokage and left the room without a word, leaving the three people alone. A heavy burden disappeared from Naruto's shoulders, his limbs becoming numb from the enormous relief and happiness. Occupied with his own joy, he was not aware of the stabbing gaze from the old woman in the corner. Minato cleared his throat to gain his attention before he started bouncing all over the room, snapping the boy back to reality. The Hokage slowly stepped in front of Chio and made a small, but polite, nod toward the old woman. Chio-san. We would like to start as soon as possible. The old woman nodded and gestured for the two shinobis to follow her to a room on the first floor. She still hadn't said a word, the only hint of emotion she showed were her narrowed eyes and piercing glare, as she rolled open an enormous scroll on a long wooden table. This is the design of Gaara's seal. Naruto whistled at the sight of the design, but only after a minute of silent observation did a troubled frown appear on his and Minato's face. Oba-chan. This is very, creative, I have to admit. Chio's eyes visibly twitched at the cocky honorific. Minato observed the seal for a long moment before he also turned to the elderly woman. Is there a copy? The woman's eyes narrowed dangerously. There isn't. And you aren't allowed to bring this out of the room. Minato nodded, but Naruto couldn't suppress a snort. Oba-chan, we won't steal this sloppy design. It's not worth it. But we will need proper equipment. Brushes, ink, some paper to work on. The small group stayed in silence for a long half-hour, while each of them examined every aspect of the complex seal. Naruto felt like his head was going to explode after 20 minutes with the enormous amount of information on the fine paper. The effects, the after effects, and the reactiveness of each individual symbol, kanji, curl, and line, the delicate balance between the two sides of the meridian, the interactions between each element. He could compare its complexity only to his own now that he could see the fine details, aside from the mistakes which allowed Shikaku to speak his mind to Gaara more than necessary. Erosenin stated earlier that his designs were wonky and that it was shocking that he hadn't blown something up yet. He had confidence in his knowledge and experience, but seeing this seal crushed it to small pieces when he realized just how much was missing in regards to the fine details of Fuinjutsu. The only fields he had absolute confidence in were the barriers that he used to hide him and all of his companions' presence and give them protection during the war, and in his own seal, which he knew like the back of his hand. He glanced toward his father, and he noted with relief that his azure eyes traveled from symbol to symbol, sometimes nodding to himself, sometimes frowning or mumbling under his breath, while his paper slowly started to fill with notes. Minato Namikaze was a real seal master with great knowledge. Naruto himself wasn't a theoretical man, and though his knowledge about Fuinjutsu was still very advanced, it was mostly chaotic. Without a proper teacher, Naruto had learned mainly from old scrolls and simple trial and error. It had been hard and painful, literally. An exploding seal right in your face is a pain in the ass. Learning from his previous failures had been his method back then. He had only gotten help with the basics, thanks to Ma and Pa and occasionally Kakashi-sensei. His mind slowly drifted away from the room, toward one of his memories where everything had started. Naruto leaned over an enormous scroll, examining the complex black pattern on the approximately 100-year-old document. A frown appeared on his face as his eyes drifted from the symbols toward the specification. A seal that would be able to capture hundreds of people in one go, sealing away their souls forever, regardless of their power. Half of the pattern had been lost during the years, the ink faded away, and a large chunk of paper was missing from the left corner, taking a piece of the design with it. The blond man dropped his head to the table, eyeing the design millimeters from his face. If I could do it, if I... A defeated sigh left his soft lips, while the ancient paper rustled from the harsh wind on the rough table, filling his nose with its odd smell. He heard a soft voice behind his back, but he didn't need to turn around to know who it was. "What are you doing here, Sai?" "That is my line. It's almost midnight. You should rest, Naruto." The blonde waved a dismissive hand, while the black-haired shinobi approached him and glanced down at the table. Talking still felt strange. He still subconsciously worried over how he worded his sentences, and his voice still lacked tone. Sometimes it still felt dead. "What are you doing?" "Nothing. Just thinking." Naruto shrugged and straightened himself. "What am I thinking? I haven't even got the dexterity for it. I don't even know how to hold a brush properly and dash dot." Naruto stayed silent for a long minute before his eyes widened and he hopped from his seat and grabbed the other teen's shoulders. "Sai, you have to teach me calligraphy." The always stoic and emotionless ex-root Anbu raised a curious eyebrow. "I'm happy that you are interested in the arts, but I don't think this is the proper time for that." "Don't be ridiculous. I don't want to paint flowers and birdies or anything like that. I need it for Fuinjutsu." The black-haired teen swept Naruto's hands from his shoulders. "You are not capable of learning that. Fuinjutsu requires patience, precision, and a level head. You lack all of them. You are clumsy, impatient, and hot-headed. The exact opposite of the requirements. Not to mention your subpar intelligence." His words once again lacked most of his emotions. "This isn't about can or can't. I have to learn it, Databeo." Sai slowly shook his head. "You don't have a proper teacher. You don't have enough time. Just perfecting calligraphy require years. Time isn't an object. How long does it take?" "I learned it for 3 years, for at least 2 hours a day." 3 years, for 2 hours a day. I can do that amount of training in 2 days or less if I push myself." "Naruto, that is impossible. There is no way you dash." "Sai, I mastered 3 other elements in weeks, which needs decades of training for someone else. I can do it. I have to do it." The black-haired teen watched him for a long moment, fixing his emotionless eyes on the determined blue pools, and in the end he let out a defeated sigh. "I'm definitely going to regret this." Naruto gave a foxy grin. Sai finally really sounded like he was annoyed. In a day, every corner of Mount Mayaboku was filled with blonde teens, frowning, hissing, bitching above scrolls, papers or soft sand with a stick, their hands and clothes stained with black ink but their identical blue eyes filled with determination and stubbornness, while they copied the kanji countless times over and over again. Naruto blinked when he felt the soft hand of his father on his shoulder. When looked around, he realized that Chio wasn't there anymore. "When did Oba-chan leave?" Minato raised an eyebrow at the sensing genius. "Just 5 minutes ago. Is everything all right, Toraku? You look disturbed." The blonde rubbed his eyes and leaned back against his seat. "I'm all right. It's just I will never understand how anyone could do this without caring about the consequences, looking at humans and bijus as mere tools and weapons." Minato watched his brother for a long minute. "You know a lot about the bija and Jinchuriki." "I do, Databeo." "Be careful." Naruto only dismissively waved a mental hand at Kurama. "Human sacrifice, balance between the countries. Bullshit. All it comes down to is power. Power that could ruin the life of someone who didn't even ask for it. The bija aren't brainless monsters. They also want peace and freedom. But shinobi use them and the Jinchuriki as mere tools. It's wrong in so many ways. I hope one day they will understand each other. The biju, the Jinchuriki, and every shinobi." Minato observed the young boy in front of him with his azure eyes. He never thought about those things in such a way. But for a biju and its Jinchuriki to understand each other was equivalent to Iwa and Konoha making nice over dinner. "I understand your point, and I feel the same way. Using a child to create a Jinchuriki is unthinkable to me. I would never do that willingly. A sarcastic snort left Naruto's mouth. You would do it without a second thought. I wouldn't. Naruto felt his eye twitch in his irritation, but it was short-lived. He was already over that. Maybe you will face with something that doesn't give you any other choice. If that time comes, you would do it without hesitation. You are the same as the Kazekage in more ways than you think. If it was for the sake of Konoha, you would throw away your life with a smile on your face. I will cross that bridge if I come to it. But for now, I would never do that. Naruto watched his father, with his burning blue eyes. His previous irritation and small amount of anger slowly disappeared, and it was replaced with an unnatural amount of calmness. The blond boy averted his piercing gaze, a soft smile appearing on his fine features. If a time like that comes, you won't have to make that choice. You will get a family to look after. I won't let you die, Databeo. Minato stayed silent for a long, awkward minute, chewing on the words carefully, his eyes locked on the form of his brother. He knew very well what his brother just offered to him. His own life. To seal away a bijou, a sacrifice was more than likely necessary. Especially for the stronger ones who required a complex seal. The QB, for example. Complete silence fell on the let the topic go before he said something else he would regret later, emptying his mind and his aching soul, and concentrated on their task, fix the seal and save Gaara's sanity. While he focused on the seal, he was oblivious to the piercing blue eyes locked on him, sparkling with awe, pride, and concern. The hours passed with small arguments and countless ideas on the half-dozen rough sketches and notes, until the day finally passed, taking with it Naruto's wakefulness. Exhaustion and lack of sleep slowly overwhelmed his weary mind. He passed out in his chair, his head rested on crossed arms on the desk. The room was silent. Only the muffled sounds of crackling paper and the soft ruffle of the brush broke it from time to time. Chio had come back an hour later, suspiciously watching the two blondes work. In the end, she had to admit the brat was right. The seal allowed too much space for Shikaku to influence the vessel. Her dark eyes drifted toward the sleeping blonde teen, listening to his small snore, the peaceful and almost childish expression on his face, the small twitching of his eyelids when his mind drifted into a dream. No shinobi would sleep this deep inside enemy territory. It didn't matter who their companion was, Hokage or not. Fortunately for the unconscious blonde, the faint mumbles that left his soft lips were indiscernible. Her eyes drifted to the also obviously weary Hokage, who worked on the last details of the new design that would be able to fuse with the old seal without much problem. Chio was disappointed in the Kazekage, maybe even angry, but mostly confused. She couldn't understand this whole situation. She couldn't understand neither the Kazekage's decision nor the Hokage's. Why? Her voice cracked from her age, and stabbed the silence like a knife. Minato had finished his last brush stroke and glanced up at her with a questioning raised eyebrow. Why are you doing this? Chio continued. Fixing the seal gives you nothing. There is no rational reason for you to do this for our sake. The Hokage gave a warm smile and glanced toward the sleeping teen on the table. Gaining a strong ally is rational enough, don't you think, Chio-san? The old woman narrowed her eyes. Alliance means nothing. All it is an empty promise on a sheet of paper. In war, Konoha will act only for her own sake, just like she did before. It is true that alliances didn't mean too much during the last war, but the world changes, villages change, leaders change. Sometimes you must let the changes happen to see a new world. Chio's eye twitched. Handing a weapon to your former enemy's hand isn't rational, and isn't enough cause for an alliance. How do you know you can trust us? Minato stayed silent for a long moment, and his eyes traveled toward the peacefully sleeping form of his brother again. Don't misjudge my actions, Chio-san. I don't trust you, nor does the Kazekage trust me. That is why you are here watching us in the first place, is it not? But I do trust my brother. I trust his dreams and his goals. That is why I am doing this. The old lady didn't respond, and her face showed only confusion. Minato let out a weary sigh before he parted his soft lips to continue his explanation. I wasn't planning on bringing this issue up. It's your own home affair, not Konoha's. But Toriku is solicitous about this child's future, and he convinced me to do so. That boy over there holds great power, and could one day bring great changes to the shinobi world. Minato didn't say anything more, simply turning back to his work to finish the final details, while Chio moved her eyes toward the sleeping young man, and she also stayed in silence for the rest of the day, burrowed inside her own mind, together with her thoughts. Kazekage-sama. The two from Konoha have finished the design. We are preparing to modify the seal in the early afternoon. The leader of Suna nodded, but didn't turn around from the large windows of his office. He simply stood there, arms folded behind his back, watching the empty streets of his sleeping village. Chio slowly stepped next to her leader, and without a word joined him in his occupation. For a long while no one said a word to break the silence until the old woman finally opened her wrinkled mouth. Suna can take care of her own problems. Why do you let Konoha interfere with our home affairs? The Kage stood in silence, his eyes focused on a mother and her small child on the streets, before he finally answered. It's peaceful, isn't it? Chio raised an eyebrow, but nodded. Yes, it is. I intend to keep it that way. At any cost. You can't trust them. The Kage stayed silent for another long minute, lost in his thoughts, before he finally opened his mouth to answer. I don't trust them. His eyelids closed around his dark eyes, weighed down by his own thoughts, lost in his mind. But that boy, he made me wonder about myself. Dark and old eyes twitched. That boy. Again that boy. Months ago, Jiraiya told me something about that boy, when the Hokage first sent him here to distract me during the negotiations. The Kage didn't open his eyes as his thoughts wandered back to 2 months ago. He is someone like you and I were once, before we lost ourselves in the shinobi world. He still carries and gives goodwill to anybody without considering who he gave it to. Now I know what he meant at that time. The Kage finally turned toward the small and old woman for the first time since she entered the office. Do the sealing as soon as possible, Chio-san. The old woman nodded, realizing that her Kage had closed their conversation and made his final decision. She left the room without any further comment, but her thoughts still did not settle. Naruto ran his eyes over the ink-black pattern running across the room like a spider web. There were only a few words that could describe the enormous and complex seal. It started from the center of the ceiling, ran across the walls, over the floor, and connected again on a dais positioned under the starting point. Together with Minato and Chio, they had spent 3 hours painting the seal without a minute's rest. The faint scent of the Kazekage's blood, which was mixed with the ink, filled his sensitive nose, and he couldn't restrain himself from grimacing. He heard some faint footsteps from the passage, and the Kazekage appeared in the door, his not-so-calm wife hooked to his arm. Naruto sent an encouraging warm smile toward Karura and stepped forward to help her navigate without stepping on any of the patterns. Everything will be alright, Karura-san. I promise. The woman answered only with a weak smile. Please take off your overclothes. Naruto felt a small amount of killing intent slowly started to fill the room from the direction of the Kazekage, but the woman obeyed after a hesitant second, revealing her round tummy and soft skin. The blonde teen handed the clothes over to the Kazekage, carefully avoiding his eyes, then picked up the woman and gently placed her on the dais, careful not to ruin the pattern below her. Please don't move. Karura nodded with her eyes, and Minato and Chio finally also appeared in the door. The blonde teen crouched down for the brush and the remaining ink, to finish the seal. Precise black strokes appeared on the woman's skin, on her arms, legs, writhing toward her round tummy where they concentrated into a small whirling pattern around her belly button. Naruto once again ran his eyes over the pattern, looking for any errors, any misplaced or shaky strokes, and made a satisfied nod when he found nothing. He locked his azure blue eyes with Karura. Her face was calm, but Naruto could see the fear and concern behind her eyes. He sent another encouraging smile, but the fear didn't vanish. He glanced over his shoulder and noted that the stern look had disappeared from the Kazekage's face. His dark eyes mirrored the same worry as his wife's. Kazekage-sama. Could you come here, please? The leader narrowed his eyes, but nodded in the end and carefully moved to the center where his wife was laying almost naked, avoiding the pattern. His always rigid eyes widened when the blonde boy simply reached out for his hand, but his rising anger immediately flushed away when he gently placed it under his wife's palm. There. You are here as a husband and as a father. You can act like that. A soft smile appeared on Minato's face, and he also stepped into the middle of the room, facing his brother. Are you ready, Toriku? Naruto glanced at the Kazekage, who also gave an approving nod, and then he slowly leaned closer to the laying woman in front of them. Karura-san. This might be unpleasant, but please bear it and don't move. The woman hesitantly nodded with her eyes, then she immediately locked them with his husband's, who gave her a soft, caring smile in response. Naruto made one final nod and turned toward Minato. Identical blue pools locked after one last inspection of the design. They stayed in silence for a long moment, before they both started to run through an enormously long chain of hand signs, perfectly mimicking each other's movement, like they were just looking into a mirror. When they reached the last sign, they froze in motion and the pattern around them glowed with a yellow light for a second. Then the glow immediately faded away, leaving the original black ink color. The seal suddenly flinched and started to writhe into Karura's belly, inside her womb toward the small life under her pounding heart. The two blonde shinobi remained frozen, only their expressions shifting to intense concentration, while the seal slowly and submissively moved to overwrite the old one. Nothing could be heard in the room aside from the ruffling sound as the seal moved and the increasingly labored breathing of the two seal masters. Their bodies and minds started to become weary from the joint effort, while their chakra surged into the seal without break. After half an hour of sheer effort, the remains of the pattern suddenly stopped moving, and a wobble ran through it. A painful hiss left Karura's squeezed lips, and Naruto could distantly feel as the Kazekage's muscles tensed and their hands squeezed each other's until their joints became white. Naruto clenched his eyes and teeth shut, as did Minato, as they focused more and more chakra into the seal. Naruto's left eye suddenly twitched and his face started to mirror irritation along with the concentration. "Shit, stupid Tanuki!" Naruto pressed the words through his teeth unconsciously as his mind filled with Shikaku's yelling, hissing voice. "Just stay still, you bitching idiot!" He could feel his bloodlust, his struggle against the new seal, his last desperate attempt to break free, attacking the small seams and openings left between the new and old seals before the two completely merged together. Minato restrained himself from glancing toward his brother and breaking his concentration. "I won't let you mess with his head, Databeo." The two blondes pressed more and more chakra into the seal, and the wobble slowly died down, the seal continuing to inch toward Karura's belly. A relieved breath left Karura's lips as the tension disappeared. The two Konoha shinobi mimicked the action, unaware of the Kazekage's sudden glances toward them. The seal finally twitched one last time before quickening its movement as the last kanji and symbol disappeared from the walls and Karura's skin, into her belly. Minato slowly stepped backwards to lean against the wall for support, and wiped the sweat from his forehead, while Naruto simply dropped to the ground, finally allowing his weary body to catch its breath and rest. A small chuckle left his mouth, and it slowly increased into a satisfied laugh as the adrenaline left his body and his muscles started to tremble from the strain. "That was close." Minato nodded and stepped back up to the dais while the Kazekage gently helped his wife to sit up. "Karura-san, you must be weary. Please rest," Minato instructed her gently. The woman only nodded with a weak smile on her face, before almost immediately closing her eyes and drifting into unconsciousness. The Kazekage stiffened and folded his arms around his wife to give her support, his eyes filled with concern and fear. Minato sent a small reassuring smile toward the leader. "She is okay. Just sleeping. The sealing was successful." The Kage nodded, lifted his softly breathing wife into his arms, wrapped her clothes around her, and started to leave the room. He turned around at the doorstep and made a deep bow toward the two weary blondes. "Thank you." With this he simply left, together with Chio, leaving Naruto and Minato alone in the now empty room. Minato offered a hand to his brother, who gratefully accepted the help and straightened himself. Minato eyed the teen for a long moment with curious eyes. "You really heard Shikaku?" The Chunin snorted and grimaced. "Even I can't blaspheme as elaborately as that damn Tanuki." Minato let out a soft chuckle and grabbed his brother's shoulder. "Come. I think we deserve a long nap." A wide grin appeared on Naruto's face, and suddenly every bit of weariness left his body as realization hit him hard on the head. "I did it. We did it." His limbs became numb by the relief, and a great burden disappeared from his shoulders. He felt the urge to bounce around the room, to scream and shout and laugh maniacally, and only Minato's presence restrained him from doing so. The satisfied grin never left his face as they reached their accommodations, where the two shinobi simply collapsed on the bed for a well-deserved rest. Four forms stood in the enormous passage carved into the yellowish rock. The desert was still chilly after the ice-cold night, but the early beams of the rising sun, already starting to stroke the land, would soon warm up the dunes and golden sea to an almost unbearable level. However, the early beams brought only pleasant warmth to the four people. After the sealing, the negotiations moved in a different direction. The mood was lighter and agreements were drawn with increased speed. The discussions were successful and everything pointed toward a fruitful alliance between Konoha and Suna. Soon, traders would fill the route between the two villages to exchange goods as per the arrangement, hopefully creating more missions for both ninja villages. The two leaders also agreed that Konoha would only accept an assignment from the Wind Daimyo together with Suna, and vice versa. The dark eyes of the Kazekage locked with azure ones, before moving to another pair identical to the first. The four forms silently waited for each other, gathering their thoughts for a final goodbye before the duo left the land of wind. A sudden small smile appeared on the Kazekage's face, mirrored on his wife's fine features, whose hands rested on her round tummy. "Hokage-sama. I wish you a safe travel." Minato mimicked the smile and gave a small bow in response, as Naruto did the same to Karura. "Thank you, Kazekage-sama. I think it's time for us to leave." The leader nodded and a wide grin appeared on the Chunin's face. Next time we meet, Karura-san, I hope you will be carrying a healthy auburn-haired boy in your arms. The woman gave a warm smile. We don't know the gender yet. A small chuckle left Naruto's mouth. Oh, trust me. He will be a boy with the potential to surpass you, Kazekage-sama. The leader narrowed his eyes, but in the end a small, almost invisible half-smile appeared on his face, erasing his stern expression. That is the duty of the younger generation. Minato smiled and nodded in agreement. Suddenly, a small grunt left his mouth as his blonde companion slapped his back, forcing out a small amount of air from his lungs and earning himself an angry glance from his Hokage. I'm sure he will be a good friend to Minato's, could have a slumber party or something when they're older. The named shinobi narrowed his eyes and returned the slap to the back of Naruto's head. It's really time for us to leave. Minato gave a very small, polite bow, and even though Naruto was rubbing the back of his head with a whining sound, he still forced out a small pathetic bow as well. The two figures left the passage to enter the never-ending sea of sand. The Kazekage tilted his head to the side, watching the two blonde men in the distance, obviously poking at each other until the Chunin started to run to avoid a blow from the Hokage. The wind blew their voices away, but a loud laugh still reached him, forcing the Kage's face into a smile. The leader slowly shook his head and turned around to head back to the village center, together with his softly chuckling wife. The two blonde shinobi reached the borders of the Land of Fire in 2 days. The sight of never-ending green woods warmed Naruto up from head to toe. It didn't matter how much he liked the nights in the desert, seeing green after the long week in Suna was just priceless. The blonde teen stretched his arms behind his head while they walked on the narrow path, deep inside the woods. It's good to be finally home. The Hokage chuckled and nodded. Feeling homesick after just 1 week away? Naruto only shrugged in response, and they continued their silent walk down the path. Hey Minato. Is the offer still up for a room in the Hokage mansion? The Hokage sent him a warm smile. Of course. I take it your answer is a yes? Naruto nodded and a wide grin appeared on their faces. They walked beside each other, Naruto with his eyes closed, using his senses to walk on the pathway, and unaware of the wondering look on his companion's face as he watched him. I was wondering. Naruto opened an eye and glanced toward Minato from the corner of his curiously. Could you help me with something? The Chunin raised an eyebrow, and finally turned his head to face with Minato. It depends, but it's good to hear the almighty Hokage ask for a lowly Chunin's help. A cocky grin appeared on his face, forcing Minato to roll his eyes. Don't push it, I can assign you to nothing else but D-rank missions for the rest of the year. A furious snort left his mouth in response to the threat, but it was replaced with a shiver that ran through his spine at the thought of gardening, babysitting and running after lost cats. You wouldn't dare. Try me. Naruto narrowed his eyes, eyeing the emotionless face of the Hokage for a long minute, weighing how serious his threat was. You are really messed up in the head. The Hokage chuckled in response and stopped on the path. So, will you help? I don't even know if I'm able to, so just spit it out. A wide grin appeared on the Hokage's face. You are really good at elemental manipulation, and beside me you are the only one with wind affinity who I trust enough with this. Minato simply raised his hand and opened his palm, and almost immediately a spinning, azure blue chakra globe appeared between his fingers. The hair on the back of Naruto's neck instantly stood up as his senses filled with the powerful chakra, swirling with insane speed inside the perfect ball. He needed every bit of his self-control to restrain himself from saying anything stupid and make sure that the muscles on his face remained stoic. He already knew what his father wanted from him, and inside his mind he felt like he was 12 again, jumping up and down in his excitement, shouting and grinning like a maniac. Naruto forced himself to remain outwardly calm and tilted his head to the side, eyeing the so familiar and dear technique with curiosity. The blonde forced the muscles on his face to move and mirror confusion, while he looked back to his father with a questioning look. Nice. Minato raised an eyebrow, and couldn't keep the disappointment from his face. Nice? That is all you can say? This is my pride and joy, beside the Hiraishin, and all you can say is nice? His shoulders slumped in defeat, letting the blue orb disappear. Naruto finally gathered himself, and immediately started to backtrack. I didn't mean nice in a bad way, I mean nice as in super badass. I know how hard it is to create something like that. Minato raised an eyebrow at his brother, desperately trying to save the situation, and in the end, a chuckle forced itself out, and he simply waved a dismissive hand. Okay, I have to admit it's not as fancy as some of your techniques, but it's still powerful like hell. Naruto nodded, agreeing. Despite the fact that he learned and developed dozens of new and powerful jutsu, the foundation of his strongest ones was still the Rasengan. No jutsu other than the Rasengan's variants were strong enough to break through Madara's defenses. What was that technique? Naruto asked with a curious tone. That was Rasengan. It's still incomplete. Anytime I try to add wind element it just breaks down. Naruto nodded and tapped his chin to show he was thinking about the solution, that he actually already knew. So will you help me to solve this little problem? Naruto stayed in silence for a long minute, while his thoughts raced inside his head. What if I just show him? What if I let him finish the technique? He won't be able to throw it like I can without Sage Mode. Will he be able to use it without damaging himself? Maybe with the Hiraishin it could be used in a safe way. He slowly shook his head to clear it from the hundreds of disturbing questions. I have time to decide. A wide grin appeared inside his mind when he realized that he would get the opportunity to use Rasengan in the future without revealing himself, not to mention the remaining jutsus in his arsenal which were developed directly from it. I don't know yet. Maybe I could help. A wide smile appeared on Minato's face. Deal. When we arrive home, I'll teach you the Rasengan. Why not while we are traveling? Minato chuckled in response. The only one who knows it, besides me, is Jiraiya-sensei, and it took him more than 2 months to learn it. I know you are a genius in some ways, but it's a complex technique. A foxy grin appeared on Naruto's face, already calculating the possibilities. I got confidence in myself. I will learn it before we reach the gates of Konoha. Toriku, that's less than 2 days. There is no way you are dash. Wanna bet? The Hokage raised an eyebrow as a cunning expression appeared on his face, but he only got another foxy grin in response, which forced him to frown. In the end, he just waved away his doubts, his mind already looking for the prize he was going to win without even moving a finger. A wide grin appeared on his face also, and raised a hand toward the Chunin. Cunning little brat. You are as sly as a fox. I have a good teacher. A pleased snort echoed inside his mind, together with the chuckling of Kurama. Deal. If you aren't able to learn it before we reach the gates, you will do any repairs, the painting, and move every single piece of furniture into the new house. Alone. The grin only grew wider on Naruto's face, almost reaching both of his ears. A thought popped up inside his head, how his small prank would be just perfect for his father. Deal. And if I learn it, you will be the one who'll do that, without any help or jutsu. It wouldn't be fair if you just use Hiraishin to move everything, while I have to drag everything through the whole village with my clones. Oh, and creating a D-rank mission for it isn't acceptable. You will do it with your bare hands and with your pretty face. Minato nodded, his confidence never leaving him, while Naruto was cackling inside his head like a maniac, together with Kurama, already imagining how Minato would run with the boxes and furniture through the streets of Konoha, covered in paint from head to toe. So, when do we start? The Chunin chirped inside Minato's ear with a sing-song voice, while Minato tapped his chin as he gathered his thoughts. We will reach a small village in an hour. I need to pick up some tools for your training. Naruto nodded, and the two blondes headed toward their destination, to get some balloons and rubber balls for sure. Minato Namikaze felt himself steadily lose his confidence as he watched his younger brother pop the second balloon filled with water with a cocky grin on his face only after an hour of practice. He restrained himself from letting his mouth fall open and the gulp rise inside his throat at the thought that he might have to carry everything through the middle of the village alone. He slowly shook his head to ease away the image of his total pillory. A small hope rose inside his chest. The next stages will be much harder. There is absolutely no way he will succeed with them. Hey brat! Slow down. Do you know how hard it is to do something badly when you know how to do it right? It's hard for me to mess up on purpose. A snort echoed inside his mind. That's just unbelievable. You normally have a natural talent for messing things up. Hey! When was the last time I messed up anything? His only answer was total silence. Okay, don't answer that. But it's still hard. Then try harder. Use your stubborn brain. Naruto rolled his eyes mentally, while Minato handed another ball to him, this time made of hard rubber, and explained the next step, just as Jiraiya had while they were looking for Tsunade to ask her to become the Godaima Hokage after Sarutobi's death. Naruto let out a sigh when his thoughts wandered toward the snake Sannin. He could be anywhere, doing his experiments undisturbed, and who knows how many people had already died by his hands since he came back to the past. I should find him and just kick his ass. Great plan, discounting only one tiny little problem. Naruto mentally narrowed his eyes, looking for what the fox referred. Do not interfere until it is absolutely necessary. That was our deal. Concentrate rather on the ball in your hand because it's about to pop. Naruto let out a weary sigh unconsciously. I can't just let him have his way in the shadows a second time around. Hey! What if I give some hints to Minato? Or to the old man? And how will you explain your knowledge? Naruto made a mental shrug. I don't know. You're the brains. Think of something. I'm glad you finally admit it. Naruto unconsciously rolled his eyes in irritation. Fortunately, Minato had fixed his eyes and senses on the small rubber ball in his hand, unaware of the small motion and his silent conversation. What if I just sneak inside the office and left a message? And if they caught you? I've been able to sneak around Anbu since I was 6. They won't catch me. Do you think they will do anything with an anonymous letter that states that one of their greatest shinobi and hero kills people in the shadows? Naruto frowned mentally. You got a point. If I only at least knew one of the places where he does his things, I can lead them there. I could say that I sensed what was happening or something. Naruto, if you interfere too much you won't know what will happen. We've already spoke about this time after time. I can't just sit and wait. And yet you still don't understand the precarious position you are in. I understand exactly what position I am in. A sudden bang interrupted their argument, and the blonde Chunin blinked down to his hands, with wide eyes. Shit. Yes. Shit is a good word, idiot. Shit. Naruto turned his head toward the voice, and found a gaping Minato looking back at him with wide eyes, disbelief written all over his face. Naruto made a mental shrug and sent a foxy grin toward the Hokage, who resembled a fish on the ground gasping for air. Minato was struggling between feelings of enormous pride, from the fact his brother was a damn genius, and concern that there was a chance that he might lose this bet. So, I would like my room to be orange. Minato flung his eyes from the empty hand of his brother toward the blue eyes, and raised a disbelieving eyebrow. Orange? Yes. Orange. There is something wrong with you in the head. And you will be the one who will paint your room orange, not me. The Hokage slowly shook his head as he forced his voice to sound more confident than he felt. The image of himself covered in orange paint was already starting to form inside his mind, forcing a grimace on his face. The Hokage of Konohagaku no Sato stepped through the village gates with a perished expression on his face, his head hung on his chest in defeat and his eyes wide, continuously muttering his disbelief. On the other hand, his young blonde companion marched inside the gates, casually grinning from ear to ear. The duo passed the 2 curious Chunin guards. One of them started to open his mouth, but he immediately closed it when the Hokage sent him a sharp glare that promised pain and suffering in the form of at least 1 month of long D-ranked missions if he dared to ask anything. In the middle of the village, Minato finally braced himself, and turned toward his companion with a straight face. We will meet tomorrow. I have to speak with Sarutobi before I go home. Naruto nodded, still grinning widely. Inside his mind a small amount of excitement had already formed. He was also curious of what he would find at home. Or more accurately, what his clone had found while they were out of town. He could feel that the seal on the door was still untouched and the clone had not dispersed, meaning he had remained undetected and undisturbed. The blonde Chunin headed toward his apartment, and stepped inside his flat after 10 minutes of silent walking, the whole way carefully restraining himself from breaking out into a run through Konoha in his excitement. His heart pounded faster and faster from the exhilaration as he dropped his bag onto the floor and grabbed the door handle to the bathroom, practically ready to tear the door open. He immediately felt the sudden spike of chakra inside his head as the security seal disappeared and the small amount of his own chakra left inside the seal returned to him. Naruto let out a long, calming breath before he stepped inside the bathroom. His eyes immediately fixed themselves on the corner. A satisfied grin appeared on his face when only the empty corner looked back at him. He had been away for longer than he had first thought he would be, so he had been hoping the chakra that he'd pumped inside the seal was enough to last until he did get back. His experienced hands ran through a short chain of hand signs, and the barriers disappeared from the corner, revealing a very weary-looking blonde teen, already out of sage mode to avoid detection since the barriers were down. The clone let out an enormous yawn and slowly straightened himself, obviously trying to tease the real Naruto whose curiosity had risen to an unbearable level. So? The clone made a half-smile, and slowly shook his head. Sorry, boss. It's almost as if they just disappeared from the face of the earth. I found every damn shinobi in Fire Country and the majority of shinobi in the other elemental countries, except Madara and Obito. The blonde Chunin let out a disappointed sigh and ran a hand through his golden locks. The clone clasped his shoulder reassuringly, then disappeared, leaving behind nothing more than a small cloud filled with the last remains of his already fading chakra. Naruto walked toward his bedroom, reaching his bed with its soft white pillows just in time as the exhaustion of his replica finally hit him with full force. In the next second the blonde Chunin collapsed onto the bed with a moan. The memories of his clone forcefully continued to pop up picture by picture. A frown appeared below his closed eyelids as memories pinpointing the chakra signatures of the once, or future, depending on how you think of it, Akatsuki members appeared. But it was replaced with a soft smile when he found the still-living Yahiko, a probably disturbed Zabuza, an enthusiastic killer bee, and even the almost invisible chakra of a toddler Haku. Naruto, finally overwhelmed by exhaustion, drifted into a dreamless sleep. Chapter 16. Lily for the Living. The warm beams of the afternoon sun stroked his skin like a tender lover, while the breeze playfully caught his golden locks, twisting, picking and tugging them childishly around his fine features. Uzumaki Naruto silently stood in front of an obsidian stone, his sight locked on the always shiny surface which already held hundreds of names. His blue orbs ran through the names carved into the stone, then unconsciously moved to other empty parts of the memorial that he knew would eventually be filled with familiar names if he failed. His eyes locked onto a particular point, where the black stone was spotted with copper-colored flecks and fine curves, the place where his father's and mother's names were or would be carved onto its surface. His hands locked harder onto the soft stem of the one single, pure white Madonna lily that he picked up from Inoichi's newly opened flower store. A half-smile appeared on his face when the image popped up of the surprised and confused interrogator while he had handed over the flower. He was sure he would receive questions later, but he didn't care this time. He wanted to do this, and it had to be done. Naruto squeezed the stem one more time, before he placed it lightly in front of the memorial, and gently stroked its cold surface with his hand unconsciously. His teeth painfully clenched together, while sorrow overwhelmed his mind. Kurama silently withdrew into the deepest part of his mind, leaving as much private space for his mourning as he could manage. The blonde teen silently mourned for people still alive or not even born yet, for people not aware of their own death. He mourned for his still living and breathing parents, for his friends, for his precious people, for the people of Konoha and the other nations, and for the countless nameless shinobi and civilians from all over the elemental countries who had given their lives for only one cause: to live free in a real world, to defeat Madara and the Jubi, to defend him. Naruto spirited away from Konoha and sunk deep into the ink-black abyss of his grief to mourn for the living for one last time. A lean figure stood above an unmoving and lifeless form on the ground, between unnatural forms. The chirping of thousands of birds slowly died down, while the blue glow slowly faded away from the corners and sides of the cube around them. Hatake Kakashi slowly shook his head and let out a long and weary breath, his silver locks following the movement, slowly swinging together with his head in the motion. He could only distantly feel as someone gently placed his hand on his shoulder and squeezed it reassuringly, trying to shake him from his stupor back to reality. "Sensei, let's go." Kakashi slowly nodded with the last sane remains of his mind, showing that despite his blank look he acknowledged his voice. A piece of his heart and mind died once more, together with the shadow of his once teammate, as did a small amount of his own sanity. He had seen him die once, and now he had killed him once more. "We have to get back. Now!" The Jounin flinched and finally turned his head toward the source of the loud voice to face his student. The shadow of his memories darkened his eyes, and for a second, just for a brief second, he saw his own sensei in front of him. He felt Minato's gentle hands on his shoulders. He saw his blonde locks, his long white coat swinging behind him, instead of his student's. The apparition gently faded away, but one thing remained. The piercing azure orbs, identical to his once sensei's eyes, watching him with concern. Eyes, which were the last remains of his former team, and maybe the last things that held together his sanity. They reminded him of every single one of his losses, his acts, his failures. However, now those eyes gave him more than just sorrow, guilt, and painful memories. They gave him hope. They always gave him hope, pushing him to live and go further even when he was allowed only to watch him from the shadows, fearing that someone would connect the dots before he was able to defend himself. "Naruto, let's get out of here." The blonde teen only nodded in response, determination shining in his blue eyes. For weary and bloody forms appeared next to the three commanders of the allied shinobi forces. Their eyes ran over the battlefield, several of them wide from the loss of numbers. Others were forced by willpower to look calm and collected, belonging to shinobi whose hearts were hardened into stone by the years. Gaara frantically searched the fields, desperately looking for his people and his siblings. A long, relieved sigh left his tight chest, when he spotted two familiar forms far away, still fighting. A calm and commanding tone kicked him out from his own small word. "Darui! Report! Raikage-sama, Uchiha Obito, the one known as Tobi, has been eliminated. Our forces are now fighting against the real Uchiha Madara and the Jubi. It seems that their forces are slowly falling. The sealing team is preparing an attempt to seal away the two of them in one attack. They need a lot of time to prepare. We have also suffered great losses in every division. More than half of our forces have fallen, and our headquarters dash." The young commander suddenly shut his mouth, looking for the words to describe their situation, but he found none that could even nearly do it justice. Two figures appeared beside them suddenly, and golden light illuminated weary and bloody faces all around them. A stunned blonde teen swung his head around, desperately looking for someone. His mouth moved to ask a question, though he already knew the answer. Where is the Godaime? Where is Tsunade Bachan? 4 pairs of eyes glanced toward the blonde teen, but no one said a word. They just let the silence fall amongst them as an answer. A hand was placed onto Naruto's already trembling shoulder, but he immediately shook it off violently as soon as it made contact. His hands clenched into fists, his joints becoming white from the strain as he attempted to channel his growing despair somewhere. With an effort that rose above any normal human's, Naruto forced back the lump in his throat and the sting in his eyes. His now foggy azure pools moved toward the hard ground, but he couldn't find any reassurance in the blood-soaked soil. His hazy gaze found the only thing that stood out: a small green leaf. But it was frayed at the edge and not just one crimson stain dyed its surface. He tried, but no matter how much wanted to, he couldn't move his gaze from it. Naruto, she used the last remains of her strength to save us. She is gone. Gaara's voice was uncharacteristically soft, barely loud enough to be called a whisper, but the named boy shook his head violently, still trying to deny the truth with every fiber of his being. His eyes never let go of the small leaf. They were winning, but without Tsunade Bachan, his previous determination and hope for success was slowly starting to fade. It shouldn't be like this, he whispered into the heavy air. Brada! He limped toward the small team, eyeing his leader and his only remaining family member, dwelling on his bloody clothes and wounds without comment. The sounds of the nearby battle somehow became only a distant whisper as everybody retreated into his thoughts for a short, silent minute to salute the fallen. Uzumaki Naruto! Blonde locks followed his head's sudden movement as it swung toward a small, old man with a commanding voice, finally releasing the bloody leaf in front of his foot from his gaze. The Godaime Hokage left an important message for you. A soft, proud smile appeared on the wrinkled face of the Tsuchikage. His features smoothed over, as did his wrinkles, and suddenly, he looked at least a decade younger. You are in charge. The soft smile became almost fatherly before the Tsuchikage continued. The 4 Kage have also agreed to the decision. Welcome to our lines, Rokudame Hokage of Kanahigakura no Sato. Naruto's heart stopped beating for a moment. His lungs forgot to breathe, and his blood froze in his veins as he was overwhelmed by pride and pure joy. Azure eyes trailed across the landscape slowly, taking in every sight, hovering on some spots where he knew his comrades laid, dead or wounded. His joy slowly disappeared as it was replaced by sorrow and maybe a hint, if only a small hint, of regret. Uzumaki Naruto, Konoha's #1 most unpredictable and noisiest ninja, proved one more time that he had earned his moniker. I decline. Silence fell among the people around the Kages and the commanders, while a sour smile appeared behind the dark blue mask of his teacher. I'm not ready for the hat. Not yet. The Kazekage stepped toward his first friend, his eyes soft. However, his usual calm expression never left his face. You just proved that you are ready, my friend. Naruto made a sour smile, but he shook his head. The smile slowly melted into a wide and oh-so-familiar grin. The Nanadame Hokage still sounds good, Databeo. But for the Rokudame, we need someone else. Someone who is more suited to that title in this situation. His eyes traveled toward his sensei, who just stared back with his well-known uninterested and bored expression as always. An explosion shook the ground and all heads turned toward the battlefield, where an enormous tail met with the hard ground. We should continue this after that thing is pounded into the ground, Kakashi stated calmly. A giant black ball formed in front of the enormous mouth of the 10-tailed beast. Black as the deepest abyss of space, but somehow still glowing with a murderous light. The landscape shook when the enormous attack made impact in the middle of the battlefield, sending hundreds of shinobi into the embrace of the death god in an instant. The moans and yelps of the dying echoed throughout the land, while, with another shake of the earth, a tail crashed next to a blonde teen, forcing him to dodge to the side. An unnatural roar echoed along the landscape. A single shadow clone appeared next to Naruto after he formed the familiar cross-like hand sign, and it immediately moved into a meditative stance to gather energy from the dying nature around them. The beast roared once more, and its claws flung in the opposite direction where a handful of shinobi had launched an attack to distract the monster, while the others prepared another distraction so that the sealing team, who waited patiently in the background, could launch into action when their time came. Shikamaru jumped next to the weary blonde teen, his eyes foggy from strain and suppressed emotions, but in the next moment, he was collected again. Naruto! When the sealing team takes action, lead and cover them. You've got 1 more minute to prepare. The blonde teen only nodded in response, and sneaked a peek behind his shoulder to check on his clone. The familiar orange patterns had already formed around his eyes, and the hair on his neck rose as the increasing amount of nature energy flowing toward his copy flew by his ear. The clone suddenly snapped his golden eyes open and immediately jumped toward the two young men to grab them. Their bodies flew helplessly across the battlefield as the copy threw them to safety. Nature's energy hit him as soon as his clone dispersed inside the hell of flames, together with the sealing team, where they had stood not even a second ago with Shikamaru. The memories of his clone appeared inside his head, his guilt, his struggle, and his final decision to save them instead the others, all while they were still flying through midair. A heavy breath left Naruto when the air was forced out from his lungs as his body connected with the hard soil. They finally stopped after plowing a long scar into the hard ground. The place they had previously stood disappeared inside the inferno of an enormous, flaming sphere. The young blonde shinobi jumped to his feet in an instant, ignoring the stabbing pain in his left thigh. A sharp wooden shard stuck out from his muscles, painting red lines all over his orange pants until his blood dripped onto the hard ground to mix with the sea of blood already forming on the battlefield. A small, almost invisible stream twisted between small rocks to meet with another puddle of the red liquid only steps from him, where not even an hour ago he placed down the body of his friend who had once been so blinded by destiny. Weary azure orbs traveled toward the body of Hyuga, then moved to the side and locked onto the body of another comrade. Her dark blue hair was stained with dirt and blood, but the small smile was still frozen on her gentle face. Fortunately, her eyes were closed. He wouldn't have been able to endure this for another second if he had seen the emptiness in her eyes. He had only just accepted her feelings, had just made a promise half an hour ago that he would take her on a date, and they would go out for a ramen when all of this was finished. He was weary and tired. He just wanted to lay down and sleep, and hopefully wake up from this nightmare. Actually, he wasn't just simply tired. He felt dead. Everything went slowly downhill since the four Kage appeared. Everything. And since he declined to become the Rokudaime. The temptation rose inside his chest for a split second, to just let it be, just let the Uchiha do what he wants, let him erase the memories of the war, let him cast the Genjutsu, let him bring the false dream world where everybody is alive. His hands clenched into fists, unconsciously looking for the heat that had been there only an hour ago, when Hinata had been holding his hand until her last breath, never releasing him, not even for a second. The temptation immediately disappeared and was replaced with guilt, squeezing his stomach into a small tight ball. How could he even think about the possibility for a second? Give up? He can't give up. With willpower greater than a normal human, he forced his head to finally turn and release the sight of Hinata's already cooling body. His eyes met with the shocked and wide orbs of his genius classmate, and in that 1 second he saw a hint of raw panic in Shikamaru's obsidian black eyes. No! Without the sealing team Madara! The Nara flung his gaze toward the battle, the panic disappearing and replaced with calculation. Naruto could almost hear as the gears turned and thoughts and plans ran inside his head with insane speed. The young Jounin squeezed his eyes shut for a long moment, before he nodded to himself. Azure eyes locked with red and purple ones as the red glow slowly faded away from them. The golden flames slowly, almost motionlessly, disappeared from his body, while the wooden restraints squeezed him tighter, forcing out a painful hiss from his lips, along with his last remains of Kurama's chakra from his body. You have caused me a big headache. I have to admit this, Kyubi. But you've only managed to slow down my plans. The current ninja world will be destroyed and the infinite Tsukuyomi will be finished even without Obito. I already know how. This is the last time I'll say this, I won't let it. The words were pressed through his clenched teeth, but still sounded powerful and determined. You are injured and out of chakra. Even the Kyubi hasn't got the energy to heal you. Naruto closed his eyes for a second, to reach out for nature's energy, but his already overstrained muscles didn't stop trembling, no matter how desperately he tried to force them to stop. How long will it take, Kurama? I got a situation out here. I know. Hold on just a little bit longer. A sour, but still cocky smile appeared on his face. We haven't got that much time. The fox didn't answer. Just stay still and let me finish my plan, the Uchiha taunted. I'm a stubborn brat, you red-eyed moron! Madara suddenly stiffened and a wide, almost insane grin spread across his face. Finally, they are finished. A confused frown appeared on Naruto's face. Finished? Who? And what did they finish? Madara smirked. Let's just say, I played with some of our very, very old friends. What are you talking about? The ancient Uchiha snorted, then instead of answering Naruto's question a smirk appeared on his face as he replied. Stalling for time? Good plan, however war is already mine. A wooden spear lashed from Madara's chest, aiming for the blonde. Naruto struggled inside his restraints, desperately trying to move out of the way, however the spear never reached him. A tentacle shot forward, deflecting the spear, which embedding itself into the hard soil behind the struggling teen. Byakugan! Naruto! Don't give up! Bro is coming! The Kumo shinobi shouted, while the tentacle slowly moved back into his crouching body. Well, what do we have here? Wooden vines shot toward the heavily panting Kumo Jinchuriki, who didn't have the power to move. B stayed in his hunched position, overwhelmed by his exhaustion, while the wooden vines enclosed around his weary and bloody body without so much as a twitch of his finger. B's body screamed to move, to struggle, to shoot forward and tear away his restraints together with the enemy in front of him. However, in the deep abyss of his mind, he had already given up the fight. The blonde boy finally forced his weary body to stay still, forced his muscles to relax with the last bit of his logical mind, desperately reaching out for nature's energy. When the first flecks of orange appeared around his eyes, the wooden restraints blew into shreds. But before he could reach his comrade, B simply disappeared from sight inside a lazily swirling vortex. Naruto was already reaching out to tear away the wooden vines, but his hands met with empty space. A satisfied chuckle echoed behind him, and when he turned his head toward its source, his eyes met with the pleased expression on Madara's face. I should thank you, Uzumaki Naruto. Without you, I wouldn't be able to capture the eight-tailed this easily. I'm grateful. However, I should leave now. I have some important business with that present of yours. And a meeting with someone else. Madara started to run through hand signs. He didn't stop even for a second when Naruto sprung into action and shot toward the man, his fist already ready to meet his face. However, before it could happen, a satisfied half-smile appeared on Madara's face, then he and the Jubi simply disappeared from the battlefield. Naruto stared at the empty space in front of him for a long second, before he collapsed onto his knees. His brain shut down, forcing out every sound around him. His mind didn't work, his heart didn't beat, and his lungs didn't function, just like before. The yelps and moans around him didn't register in his mind. The soft hands of a pink-haired kunoichi on his shoulders didn't reach him. His eyes were still focused on the vacant area in front of him, where Madara had disappeared. Suddenly the shock wore off, and his eyes finally locked with Sakura's green orbs. After blinking rapidly to clear his foggy mind, muffled voices started to reach his consciousness. Naruto! What happened? The Jubi simply disappeared. The blonde only shook his head as a response, but in the end, he managed to press out words from his lumped throat. He got B. Someone violently grabbed his shoulder and spun him around. His eyes locked with the Raikage's furious but also concerned eyes, forcing him to avert his gaze to escape from the stabbing and demanding glare. He was protecting me and I am sorry. The Raikage slowly released his shoulders and walked farther from the small group, while his voice echoed around them. The remains of our forces are heading back to Wind Country. That is the nearest place, and it will be our new temporary headquarters. We will talk there, Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto sank down into the soft, golden sand to watch the fading light on the horizon. The world around him seemed to burn with orange, gold and brilliant red flames as the setting sun's last beams reached the surface with the waving hot air. A soft, but burning hot breeze ruffled his golden locks, picking up the small grains of sand, mixing it with his hair, hiding them under his clothes. But it still felt pleasant and peaceful instead of irritating. With small movements of his toes, he dug his foot deep inside the golden sand, enjoying the feeling with closed eyes as it encompassed him, flowing between his toes. His mind drifted back to the last week, to the fight between them and Madara. His troubled thoughts wandered to a scene where he had sensed something so unnerving it made his heart ache. He had sensed him. He had sensed Sasuke in Sage Mode, but only for a short minute before his presence had faded away somewhere in Yuzu, as if he had disappeared from the earth. That had been the last time. Since then it didn't matter how hard he tried, something masked his presence from his senses. The blonde gritted his teeth. The soft ruffle of clothes in the background didn't kick him out from his musing. You left the village. After a long silent minute Naruto finally opened his eyes to meet with the stabbing emerald green orbs of Gaara. I'm just outside of the village walls by a meter. You want to scold me again just like yesterday on the balcony? I get it. I won't leave. The Kazekage didn't answer, just averted his gaze to watch the sunset together with his friend. Why did you decline the title? Naruto only shrugged and didn't answer for long, silent minutes in the hope that Gaara would simply forget his question if he ignored him long enough. It worked for quite a while before the Kazekage spoke again. So? The blonde teen let out a long sigh and rubbed his eyes. There goes his plan. I'm not strong enough or wise enough for that title. Not yet. I was a fool, I thought it would be easy. My goals have changed. I have changed. But it's not enough. I need to become stronger. I need to become smarter. I need to catch up with Dad. Konoha's next Hokage can't be a moron like me. The Kazekage watched him with a still, stoic expression for a long, silent minute before he opened his mouth. You are stronger than any of the Kages. You can motivate people, you can give them hope. Yes, you can act like an idiot, yes, maybe you are not mature enough for that position, and yes, you always act before you think, but you have friends around you, who will help you, who can support you and lead you to the right direction. You are definitely a good leader. You were always fighting not only for the sake of Konoha, but for all of us, even before the alliance formed. For all shinobi. You should be by our side, where Tsunade once stood. So many of them died. I made so many promises that in the end I can't and will never be able to fulfill. How could I lead them? Don't throw away your dreams for the sake of a lost soul who doesn't want to come out from the darkness. It hasn't been about him for a long time. I know what I have to do with him. Naruto muttered his answer. He knew perfectly well who Gaara was referring to even without a name. Then what? You were always shouting that you wouldn't die before you became Hokage. That was your final goal. Did you give up? Did you give up your dreams? Naruto didn't avert his gaze, nor answer for a second. It's not that. I still want to become Hokage. But my reasons have changed. When I was small I wanted to become Hokage so people would acknowledge me. Itachi was right. I already earned that acknowledgement. But I don't feel prepared for what I have to do. The war. This war made me realize a lot of things. That I can't save everyone. That I can't think anymore about life like I did before. If I become Hokage, maybe I would be the one who'd send my comrades to their death. I'm not wise enough for that. His gaze drifted back to the horizon, his mind empty and his expression blank. Gaara let out a sigh and soft sand reached out for Naruto's hitite, loosening the tufted black stripes and let it fall into his lap, while Naruto glanced at his friend with a surprised expression. But its place on his forehead was almost immediately replaced with a new forehead protector, one kanji shining proudly in the middle of it, Shinobi. When you think your time has come, when you think you are ready to wear the hat, you can replace your hitite with your old one. Until that time, you are a shinobi of the allied forces. Naruto watched silently as his friend left, before he turned toward the setting sun again, and his hand tightened around the somehow still cold metal plate, which, not a minute ago, was proudly fastened onto his forehead. An enormous explosion shook the world. Dust and debris flew across the landscape as the blast of air picked up those who didn't have enough chakra, speed, or simple strength to properly stick themselves to the ground. An animalistic, gruesome roar echoed in the air, the voice of something definitely not from this world. With enormous speed and power, another tail swung and smashed into the ground with the sound and force of an explosion. The remains of the allied shinobi forces desperately struggled to stop the destruction and gain enough time to evacuate the civilians in the distance from Sunagakure no Sato, where they had taken shelter after the first battle with Madara for a short, peaceful week. Naruto! Retreat and leave with the civilians! The Godaime Kazekage arrived at the head of the giant toad boss, jumping down from a small sand cloud. His face was bloody, his hair was a mess, dust and small cuts covered his clothes and skin. I won't leave you behind! There is still a chance to set it back without Madara here. We only have to deal with the Jubi alone. Naruto! You are exhausted and our forces are almost gone. The rest of the Kages are gone. We've only a handful of the force with Temari and a fraction of the 2nd and 4th division. There is no chance for us, but you must survive. The young Kage shouted out with despair. I won't leave my comrades behind. I will never leave this battlefield, Databeo. I am the Godaime Kazekage and the regimental commander of the allied shinobi forces. You are a shinobi of it. I command you to retreat. No. The blonde's answer was simple and demanding. His voice lacked any of his previous anger. Naruto. You saved me. You saved my sanity, my soul and my body countless times. Gaara's voice was now soft and kind without any trace of his own previous fury and irritation. Gaara dash. Naruto. The Kage interrupted, his voice still soft, almost whispering, but it was more than enough for the blonde to shut his mouth. You always ask everybody to believe in you. Now I am the one who is asking you as a friend. Naruto, have faith in us. Please. Go and save yourself. Naruto's eyes flicked to the side. He couldn't stand to meet his friend's eyes, which had always sparkled with power but now looked back at him pleadingly. I won't leave you. Naruto's equally soft and caring voice encompassed their bodies, suppressing the noise of the enormous battle around them. The commander watched him for a long moment with an emotionless face again. I see. In that case, I have one last order for you as the regimental commander of the Allied shinobi forces, and a last wish as your friend. Naruto nodded, then a sudden pain reached his weary mind from where his neck connected his skull. Live and get stronger, Hokage-sama! The world slowly faded away from his vision. The last thing he saw was the Godai Mekazekage's form standing above him with a sad smile on his face. A small amount of sand slowly whirled back to the giant guard on his back, before he descended into the darkness of unconsciousness. That was the last time he saw him. A slumped figure stood in the thickening rain, gently stroking a giant stone spike, carved by skillful hands into the hard mountainside. Freezing cold rain drops flowed freely down Naruto's face, stabbing his skin like ice needles, mixing with his own warm but silent tears. Darkened eyes ran over the landscape of the empty lands, where 2 days ago Konoha and her people lived their lives inside the slowly growing number of buildings since Pain's attack. However, that which Nagato failed to destroy, the Jubi had finished with just one well-aimed Bijudama during their last fight for Suna. With one leap, he hopped down onto the hard surface, ignoring the pain in his ankles. At least it proved that he wasn't dreaming. However, deep down he really hoped that it was all just a nightmare, and that he would wake up in his old apartment. His orbs moved toward the only memorial of his village, the giant mountain with 5 faces carved into its hard surface. An enormous crack ran through the faces of the first and second leader, while the lower half of Sarutobi's face simply disappeared. Maybe he was selfish, but he was still glad that, by some miracle, his father's and Tsunade's faces were untouched by the destruction. Naruto slowly shook his head, and he could feel a crack running through the surface of his own heart. He thought he had developed a sixth sense, that he would feel if something was happening to his beloved village. But he felt nothing when the black ball impacted with the center of the village. He didn't even notice it during the fight, that Konohagakure no Sato was no more, while they fought for Sunagakure no Sato. Nothing left behind. No debris, no ruins, no broken beams, no half-collapsed building, nothing. But thankfully there were also no dead bodies of friends and civilians like on the first battlefield or at Suna. The village hidden in the leaves and most of her people had disappeared from the world's surface silently. Gamakichi, bring me back please. Naruto's soft whisper filled the empty land around them. The orange toad didn't answer, only nodded, and the 2 figures disappeared from the empty land with a loud puff. The walls shook from impact and a long crack appeared where Naruto's fist connected with it. Dilated crimson-red eyes flamed with an unreadable emotion while they took in what remained of the allied shinobi forces filling the grounds of Mount Myaboku. Some of them were on the verge of life and death, while others sat without even a scratch. Some eyes burned with pure hatred or determination, while others simply stared unfocused into the nothingness in front of them. How many? His voice was weak and cracking, while Sakura stepped next to him. Maybe 2,000 or 3,000. But thankfully not everyone is here. Some civilians managed to flee from Konoha before the Bijudama strike after they heard what had happened to Suna, and some of them had left even before the real fight started. We still have smaller forces here and there beside the survivors from the last battle. Maybe another 1,000. We have around 600 shinobi from Konoha here, the rest are from the other nations. Madara. He knows what he is doing. First he separated the mind, the headquarters, then the sealing team, then Konoha and Suna to dismiss the backup. The other 3 hidden villages already evacuated just for safety's sake. Most of the civilians dissolved throughout the lands in small groups. Naruto clenched his hands into fists, his nails painfully cutting into the soft flesh of his palm. Sakura let out a weary sigh after sending a concerned look to her teammate. Naruto? The blonde simply shook his head. Prepare the new headquarters with Shikamaru, Darui, and Kakashi. Pa will help you. He won't be able to find us here for a long time. And you? A sad smile appeared on Naruto's face, but his eyes flamed with a new determination. I got an order from Gaara. With this, he simply turned around and left. 2 men occupied the small clearing, their forms gracefully standing amongst the giant plants of Mount Myaboku. The 2 shinobi suddenly launched toward each other, their movement blurred by their insane speed. Fists connected with palms, rough hits were gracefully swept to the side by a single sweep of an arm. The intense spar continued for an hour, before Naruto almost collapsed on the soft grass of the clearing after a last series of well-aimed Juken strikes. The heavy breathing of the blonde boy filled the clearing, while the Hyuga clan head gave a helping hand for the Jinchuriki to get up. You are still too hot-headed. Your attacks become sloppy when you lose self-control. A half-smile appeared on Naruto's fine features. He raised his hand to scratch the back of his head sheepishly, but it collapsed back to his side halfway. In the end the teen shrugged. Hayashi let out a weary sigh and pressed his fingers to several parts on Naruto's arm to reopen the closed tenketsu points. That's enough for today. Naruto shook his head, his eyes flashing with determination and sheer stubbornness. Not yet. I can take more. The collected Hyuga rubbed the bridge of his nose and swept the sweat from his forehead, then in the end just nodded. The two figures jumped backwards immediately, their bodies moving to stance unconsciously before they shot forward once more. Kakashi-sensei. I know you don't like to talk about it, but could you tell me more about Dad and the others? I know almost nothing about your past. About your team. I want to understand why he did it. I want to understand what happened to Obito, and I want to hear more about my parents. The silver-haired Jounin closed his eye and didn't answer. They sat side by side in the afternoon breeze under the shadow of an otherworld plant in the shore of a meadow, enjoying the sounds of nature around them. Naruto shifted nervously and winced when the movement awakened the pain in his muscles due to his previous training session with Raiden. After 5 minutes in complete silence, Kakashi finally opened his eye and turned his head toward the cerulean blue sky. I met your father for the first time when I graduated from the academy. He stood at the gates waiting for me. Black silhouettes stood around a giant table. The new headquarters was filled with the remaining allied shinobi forces. Naruto simply leaned back against the wall. His arms were buried deep inside his pockets, almost perfectly mimicking the common habit of his sensei. His eyes were closed, but his ear was sharp enough to pick up the soft ruffle of the map on the table, the argument amongst the shinobi, the twitch in their heartbeat. The smell of the fresh ink they used to mark spots on the large map in front of them. It was irritating. Naruto let out a sigh and escaped from the cascade of senses into his own mindscape. He stepped inside the seal, while his eyes ran over the drastically changing environment with amusement. The sewer was slowly starting to transform. The dark water had disappeared 2 weeks ago, and he could already see some green spots all over the landscape. Osier trees germinated in the middle, while the pipes were slowly shrouded by a thick jungle of ivy. When I opened the seal, you didn't mention this little side effect, Kurama. The fox shrugged in his mindscape. You don't like the new design? Naruto shook his head. No, it's nice. I'm actually talking about my senses. It's annoying. I can't even sleep because of them. You will get used to it in time. Don't complain like a sissy. A furious snort left Naruto's real mouth, and he distantly felt a hand on his shoulder, forcing him out from his mindscape just in time, before he could sink in a deep argument with his F-Luffy tenant. He opened his eyes and glanced to the side to meet the questioning look on Sakura's face. Nothing, just speaking with the furball. Sakura made a nervous smile and settled down next to the blonde boy. I will never get used to it. Naruto shrugged. He is a nice guy, when he's not threatening to tear open my stomach if I do something stupid. Old habits die hard, I think. I would be more concerned about him if he suddenly started to act like a cute puppy. Yeah. A nervous chuckle left Sakura's soft lips. If I can get your attention back there. The irritated voice of Dari reached them, and to Sakura's surprise, they finally moved toward the giant table without any complaint. Naruto. You will lead the first wave with Katsuchi. The second will be Kakashi's, the third will be me. Suddenly a small toad appeared in the middle of the table, gaining everyone's attention in the room. They spotted him near the remains of Konoha. Dari only nodded, and the small toad immediately hopped down from the desk and left without any further word. It's time for a strike. Shikamaru tapped Naruto's shoulder. Naruto, I need to speak with Kurama. I have an idea for him. Naruto nodded, and in the next second a shadow clone appeared beside him. His azure blue eyes shifted to crimson red, and his features became more animalistic. Come on. Just a little bit more. The blonde teen desperately tried to concentrate fire chakra into his palms, mixing it together with the already small whirling cyclone, together with 3 clones. Boss, it's going to dash. Before the clone next to him could finish the sentence, the technique broke down, and glowing orange flames grabbed the skin on his hands, stretching around the blonde teen and the environment, destroying everything around them. The storm of fire and razor-sharp wind finally died down around him, leaving only the smoke from the destruction mixed with the chakra-filled smoke of the dispersed clones. He heard a desperate yell and muffled footsteps as someone ran toward him, numbed by the pain from his burned arm. The pain started to die down, the burning sensation replaced with cool, green medical chakra. The blonde finally glanced up to his companion, looking deep inside the angry green eyes. Idiot! You could have killed yourself with that jutsu. The blonde teen didn't answer. He just let her finish what she had already started. 5 minutes later, he straightened himself despite the continuous opposition of the pink-haired girl. Thank you, Sakura. It would be safer if you get away from here. You don't think that I'll let you continue, do you? You've been out here for 12 hours and you almost burned your hands to coal. The only answer she received was a determined glance from azure eyes. Hundreds of clones popped into existence with the same determination, and the pink-haired Kunoichi backed under a giant tree without a word, after a last sad glance into the flaming blue pools. Uzumaki Naruto lay on his back, his eyes focused on the cerulean sky, with its puffy clouds. It had been 2 months since they made their last attempt to seal away the rogue Uchiha and the 10-tailed beast. The shinobi alliance was slowly breaking, only a handful of ninjas stayed together, fighting, and then withdrawing, then fighting again against the terror that showed up from time to time together with Madara, who was still looking for him to capture and gain the final nail to the coffin for the shinobi world and the truth. Thank Kami, the 10-tailed beast hadn't been sealed inside Madara. Yet. Without Obito, and with his body being dead, Madara couldn't seal it away. All he could do was summon and control it. That was the only thing restraining Madara and slowing him down. He needed time, and this was their only help against the Uchiha. While he was searching for a way to seal away the beast and also hunting for him, they could act in the shadows and prepare their next attack. But if he figured out a way, found a sealing method which was able to restrain the unstable chakra of the incomplete 10-tailed beast inside his dead body, if that happened they were doomed. The Eye of the Moon plan would succeed, and then the infinite Tsukuyomi would draw everyone into a false world. The blonde teen slammed his fist into the soft soil next to his body. He let out a sigh and raised his hands in front of his head, focusing a small amount of chakra into his thumbs, and watched with an emotionless face as the electricity jumped from finger to finger with a soft chirping. Every offensive attack they used had almost no effect on the 10-tailed beast. Sheer power and stamina weren't enough to take down that monster, and Naruto learned it the hard way. He had spent time on learning other elements to take down that thing, had learned and developed powerful techniques that could easily wipe out a whole village at full power, furthermore combining them with the attacks of Kurama, but it wasn't enough. They just slowed them down for a short period. Nothing was enough against that thing. It didn't matter how many times they killed that damn bastard, thanks to the impure world resurrection he came back like nothing had happened. Madara wasn't a fool, and he knew perfectly well how they could get rid of him. During the first battle, he had taken care of that threat after he erased the command center. He had chased down the sealing teams one by one. They had lost the rare seal masters from Kumo, 2 from Iwa, and all from Suna in a blink of an eye by only one powerful attack. The only way was to seal it away, together with Madara. But that damn Uchiha could counter their every remaining sealing method. None of them were powerful enough to contain that amount of power, and those could be used against him couldn't work because of the complexity of the preparations. The last 2 shinobi from the sealing teams were just users who couldn't develop anything new on their own. There were no more real seal masters left. Naruto ran his fingers along the edge of the giant scroll, which he used as a pillow. He had found it an hour ago, deep in the Toad's library. Maybe it could help them. He let out a defeated sigh, grabbed the scroll and left the shore without a word, when he felt another presence invading his musing. After Naruto left, a lonely figure stepped out from the edge of the otherworld plants, with a worried frown on his face. Sai shook his head and gathered chakra into his limbs to catch up with his teammate. I can't stand this silence. Why hasn't he shown himself since the last attack? That was 2 months ago. Naruto slammed his fist onto the hard table, causing his friends to flinch. Naruto! Ino barked out from behind the table, where she rested her head on her folded arms. She glanced toward Sakura, who only shrugged as a response. What? Naruto turned around and folded his arms in front of his chest, sulking and grimacing like a small kid. The blonde girl only rolled his eyes in irritation. Just when I really started to think you were maturing. Naruto narrowed his eyes and stuck his tongue out toward the girl, but didn't respond. Shikamaru observed his friend for a long silent minute, his obsidian eyes narrowed with concern when he noted the dark circles around the hazed and darkened blue orbs. You didn't sleep yesterday, do you? The blonde boy let out a weary sigh and turned toward the Nara. No. I'm working on something. On what? On a new seal. Sakura made a curious glance toward her teammate. Another barrier? Naruto shook his head. No. Not this time. Then what? Ino had lost her patience and just simply barked out, which reminded everybody of a long-lost comrade and his dog. A small, sad smile appeared on Naruto's face, and it slowly transformed into a wide grin, which sent a cold shiver down Sakura's spine. It had been a long time since she last saw that grin. That fake grin of his. That's a surprise. Naruto turned around and simply left the room without further explanation, but his mask immediately disappeared when he turned his back to his comrades and his foot crossed the doorstep. Sorry everyone. He whispered into the dark night with a weary and weak voice, but his once hazed and darkened eyes sparkled with new light of determination. Tomorrow it will be over. I promise. Only fiery determination showed in the azure eyes of the young boy. And I don't go back on my word. That is my Nindo. You can trust me. You know that, don't you? The girl just nodded. I told you that I'll break the cycle of hatred. I'll break this curse. If there is such a thing as peace, I'll find it. Believe in me. This is my legacy that they left for me. The girl didn't reply. Instead, a small sob escaped from her mouth as she leaned nearer to the boy's chest for comfort. You were always like this, you idiot. You don't have to do everything alone. We're here too. You don't owe the world anything. Don't bear such a burden alone. I'm not doing it alone, Databeo. You are here with me. You will always be with me, it doesn't matter what's happening. Just like Erosenin is with me, Tsunade, my parents, all my friends, my comrades. It was their decision. Ino and the others knew what they were planning. It was a foolish plan, Shikamaru should have known that. Naruto murmured, his eyes moved toward the motionless body of Ino. She had tried to control Madara during their last battle. His eyes didn't move for long minutes, and he averted his gaze only when he felt Sakura grip his clothes tight, to glance down to the eyes of his teammate. Promise me, you won't do anything stupid. A small smile appeared on Naruto's face, but it was slowly washed away when Sakura's eyes practically pleaded with him. Promise me! The blonde eyed the girl for a long silent minute, then nodded. I promise. Sakura nodded and leaned closer into the warm embrace, and in minutes, she drifted into a dreamless sleep, overwhelmed by her exhaustion. Naruto gently picked up the sleeping girl and placed his teammate into the next empty room. Naruto watched the sleeping Sakura for minutes, maybe for hours. He didn't know exactly. His hands gently stroked out a pink tuft from her face, and then he leaned closer, his lips stopping only millimeters from her ears. I'm sorry, Sakura. I'm going to break my promise. Take care. Naruto straightened himself, and after one last glance he left the room. His steps echoed in the empty passageway, his face was emotionless, only his eyes sparkled with an odd light, while he opened his own room's door and grabbed a small scroll from his desk. He suddenly stiffened. You are the only one who can still sneak up on me since I got Kurama's senses. Spiky silver locks unfolded from the shadows of a corner, slowly revealing his silhouette centimeter by centimeter as Kakashi slowly walked toward the blonde teen, his hands buried casually inside his pockets. The Jounin didn't speak for a long silent minute, only his visible eye shined with an odd sparkle while he observed the young boy in front of him. A small smile appeared under the textile of his mask when he realized that he didn't have to tilt his head down as much as back then to look into the eyes of his student. You got taller. A small smile appeared on Naruto's face, but he didn't answer. He surpassed the urge to retort with something harsh. The commander measured his once student from head to toe once more, and he had to restrain a flinch when he suddenly realized why he looked so different this time. The azure orb shined with a different flame, a flame that he saw first in the eyes of his own late sensei, when he last saw him on the night before Naruto's birth. Preparing for the worst-case scenario. Dozens of scrolls laid on the floor, already checked, though he still leaned above the last small scroll, memorizing its use in the knowledge of what was going to happen if he used it. What he was going to sacrifice if everything went wrong. He had the same eyes as the time Minato mentally prepared for his death just in case something went wrong. The Jounin's chest squeezed painfully when his eye moved toward the small scroll in Naruto's hand. The whole situation was painfully familiar. Kakashi's lips were suddenly drier than the deserts of Suna in a blink of an eye, and his voice cracked as he whispered. I know what you are up to, Naruto. The blonde's muscles tensed, but he didn't move from his place. You want to stop me? The Jounin shrugged casually and took a step closer and gently freed the small scroll from his student's fingers. However, he actually wanted to scream at him, to just forget his stupid plan. He wanted to punch him in the face to beat some intelligence into his thick head or knock the blonde out to stop him and take his place. However, he didn't do any of that. He instead slowly rolled the small scroll open and took a closer look at the painfully familiar design. Would anyone be able to stop you? A half-smile appeared on Naruto's face as he simply grabbed the scroll out of his sensei's hands and buried it deep into his cloak's pocket. No. I thought that technique perished together with Konoha, Kakashi whispered. I remade it from my own seal. And you've modified the design? Yes. I have been working on this for a long time. I finished it yesterday, but if I had known what they were up to, then I'd dash. Naruto gathered his thoughts and emotions and hardened his face. This form will allow me to use it even if I'm a Jinchuriki. Will it be enough? To restrain both of them? Back then it was only able to contain half of the Kyuubi's power. It will, but only with Kurama's power boost. He will be able to slip out from the seal before Naruto shook his head, and then simply continued listing the facts, which oddly calmed him down. This is the only seal which is capable of it. With the modifications, it acts like a seal tag and not like a ninjutsu as the original technique. The effect will be immediate. And I am the only one who can use it, before you think about something stupid, like trying to knock me out and take my place. A long, weary sigh left Kakashi's lips, muffled by the cloth of his mask, heating his skin under it. I've always wished you would follow your father's footsteps, but not in a way like this. Kakashi slowly shook his head and they stayed in silence for a long soundless minute, enjoying each other's company in the small room and the gently leaking symphony of the cicadas, crickets, and the fauna. Why are you here, sensei? Will you try to convince me not to do it? Kakashi stepped closer, and gentle hands squeezed Naruto's shoulders reassuringly. The edges were rough by the years of fighting, but it still felt softer against his tense muscles than anything he could currently think of. It wasn't a real hug, but it felt even more to the blonde from his restrained teacher. Nope. You are as stubborn as your father and your mother. You won't listen. I just hope I could make a proper farewell this time. Rokudame Hokage of Konohagakure no Sato. Kakashi-sensei. Yes? Don't call me that, I'm not. The Jounin closed his eyes for a long moment, before his eyes turned into a familiar form, hinting at the wide smile under his mask. I decline. Naruto let out a sigh, then with a soft chuckle he turned around to leave. He feared that if he looked at his teacher once more, his determination would crack, but the temptation was too big to bear, and he still glanced back, for one final look. His chest tightened and he lurched back to give one last quick hug to his stunned teacher. Kakashi, first a little hesitantly then warmly, returned it until Naruto took a step back and made a few small steps toward the door. Sensei. His voice was so soft, but still serious, and the smile under Kakashi's mask melted away. Yes? I leave Sasuke to you. Tell him that I'm sorry that I couldn't keep my promise. And tell the others that I'm sorry, and take care. And to never give up. All of you live a happy life. And go find a girl. Have a family. Have lots of children running around in creepy masks. Rebuild Konoha and her pride. Let the will of fire burn again in peace. Hatake Kakashi stood silently, listening to the last words of his student, and when he finished, he made the deepest bow he could manage, and his always collected voice trembled for a moment before it echoed back to him inside the small room. I will, Hokage-sama. He glanced up a moment later in the hope to meet with those azure eyes one more time, but his student was already gone. Naruto glanced at the other side of the valley from the head of the Shodaime, while the waterfall shined with a cold silver glow by the full moon above them. He had sucked in a long breath, freezing his chakra flow for a moment, before he pushed out a huge amount of Kurama's chakra toward the distant lands. He ran through a long chain of hand signs and rolled open a scroll made from fine vellum. With a puff of smoke, a hittite appeared on the ink-black design on its surface, together with a worn thick orange-colored diary, a copy of Jiraiya's first book and several other belongings of Uzumaki Naruto he held dear. He gently sealed each of the things back into the scroll, after his fingers stroked the surface of a few photographs, silly things like a pressed leaf from Konoha, or the last remaining pieces of Tsunade's necklace. The last memorials of long-gone comrades, friends. One last attempt to say goodbye to their memories. When he finished, only one thing remained in his lap. The proud insignia of Konoha glinted in the faint moonlight as he traced a finger gently on the curves of his old hittite. Naruto looked around and let out a long sigh. His eyes squeezed shut, his teeth clenched, before he finally shook his head. The blonde put the hittite back on the fine surface, and in the next second, it was gone, sealed away again, then put the scroll into one of his pockets. And now what? I already sent out the invitation. He will come. We just have to wait. Are you really sure about this? There must be another way. I'm sure. You will be able to leave my body before I pay the necessary price. Everything depends on your timing. I won't let you die with me. Kurama didn't answer. He'd been oddly silent in the last few days, while they had been traveling to their destination. He forced the fox to promise him that he would escape before the Shinigami strikes. He couldn't endure the loss of one more friend. He settled himself down, and his eyes slowly closed to gather as many energy from the untouched nature around him as he could. You have finally given up? Naruto opened his eyes to reveal his golden orbs with horizontal pupils and glanced toward the Uchiha standing on top of his own stone head, whose expression mirrored the same lack of emotion on the stone replica's face. He tilted his head to the side, observing the calm man in front of him for a long silent moment with curiosity. Why do you think I've given up? The Uchiha folded his arms in front of his chest. You are here. Alone. Either you have given up or you still think after almost 6 months of useless battle that you are able to win against me. A wide, cheeky grin appeared on Naruto's face. The latter, Databao. You've chosen an almost sentimental location. It's fitting. Don't you think? Because this time, you will really die here. You won't even be able to make a scratch on me. Naruto let out a snort and shook his head, but the Uchiha didn't wait for his answer. Madara's form was colored with a golden shade when he gracefully landed in front of Naruto, whose form was already overwhelmed by the golden flames of pure chakra. The giant form of the Susanoo emerged around the Uchiha in the next second, deflecting the attack coming from Naruto in the next blink of an eye. The battle was enormous. Jutsu scarred and shook the landscape around them, just like almost 100 years ago. New mountains rose from an earth release by Madara, while one of Naruto's wind releases cut a new canyon into the ground, diverting the ancient old river to a new direction under their feet. If any living thing was nearby, they would see that despite how hard Naruto struggled to win, the Uchiha simply played with him. It didn't matter how hard he trained, how strong he became. The Uchiha was always a step ahead. Naruto dropped himself to the ground on one knee, and only his heavy breathing could be heard over the scarred lands, while he tightened his grip on the newest enormous wound in his stomach. His golden locks hung freely from his crown. He had lost his Hittite long ago. It laid somewhere near, maybe shrouded by debris. I'm impressed. A normal shinobi would already be unconscious after that wound. But it's still useless. You can't win against me. You are wounded and exhausted, while I'm still untouched. Naruto felt his left eye twitch in his irritation, and an unconscious snarl left his lips as he straightened himself one more time. His hand shot forward and released a kunai toward the Uchiha, sharpened with wind chakra, who didn't even bother to duck in his arrogance at seeing the small attempt. He just simply tilted his head to the side, to let the kunai pass. A satisfied smile spread across Naruto's face when the chakra-covered blade suddenly stretched out, drawing a thin red line on the Uchiha's arrogant face. The smile grew into an animalistic grin when the first droplets of crimson liquid slowly flowed down his chin and dropped to the ground with an unnaturally loud splash. Ha! Take that! His only answer was an irritated glare from the man in front of him. Are you ready for a ball? 10 more seconds and we'll have the necessary amount of chakra. Naruto raised his hand to the side, not bothering with the enormous wound on his stomach and the countless cuts and bruises all over his body. A warm sensation filled his insides while his chakra slowly flowed into his palm and a shining electric blue globe appeared in it. His other hand was buried into his pocket, his fingers clenched around the scroll, staining it with his own blood. Then this is farewell Kurama. Don't forget the right timing. Uzumaki Naruto. Yeah? It was honor to fight with you. Kurama's voice was oddly weak, almost trembling. The almighty nine-tailed demon fox became sentimental. I'm touched. Nothing else could be heard inside his head. Kurama didn't answer, but it wasn't necessary. He felt no regret, no sorrow, no sadness, and no despair like anybody else would when he was about to offer himself willingly to the death god. He wondered if maybe his father also felt like this before he had done the sealing. The thought of his father filled his mind with happiness. An odd and childish curiosity raised inside his chest. What would the belly of the Shinigami look like? Will he be able to see his father? See Gigi? Suddenly unfitting happiness and joy filled his chest, while his thoughts wandered toward his friends, his family, his comrades, toward all of the people he cared for. It was an honor for me also. Take care, Kurama. He let out a long breath, his mind emptied, his breath and heartbeats slowed down. Only one emotion burned inside his head, flaming with blinding light inside his eyes. Sheer determination. A soft smile had appeared on his face. The aching of his wounds, the soreness of his muscles, the sharp pain in his abdomen became distant and dull. I'm sorry, everyone, take care. A soft breeze ruffled his blonde locks, picking up small leaves and dust from the scarred ground, dancing around his body, gently stroking his skin one last time, before carrying away the leaves together with his last words toward distant lands. Unearthly peace encompassed his mind and his soul, like after a warm, caring embrace only which a parent could give to his child. Without thinking, he shot forward with insane speed, gathering all of his own remaining chakra into his feet, and slammed the whirling azure-blue Rasengan toward the Uchiha's chest, while his experienced fingers broke the closing seal on the scroll, before the world around him became black. Chapter 17, Walking on Thin Ice. You eat like every meal will be your last one. Naruto only shrugged in response and took another bite. Kushina dropped another piece of meat onto his plate, and Naruto tucked in, unaware of the blue eyes fixed on his frame as he demolished the meat in 3 bites. The blonde teen let out a satisfied sigh and patted his rounding stomach, leaning back with closed eyes. Much better now, mumbled the young blonde. Hey Toriku. Naruto sneaked a peek from the corner of one opened eye, showing that he was listening. I met with Inoichi and he told me something. Naruto didn't move from his relaxed seat, nor did he react visibly. However, a small hint of worry started to rise inside his chest. He had prepared in advance for this. What did you do with that lily? The teen only shrugged and stayed silent for a long minute before he gathered himself to answer. I brought it to the memorial stone. The Hokage tilted his head a little. His eyes mirrored only curiosity, and fortunately not suspicion. But it was Kushina who asked the question that had instantly popped up in the Hokage's head. Why? Kushina's voice was full with curiosity and confusion as it echoed in the empty dining room of the Hokage mansion. The teen only shrugged, his face oddly unreadable. When he had visited the memorial stone, he had mourned for his lost friends. But right now, they were all they would stay that way, even if he had to go through hell for them. There was no more need for mourning. They were breathing, living or growing inside their mother's tummy. He would never forget them. He would never forget everything they had done for him. He shifted nervously on the floor, then suddenly hopped onto his feet, grabbed a paintbrush, and threw it at his father with a cheeky smile in an attempt to change the subject. Lunch break is over. And don't forget, I want my room in orange. It wasn't a fair win. You still can't do it without your clones, Minato complained. Naruto shrugged and moved to the side to lean against the kitchen counter. I learned it, didn't I? And it works. So I won. Minato's frustrated snort echoed inside the empty dining room, and he straightened himself from the floor and grabbed the bucket of the vibrant orange paint with angry, narrowed eyes. Kushina, remind me in the future to never, ever make a bet with Toriku again. Laughter filled the room in the next second, and the Hokage couldn't help himself. After a short second of silent sulking, he joined in, his annoyance instantly melting away when Naruto's warm laugh surpassed everyone's voice. However, Minato's blue eyes traveled toward his brother from time to time. A worried look appeared on the face of the Hokage of Konohagaku no Sato, as he leaned over a scroll and tapped his chin continuously with the soft brush. He hummed, lost in thought, then let out a sigh. That was the moment when another blond man appeared in the open window, sticking his golden head inside the Hokage tower. His mouth was open to speak, but when he caught sight of the worried look on his father's face, he simply closed it and hopped down in front of his leader, eyeing him for a long silent moment with tilted head. I don't like that expression on your face. Minato just waved a hand and leaned back against his carved chair to fix his eyes on the ceiling. Just some village business. Naruto raised a curious eyebrow, his eyes fixed on Minato, who in the end finally opened his mouth to speak. We are having trouble with the ranking process. During the war, we made on-field promotions, but we still have potential genin who need to be tested. We need to hold a Chunin selection, but we don't have enough genin for a proper assessment. I'm afraid they'll have to wait one more year until more students graduate from the academy and gain the necessary experience to participate. A small chuckle left Naruto's mouth, earning a pointed look from his father. This is a serious problem, you know. This could reduce morale amongst the genin. Naruto waved a hand dismissively. I don't think so. Let's just resurrect an old practice. Invite the other nations and you will get enough participants. I'm sure the Kazekage will be eager to send some teams to show off their skills to the Wind Daimyo. Minato tilted his head a little, observing his younger brother for a long moment with an unreadable expression on his face. You think Inoki and the Raikage will just send genin teams to Konoha when we've just won a war against them? Normally it would be years until the first shared exam. Maybe even a decade or more. Naruto only shrugged. Who knows? Invite all 5 Kage as well. I'm sure all of the villages are in the processes of regrouping and restoration, so all of them need extra income. They'll have to demonstrate their power if they are to get new customers, and the best time for that is a good old Chunin exam where clients are gathered in one place. Naruto casually explained his point, whispering a silent thank you to Sarutobi, who had explained the exam's real purpose to him. It would open so many possibilities if the 5 Kage met in this timeline. The idea is good even if it came from you, but I would absolutely argue with the timing. Low profile, you know, low profile. Naruto sent a mental shrug toward his never-missing companion, earning an irritated groan from Kurama. The time traveler locked eyes with ones of identical color, looking for any hint to the thoughts behind those blue orbs. In the end, Minato only shrugged and made a contemplative face. It was years before the Third Shinobi War since we've last held a proper Chunin exam, that is true. And maybe having one now would bring the younger generations closer together. However, I'm worried about the other nations. Most of them hold a grudge against Konoha, and that could pose a high risk to the village. However, maybe, you know what? I'll consider it. A wide and satisfied grin appeared on Naruto's face. Success. Naruto glanced down at the scroll in his hands after sending another suspicious glance toward his father. He was wearing that cunning grin again, and he couldn't help but worry about the thing in his hands. He moved his gaze downward and started to scrutinize the closed scroll with wary eyes, like it could attack him or bite off his hands at any moment. What is this? Your next assignment. It will be a long-term mission. 3 months long to be exact. Naruto raised an eyebrow and slowly rolled the scroll open, running his eyes over its content. When his brain finally processed the contents, his eyes widened and his mouth fell open, his mind already desperately starting to look for excuses he could use, but only Kakashi's silly ones came to mind. Kurama's snicker echoed inside his mind. That's going to be interesting. We reap as we sow, isn't that right, Naruto? No way in hell I'm going to accept this mission. The sly grin remained on the leader's face. It's your choice. This, or D-ranked missions for an equivalent time period. Naruto narrowed his eyes dangerously, his mind jumping between anger and disbelief. That's blackmailing, Databeo. Sarutobi Hiruzen's soft chuckle filled the room in the next second as he looked at his successor with an amused expression on his face. Indeed, that is blackmailing, Minato-kun. The yellow flash only shrugged and leaned back in his seat confidently. This or D-ranked missions. It's not blackmailing. I'm simply giving you 2 options to choose from. Naruto slowly shook his head in his defeat, and an almost animalistic groan left his mouth as he burrowed his face in his palms. His voice was muffled by his hands, but it still cracked with irritation. I hate you! The Hokage only shrugged again and a satisfied smirk appeared on his face. Then it's decided. Welcome to the ranks of the Chunin exam supervisors. The first 2 months is mostly about preparations and diplomacy. That won't fully occupy your time, so you will still receive other missions during this period until the exam starts. I hate you! Naruto mumbled onto the fine paper as he rested his forehead on the long letter he had just finished writing inside the Hokage office. That had been the last invitation letter, thankfully, which would be sent to the Tsuchikage by a small delegation tomorrow morning. You are going to mess up the ink, and then you'll have to start over. An irritated groan left Naruto's mouth, and he finally straightened himself, revealing a small ink smudge on his nose. A soft chuckle filled the room immediately, and Minato pointed toward his own nose to show that he had been right. Naruto rubbed his stained nose hard with narrowed eyes, continuously mumbling curses toward his father. Don't you have a secretary for these kind of things? I do, but her calligraphy by no means matches your skill. Naruto rolled his eyes, but a small amount of pride formed inside his chest at the compliment. He did work hard on ingraining those damn symbols into his fine motor muscles for countless hours. Okay, it wasn't him, mostly his clones, but still. Receiving the memories of over 1,000 boring hours was, for him, equal to a torture session with Ibiki. His mind traveled back to the events at Kusa, and a frown crawled on his face. He hadn't gotten any information about Katsuchi since they had returned from Suna. His blue orbs flashed with concern and he hesitantly turned toward Minato. Who will bring the invitation to the Tsuchikage? Minato didn't look up from the paper stack in front of him as he answered. You want to know when I will free Katsuchi, don't you? Well, yes. He will leave tomorrow morning, together with the other delegations. I thought it would be a sign of goodwill if he was the one to hand over the invitation. A satisfied smile appeared on Naruto's face as his only answer. Hey Katsuchi Ajisen! A blonde teen jumped into the circle of Anbu around the 4 foreign shinobi, earning some irritated glances from the already tense guards and surprised looks from the Iiwa fighters. The named giant narrowed his eyes, observing the newcomer with a frown on his face while the kunoichi next to him couldn't restrain her trembling muscles, shaking with fury and the urge to attack. The commander raised his arm in front of the woman and stepped in front of Naruto. What do you want? The teen locked his hands behind his neck and a bright smile appeared on his face. Nothing, I just came to say goodbye. The kunoichi raised an eyebrow and shouted. Why the hell would you do that? To show you are superior? Naruto furrowed a confused brow. Superior? Why would I do that? The kunoichi let out a furious snort, her eyes still flamed with hatred, but a glance from her commander immediately silenced her. What do you want, Odoroki Torika? A wide grin appeared on the teen's face as he stepped closer and raised his right hand toward the stunned commander and halted it in midair. Katsuchi narrowed his eyes, observing the offered hand for a long silent minute, waiting for the boy to finally drop it, but his eyes mirrored only determination and nothing more. His hand moved almost unconsciously toward the outstretched hand, but paused before they could make contact. Why are you doing this? We kidnapped you. We tried to kill you. Naruto only shrugged, his hand never moving from its place. What's past is past, you can't change it, But you can try to build something better for the future. Suddenly an amused expression appeared on his face, like he was stunned by a joke that only he could understand. His expression finally settled on his face as a soft smile. So, will you fall with me? Will you be the next to fall in the domino chain? The commander eyed him for another long, silent and tense second as he remembered distant conversations about dominoes and change, but an amused snort left his mouth in response as he finally grabbed the hand in front of him to finally shake it. You really are insane. A cheeky smile appeared on Naruto's face as an obvious answer. Yes, he is. Insane and suffering from a serious hero complex. Naruto turned his head to send an annoyed look toward the slowly approaching Minato. The Hokage stepped inside the circle and nodded toward the commander, who mimicked his greeting with a cold expression. Kitsuchi-san, here is the invitation letter we were talking about. Despite what happened before, we are still looking forward to seeing Genin from Iwa part in the exams. The commander only nodded again and turned around to finally leave the village after an almost 1 month-long stay in its hospitality. They stepped through the gates, together with the Onbu squad who would escort them until they reached the borders. An unconscious sigh of relief left his mouth when they were finally far enough from the gates. A cheerful yelp still reached them from behind. See you later at the Chunin exams. And don't forget to bring Anokijiji with you. Anokijiji? The kunoichi raised an amused eyebrow and glanced back to the still waving teen. Interesting shinobi, isn't he? Kitsuchi's deep voice forced the woman out from her thoughts as she nodded her answer unconsciously, before her mind drifted back to the teen. Naruto leaned over a blank scroll, stretching out his arms in front of him. He grabbed a small jug and a kunai to mix his blood with the black ink for a new barrier seal he was about to do. He made a small slice on one of his thumbs and raised it above the jug to let blood flow freely into it, but after one small crimson droplet, the flow suddenly stopped. Naruto frowned and repeated the process, but the small cut was almost immediately gone as soon as the blade left his thumb. The blonde let out an irritated groan, and sank into his mindscape to face the snickering fox. You've got a very wicked sense of humor. Stop healing me! Another animalistic snicker echoed inside his mindscape, and he was pushed out from it by a small flick of an enormous rolled his eyes while repeating the process again only to gain just another drop of his crimson red blood before the small cut disappeared from his thumb. Naruto exploded in the middle of his room. Forgetting himself, he shouted out a long loud oath, mustering his entire colorful vocabulary. He was on the verge of tearing out his own shiny golden locks, when the door swung open and a concerned-looking redhead peeked inside the room. The blond boy froze between two words and scratched his cheek in his embarrassment. Sorry, I accidentally kicked the table. Kushina only slowly shook her head and rolled her eyes, the ruby-red locks following her movement gracefully in the air. Geez, you are a shinobi who manages to leave without a scratch from a spar with Minato, and you are going to limp for a day because the table attacked you. Naruto only made an annoyed shrug and watched as his mother shook her head one more time before closing the door behind herself. The blonde teen let out a weary sigh and sat down next to the name table once again. One more prank like this and I will arrange a karaoke night in my mindscape just for you. Naruto couldn't see, but he still felt as Kurama grimaced and winced in his mindscape. I'm bored. Occupy yourself as you always do, don't let me work. What are you doing anyway? You already made at least a dozen barrier tags. I'm doing this so we don't have to worry over people seeing us training. It will mask your chakra so we can train together. So you will let me out? Only if you let me finish it. If anyone recognizes your chakra, we'll be in big trouble. A wide smirk appeared on the fox's face. That will be fun. I'm going to tear you into small pieces. Naruto rolled his eyes. Their relationship had morphed into something you could call a real friendship, but Kurama was still the nine-tailed demon fox, and sometimes his old personality broke through despite their new bond. Just like with Sasuke before the Chunin exam. They had gotten along very well, but he still behaved like a bastard sometimes. Naruto let out another weary sigh when the memory of his old friend popped up again in his head. Thoughts of him broke through the barrier he had made to barricade himself from his old life. During their first fight with the Jubi, he had sensed him near Konoha. He hadn't realized it during the battle, only when they had retreated to Suna. But when he started to look for his friend while in the desert, he couldn't find him anymore. As if he had disappeared from the face of the earth. He didn't think he was dead. He would never think that. Something or someone somehow locked him away from his Sannin mode, just like Madara had done this time and back then. Hey Kurama. Don't you think they are somehow connected? The fox narrowed his eyes while he thought about the possibilities. Maybe. The Biju shrugged and didn't make any other comment. He simply closed the conversation, and bedded himself under the trees to take a nap. You are a big help. Naruto let out a sigh, grabbed the kunai once more to finally start work on the seal, and slammed the invisible door close in front of the memories of his raven-haired teammate. Two shinobi stood straight and tense inside a large office, facing a short, almost childlike man, who read the scroll with an emotionless face. His eyes narrowed when he finished reading, and he finally moved his gaze toward the two ninja in front of him. "Tell your Hokage that Kiri will participate in the exams." The leaf Kunoichi nodded, acknowledging his answer, and waited patiently for further words. "I will attend the finals." A small satisfied smile appeared on the mostly stern face of the Kazekage. His gaze was fixed on the slowly whirling sand on the horizon, where the two shinobi from Leaf had departed an hour ago with his answer. He was more than glad to show Suna's growing strength to new clients and to the Wind Daimyo. The almost unnoticeable sound of rustling soft textile reached his ears, and his satisfied smile turned into a warm and caring one. His eyes immediately softened when his wife stepped inside the room with an unbelievably small sleeping baby in her arms. Karura slowly swept a small auburn tuft away from the small child's forehead, and the Kazekage's thoughts wandered toward a certain young blonde man. He silently whispered his gratitude into the soft wind of the desert in the hope that it would carry his thoughts to the land of fire. Old and wrinkled skin moved as the third Tsuchikage narrowed his eyes when he finished rereading the scroll his commander and relative had given him only minutes ago for the second time. Thoughts raced inside his head, looking for traps and opportunities. His old eyes moved toward Kitsuchi, who stood still in front of him, waiting for his order. "Why on earth would Iwa participate in this show-off?" Kitsuchi tilted his head to the side, looking for an answer in his own mind, then in the end only shrugged. "I don't think they intended this to be a show-off. They need more commissions, so does our village. If we don't participate, they will earn a great advantage by showing their forces to the clients." The leader raised an eyebrow and let out a doubtful and annoyed snort, but his mind already started to hover around new clients and a possibly larger income. "I really think we should participate. Furthermore, I advise you to also attend the finals." A grimace appeared on the leader's wrinkled face. "So be it. But there is no way I'm going to set a foot into Konoha unless it's for a direct invasion. Then please allow me to escort the genin teams." The Tsuchikage narrowed his eyes as he observed his companion suspiciously. "Were you brainwashed or what? You hate those tree huggers. You were their captive for a month, and now you are telling me you want to go back?" The commander stayed silent for a long moment before he finally answered. "I really believe they are seeking peace with us and with the other nations. I was convinced of this during my captivity. I still hate them, but I want to make sure of something for myself." Kitsuchi's eyes became foggy and unfocused, his thoughts wandering toward a certain blonde shinobi, while his leader observed him with narrowed eyes. "Make sure about what?" The commander hesitated again before he eventually gave his answer. "That I have the courage to forgive, and to fall." The leader raised a curious eyebrow. "Forgive whom? Konoha? They won the war, should we forgive them? Why should you of all people forgive them? We will win the next war and we will wipe out their existence from even the history books." Kitsuchi slowly shook his head, an unreadable expression appearing on his mostly stern features. "In war there are no winners. Only survivors." The Tsuchikage narrowed his wrinkled eyes and watched silently as his commander left the room without any further words. A furious snort echoed all around the room as an enormous chakra spike sent shivers down the attendants' spines. Two shinobi with a leaf Hittite shifted on their legs uncomfortably while a muscular man clenched his right hand until his joints became white, restraining himself with every nerve not to smash something in his annoyance. "So Leaf wants to demonstrate power? So be it. Tell your Hokage that Kyumo will participate." One of the Leaf shinobi nodded, and after a hesitant moment, he opened his mouth. "We are glad you accepted the offer, Raikage-sama. Kanohigaku no Sato and Yondaime-sama are also hoping for your personal attendance during the finals." The shinobi made a deep bow, not aware that the Kage's eye twitched with irritation. The Kage opened his mouth to speak, but a voice behind him interrupted his effort. "Is the young man very similar to your Hokage still alive?" The Leaf shinobi slowly and hesitantly spoke after he shared a quick glance with his companion. "Yes, Bisama. Torikusan is very much alive." A wide and satisfied grin appeared on the man's face behind the Raikage. "Great. I want to speak with him." The Raikage narrowed his eyes, observing the man who was his brother in every way but blood next to him for a long silent second. "And you think I will let you go there alone, B?" His only answer was a grin from the Jinchuriki. Minato narrowed his eyes when he reached a giant glowing purple barrier, blocking their sight and senses from the inside while Kakashi jumped down next to him from a branch. "Where is Jiraiya?" Kakashi shrugged. "He mentioned something about research before he left." The Hokage rolled his azure eyes and examined the barrier with increased curiosity. "How long has he been inside?" For 2 hours, sensei. He didn't let me in. He said he wanted to try something big. The Hokage narrowed his eyes and stepped closer to the barrier. When his experienced hands reached its surface and channeled some chakra into the closing seal, the purple barrier didn't disappear or let him in like he first thought it would. Minato frowned and made a wondering face, but in the end he only shrugged, and a cheeky smile ran across his features before he disappeared with a flash of his golden locks. Naruto let out a long breath with closed eyes, before he opened them slowly and glanced toward his opponent opposite him inside the barrier, observing his actions calmly. The clone with shining red eyes, dilated pupils and widened whisker marks on his cheeks stiffened when his opponent's eyes transformed into a shade of gold. His pupils altered, but without the orange markings around his eyes. 2 clones popped into existence next to him. The clone currently controlled by Kurama grinned, his canines sticking out under his lips, twisting his face into a feral expression. Naruto grimaced at his own animalistic image, and nodded toward the clones beside him. Chakra gathered inside his hand while the other clones started to mix their own chakra into the jutsu. The Rasengan in his palm first shined with an orange light from the fire chakra, before almost immediately brightening into blinding pure white when the wind chakra also mixed into the whirling orb. It didn't change the form. This time he only manipulated the nature of chakra he mixed into it. The 2 clones disappeared when they finished their jobs. Naruto felt a tug outside the barrier, but he had already started moving. It was too late to stop now. In the next blink, he threw the chakra ball toward the still grinning clone at the other side of the barrier-enclosed space, but his eyes widened with shock when another figure appeared behind the suddenly frozen Kurama. Minato's eyes widened when he turned his head and was faced with an attack sweeping right toward his head only a meter away, overwhelming his vision and his other senses. By pure instinct he immediately grabbed the clone, a split second before the ball of chakra exploded and the 2 figures disappeared inside the burning inferno. A smoking man landed harshly behind Naruto's back with a loud moan, together with the still-stunned Kurama, but the clone dispersed as soon as it made connection with the hard soil, filling the air with smoke. A relieved sigh left Naruto, together with the last remains of nature chakra, before he finally turned around to face with his panting father sitting on the ground, his eyes still wide, staring in front of himself with a blank expression, his body overwhelmed by the sudden rush of adrenaline. Minato slowly gathered himself and rose from the ground to send a pointed and very angry glare toward Naruto. The purple barrier suddenly wobbled and vanished like it had never been there. Kakashi slowly shook his head and let out a long sigh, then jogged into the center, where 2 blondes loudly argued over something, the edge of the Hokage's white robe still smoking a little. Are you out of your mind? You could have blown everything up. It was your own damn fault. You were the one who just appeared right in the middle of the attack behind my shadow clone. Did you even think about why I might have put up that damn barrier? A small hint of panic leaked from his voice when a dangerous snarl and a proper amount of killing intent left the Hokage, freezing Naruto in his movement. However, the feeling was gone in the next moment as the yellow flash shook off his sudden anger. What the hell was that anyway? A frown appeared on Minato's face when he touched his scorched, half-missing right eyebrow. That was a 2-element combo I'm currently working on. Naruto shifted his gaze to observe his scorched eyebrow and burst out laughing. Hey! Nice new design! I'm sure your fangirls will love that. A muffled chuckle escaped behind Kakashi's masked mouth when his one visible eye also locked on the remains of his once teacher's eyebrow. Expression disappeared from Minato's face in the next second before he folded his arms in front of his chest. He watched the hysterically laughing teen and narrowed his eyes when he noticed the restrained laugh of his student. Deranked missions for the next week. It was too much for Kakashi, seeing Naruto's sudden change in expression. He burst out with a barking snicker at the Chunin's wide eyes and gaping mouth, but the Hokage's stern voice and emotionless face directed at him immediately froze the laugh inside his body. You too. Sensei! But I didn't do anything. A cocky smile spread across the Kage's face as he shrugged off the complaint and the childish whining of his always collected student. You were laughing. Minato glanced toward his still gaping other blonde companion with a cold expression. Toriku. Briefing about the exam in 3 hours, in my office. Be there! With this last stern and emotionless statement, the Hokage disappeared from the field with a flash of his golden locks, leaving behind nothing other than 2 still shocked and gaping teens. Naruto's eyes were locked onto the spot where his father had disappeared from for a long silent minute, before his limbs slowly started to tremble, his eyes narrowing until only small slits were visible from his azure blue eyes, and he shouted out. This means war, you got that? Like he can hear you. Kakashi muttered under his breath, his arms folded across his chest. Naruto gripped the arm of the Jounin and dragged him away from the clearing, continuously mumbling something incoherent, until he finally found his voice. You go and get pink paint. I'll go and get. The Jonin didn't listen, eventually succeeding in shrugging himself free from the blonde's grip and returning to his previous posture. No way in hell. I won't take part in this. Naruto raised an eyebrow while he leaned down to face the young Jonin. Are you a scaredy cat? Jounin Hatake Kakashi? What about your reputation? Are you just going to chicken out from this? The named teen narrowed his eyes, but in the end only nodded. If you do what I think you are planning to do, we will be doomed to D-rank missions for the rest of our lives and not for just a week thanks to you again. I won't participate. If you even touch his coat, he will skin you alive. Naruto folded his arms in front of his chest and turned away from his companion to silently sulk over his betrayer. Finally it was Kurama's voice inside his head that kicked him out from his thoughts of vengeance. Do you think he sensed me? Or your senjutsu? Naruto shook his head. I don't think so. He was too preoccupied with evading the attack. I didn't think someone would just teleport into the middle of the barrier. His stomach started to rumble, and a smile appeared on his face. I think we deserve some ramen after this training, don't you think, Kurama? The named fox only rolled his giant crimson eyes. The blonde Chunin moaned in his satisfaction as the hot soup slid down on his throat, warming up his body from the inside out until it reached even his toes. He picked up the pink fish cake with his chopstick, and it disappeared into the endless pit that was his stomach with another groan, while the toad Sannin only rolled his eyes next to him. Ramen. The meal of gods, especially after a hard training session. It's easy to satisfy your needs, Gaki. One bowl of ramen and you're in heaven. Naruto sent a cheeky smile toward his teacher and turned back to his steaming bowl. Not like your needs are all that complicated either, you old pervert. Jiraiya snorted and turned toward the other end of the counter to continue trying to sneak a peek under a woman's clothes. There's nothing more satisfying than the sight of a perfectly curved female body. Yeah, especially if the named woman is blonde with big boobs, not to mention deadly. Naruto muttered between two bites. Fortunately, Jiraiya was too preoccupied with the discreet flash of cleavage from the brunette at the other end of the counter. What was that? Nothing. Naruto muttered with a full mouth before he swallowed the last remains of his meal and stretched his arms behind his head. What will we do tomorrow? Jiraiya finally averted his eyes from the woman's chest to meet Naruto's. Minato told me something about D-rank missions for you and Kakashi, but I dismissed it. We'll get a day off. A relieved sigh left Naruto. Thank Kami, I didn't think he was being serious. What did you do to him? He didn't want to tell me. Naruto scratched the back of his head sheepishly. Let's just say that I burned his dignity a little bit. Jiraiya raised a curious eyebrow and waited for him to continue. He used his stupid Hiraishin to invade my barrier, and he appeared behind my clone when I was trying out a new attack. I literally burned most of his right eyebrow off accidentally. Jiraiya burst out in a fit of laughter for a long while until he finally composed himself. A small shake-up never hurt anyone. Even the strongest person could be in trouble if he let his guard down in the wrong moment. A sour half-smile appeared on Naruto's face. Yeah. Jiraiya got up from his seat and tapped his shoulder. Come on, Gaki, I've got some business. Will you accompany me? I want to finish some things before the briefing. Naruto nodded and followed the Toad Hermit along the streets of the village. He'd already figured out their destination. They'd used the same path 100 times when Jiraiya headed for some research at the bathhouses. A nostalgic feeling filled his chest. He had always enjoyed these moments with the old man, just walking beside each other silently, just the two of them. It always reminded him of the old times, when they wandered around Fire Country, in Konoha, or in any foreign city. Hey Gaki! Jiraiya's voice snapped him out from his musing, and only his reflexes prevented a new bruise on his cheek as he grabbed a scroll flying straight toward his face. Hey! What the hell were you thinking? The Sannin chuckled and waved a hand. You seemed lost in your thoughts, so I thought I should shake you up a little. Couldn't you poke me instead or something? Naruto's mumble died down suddenly when he realized what was in his hand. The soft surface of fine vellum rested inside his palm like a lover, and the unnoticeable amount of his own chakra pulsed faintly from inside the closing seals, together with the rhythm of his heartbeat. He glanced down at his hand, and his surprise melted into anger. Explain! Now! You stole it! Naruto's voice was oddly imperious and commanding, something he gained during the Fourth Shinobi War. Strangely, Jiraiya immediately straightened himself unconsciously and opened his mouth to answer, but when he realized his actions after a moment, he instantly shook his head to ease away the urge to explain himself like he did something wrong, or he had to report something. It was odd. He sounded just like Minato. In the end, he only shrugged to dismiss his sudden guilt and started walking to break the tension. Minato asked me to check it out for him, just after I had arrived. So I took it. Naruto frowned. That was almost 4 months ago. He had completely forgotten about his scroll. A soft, almost invisible smile appeared on his face when he traced his fingers along the edges of it, but it was almost immediately replaced with a troubled frown again. Jiraiya had stolen it from his cupboard where he had hidden it. Since that time, he hadn't even thought about it. Not even when they moved to the Hokage mansion. He was sure he couldn't open it now. If he got it back now, that could only mean one thing, but he had to be sure. You couldn't open it either. More a statement than a question. Jiraiya only shrugged once more. The first layer is a simple blood seal. Minato could probably open it, after all he is a close relative of you. That seal isn't so complicated that it could tell you apart from a very close relative. Naruto just stared back to his sensei. His previous raising anger immediately disappeared, and he was now hanging on to his every word. He was about to receive some proper feedback about his work, and not just sheer and harsh critique like before on his barriers. The second layer required your own chakra signature. It's just a standard one. The third is much trickier. It requires some kind of manipulated chakra, an elemental chakra maybe, or a mixed one, but as with all of your seals, it's confusing. It reminds me of something, but… Jiraiya's sudden sharp glance stabbed him like a knife for a second, as if he was staring into his very soul. The third layer required Kurama's and his own mixed chakra. It couldn't be that he recognized it, could it? If he recognized it, we would be surrounded by Anbu and suppressor seals and not walking on the path, idiot. But what? Nothing, just a silly idea. Jiraiya only waved a hand dismissively. The fourth layer is another interesting one. The existence of a specified summoning contract. Jiraiya glanced at him once more, this time his eyes only shined with curiosity. Have you tried to summon anything since you came here? Naruto shook his head instantly as a reply, maybe a little bit too fast, while Jiraiya hummed in response with a wondering face. He hadn't tried it since he getting stuck in this timeline. If he had, and it was successful, there was no way he could explain how he was able to do that without signing the contract, and if it failed, he feared that the toads would know that someone had tried a summoning. He didn't know enough about summoning contracts to risk it. Of course it would be useful if he could use the toads, but the risk was too high. Based on the design, I would say the necessary contract should be the toad contract. Naruto froze in place, his eyes bulging from his skull in an unnatural way. Shit. He didn't dare to blink, or breathe, he just waited for Jiraiya to continue, and thankfully he didn't turn back to see his shocked face. When he finally did so, Naruto's mask of utter shock was replaced with real curiosity. Well, this option is impossible, because I have the only existing toad contract and it doesn't contain any new names. At this time, only Minato and I are toad summoners, nobody else. It's also impossible for you to have made one of your own. The toads assured me that they know their every summoner, and they don't know you. But I would still say that your contract is very similar to my toad's. Jiraiya hummed again, lost in his thoughts, then he started walking again, a little slowly, waiting for him to catch up. He glanced back to Naruto, observing him curiously while he stated his next sentence. A kind of amphibian or reptile. A frog maybe, or a salamander. Something that likes the wet weather like rain, don't you think? Naruto only shrugged, not getting what he was referring to or what he wanted from him, and Jiraiya's disappointed expression didn't help him either. That didn't trigger anything, did it? Naruto made an odd grimace of perfect confusion, until he finally realized what his once teacher was mumbling about. You mean those déjà vu feelings? No, nothing like that. Jiraiya let out a sigh and scratched his crown in a way Naruto had seen countless times when Jiraiya was disappointed. It's a shame. Will you humor me? Jiraiya only ignored him and continued, making it obvious that he didn't want to reveal any of his thoughts or theories to him. The fifth layer, Gaki, you were insane when you made that seal. Who the hell would put a trap on a closing seal? Naruto only raised an eyebrow as an answer, not trusting in his own voice. Minato told me that you also weren't able to recognize it. With none of your other knowledge damaged, it indicates that this seal has a meaning for you, something from your memories. But this trap seal, it was familiar to me. It took me a lot of effort to finally realize why. I saw it only once, a long time ago, on the main entrance of Mount Maiboku. Naruto just stared back at the Sannin with a blank expression on his face. He was beyond shocked. Too shocked to move his face muscles, and too shocked to suppress his emotions. He copied that trap exactly from that entrance. It would detect the intruder's will, and if he found anything malignant it would trigger. Jiraiya observed him with scrutinizing eyes. If it weren't impossible, I would say that you are a toad summoner, and that you've already visited Mount Maiboku. We are going to try out something. Your old perverted teacher is smarter than I gave him credit for. Naruto only nodded his head as an answer to both of them, his face fortunately still controlled from mirroring his shock. What do you want to try out? The hand signs are boar, dog, bird, monkey, ram. Bite your finger before you do it and smear some of your blood on your palms, and after the signs slam your hands onto the ground with an equal amount of chakra for 1 Kage Bunshin. Naruto just stared, exactly like he had in the last 10 minutes, while his mind froze for a second before it started to spin crazily from the upcoming panic. This is going to be interesting. Shut up and help me. Shit, what should I do? Naruto felt as the fox shrugged in his mindscape, and after a second of consideration he finally answered. Go with the flow. Hell if I know what will happen. It would be worse if you refused to do so. If you manage to summon a toad we will confess. Naruto made a hesitant step backwards to gain some space, raised his hands slowly and took a long time to stare down at it. In the end he shrugged and shook off his rising panic. He sucked in a long breath, raised his thumb toward his pointed canine to make a small cut, and smeared the blood on his palm with the ease of an experienced summoner. Jiraiya observed his every action carefully. Every movement was automatic, and screamed experience even when he ran through the hand signs and slammed his palm onto the hard surface with enough force to push the necessary amount of chakra into the seal array, but not enough to bruise his flesh. His muscle memory was perfect on how to execute the technique to call a smaller summon. Naruto watched with a bated breath as the ink-black marking of the summoning technique spread across the ground like a spider web, the familiar pattern forcing a small smile on his face, before it all disappeared into a chakra-filled smoke. He didn't dare to blink, not even to let out the breath he had been holding in since he bit his thumb, waiting with muscles tense to their breaking point for the smoke to finally clear away. Everything seemed so slow now, the mere second it took for the smoke to clear feeling like an hour. Finally the air in his lungs left his chest together with a sigh as the smoke dispersed, and he stared down at empty ground. He slowly glanced up toward his one-sensei, who was staring down at the spot where a toad should be, a grimace on his face. Well, that is unexpected. Apparently your name was erased from the summoning contract. Jiraiya made one more disappointed scowl, before continuing. It seems then your scroll will stay closed. I talked to Pa, he said that the seal on the entrance was developed by the first toad summoner, and that it could be that he passed this knowledge to someone. He moved to Ame before he died. Jiraiya shrugged casually, then glanced up at the sun. Anyway, I don't think it contains an attack or something dangerous. It's a fine piece, with intarsia and made from vellum, so I think it contains some personal stuff. I made a similar one when I was your age. I stored my precious materials and pictures in there. Naruto made a grimace. In both amusement and in disgust. He could only imagine what kind of precious materials and pictures Erosenin had when he was a teenager with rampaging hormones. But he was right. He glanced down at his hand and squeezed the scroll a little bit, before burying it deep inside his pocket. It was Pa who had once told him about Jiraiya's old habit of storing his precious things in a special scroll. So he made one of his own to store his own precious things in. The last tangible remains and relics from his old life, pictures of old friends who'd survived the Fourth Shinobi War, were sealed inside the scroll. Some other photos, gathered from here and there, the Hittite he got from Irika, and finally, a thick orange notebook containing pieces from his life, training plans, sketches of new seals, and it sometimes also functioned as a diary or a memoir. Or something along those lines, where he could extract his troubled thoughts during the long and sleepless nights. It was also something Pa suggested that he do. I think you should take it back home. We've still got almost an hour before the briefing starts. We will meet there. Naruto only nodded, almost automatically, lost in his thoughts and still under the effects of the happenings before. He stepped into the office at the exact time Minato had ordered, his eyes wandering toward the audience sitting next to his father, the stoically puffing Sandaime, the grinning Jiraiya, the 3 personal advisors of the Hokage. He stepped next to a familiar shinobi after a bow toward them. Naruto grinned to Makoto, dressed completely in black, and a smile forced its way onto the face of the middle-aged interrogator when their eyes met for a moment. And now that the last of the main examiners has arrived, we can finally start the briefing. Naruto winced when his father's stern voice reached his ears, but when he turned and faced his father he had to mask the chuckle that threatened to explode from him with a cough as he noted the thin layer of chakra surrounding his seemingly now whole and shiny right eyebrow. A henge. Minato dangerously narrowed his eyes and Naruto immediately became silent. Sorry. The Hokage nodded and turned his attention toward the others. I have already received answers from every country. All of them will send teams, and it seems we can count on at least 40 genin squads. Someone cleared his throat, and Minato closed his eyes and let out a frustrated sigh before he turned toward the source with a straight face. If you would like to make a comment, please feel free to share your thoughts with us. I already stated my point of view, but I will remind all of you once again. We are just out of war and you are risking the security of the village with this exam. Especially by entrusting a new recruit without any background information with this event. Naruto narrowed his eyes, but when he turned his head toward the man, eyeing his appearance curiously, he found that he didn't recognize him. But he didn't miss the old man's sharp glare toward him. Minato glanced back with an emotionless face and folded his fingers under his chin to rest his head on them. I appreciate your concern for the village's welfare, Danzo-san, but the purpose of this meeting is to discuss the details of the exam. We have already decided that it will be transacted. Security will be strict and strengthened. Every foreign genin team will receive at least one special jounin guard and the village representatives an Anbu. Naruto frowned. Danzo, the same Danzo who almost became the Rokudan? Minato eyed the man for a second before he continued. As for who I have chosen as supervisor, that matter is not of your concern. I would like to remind you that you are my advisor. I can accept your advice, or I can disregard it. If you think this is a major problem, you could have introduced it to the General Council when you had the opportunity. But Konoha won't back out from it now. Naruto would find this small confrontation amusing if he weren't straining his mind to dig in his memories until he finally found what he was looking for. Shit, sigh the root. It was so obvious now. The attack, the one who debilitated Minato from inside the walls. It was Danzo. Naruto buried himself into his own thoughts, cursing his own idiotic and dense brain for forgetting about that man. The dispute ended as fast as it started with a satisfied Minato, who kept an unreadable expression on his face while secretly moaning inside his mind at the sight of the twitching eye of the old warhawk. Then back to the business. The first and second round will last a total of 5 days. Those who fail either exam will leave the village immediately afterwards. The first part's supervisor will be our lead interrogator Kawamikoto. Minato gestured toward the named shinobi, who nodded and stepped forward to speak. Thank you, Hokage-sama. We will follow previous examples before the war. The first will be a written test, with a stressed decision-making situation, after information gathering and sharing. The Hokage nodded, not aware of his relative's riotous inner thoughts glued around Danzo. The second part's lead supervisor will be Orochimaru-san, who himself volunteered for this job. Minato gestured to his left, where the named Sannin emerged from the shadows like a ghost, and Naruto finally left his own troubled mind and clenched his hands in his rising anger. Anger toward the snake freak and anger toward himself, because he hadn't sensed his presence in advance. But now that the man stood almost in front of him, the disgusting smell of the reptile filling his whole nose. His troubled brain didn't process the meaning of his sentences when he started talking. Even his voice was disgusting. It was dead, cold, and slimy. He could feel as a small drop of sweat slowly ran down his spine when the slit amber eyes wandered toward him, shining with an odd sparkle which he absolutely did not like. He measured him like he was some kind of delicious food he was about to swallow whole after squeezing the life out of it. Naruto almost gagged when the tip of the long, pointed tongue sneakily trailed along his tooth behind the parted lips. His eyes locked, while the speech of the Hokage became only a distant noise. Supervisors will attend the second part, operate and interfere if necessary. I don't want any pointless deaths during the second or ion of the exam. The nations already have enough war casualties and I don't want to increase these numbers. Several traps will be placed all around the forest by Toriku, who will also be the supervisor of the one-on-one fights. Minato gestured toward his brother, and frowned when he noted his trembling fists. He tracked his eyesight back to Orochimaru and concern rose inside his chest when he also realized the odd light in the amber eyes. However, he couldn't identify it, unlike the blonde Chunin. Naruto had already seen it in those creepy eyes. It was excitement and hunger for power. Toriku. Naruto flinched from the sudden raised voice and glanced toward his father with a confused face. Naruto! Pay attention! We will discuss everything later. Why yes? Prepare for a preliminary before the third round if necessary. We will have more participants than we first planned for. Naruto nodded. If there aren't any questions, then we are finished. The Hokage glanced around the room, and when nobody raised his voice, he nodded. Then the briefing is over. Toriku, I want to have a word with you. The attendees left the room after a bow or a short nod, or in Danzo's case without any motion or word. Minato turned toward the snake summoner one more time with an unreadable expression, observing the emotionless face and the odd glint in the eyes of the man. Countless questions rose inside his chest from that look. The Sannin's behavior of late was odd since Sarutobi nominated him as his successor and not his student. He became paranoid and more addicted to his research. Sometimes he would barricade himself for days in the closed section of the library, and sometimes simply disappear from the village for days or even weeks. The Sannin finally averted his gaze from Minato's brother, and left the room along with everyone else after a small nod toward the Hokage. Only Toriku had stayed, his narrowed blue eyes following the back of the snake until he disappeared behind the entrance. Toriku. The blonde turned around to meet his father's eyes. Yes? Did you have a confrontation with Orochimaru? Naruto raised a questioning eyebrow. No. I didn't even talk to him. Why? Naruto felt as a droplet of sweat ran down his spine by the obvious lie. Well, actually it was just a half-lie. He really hadn't even talked with the snake bastard in this timeline. Minato just nodded, closing the conversation by grabbing a paper from one of the trays in front of him. I hate when you do this. Minato raised an eyebrow, but didn't look up from his paperwork. Do what? Just once would you give me a straight answer? Only once in a lifetime and I will be satisfied. Minato let out a sigh and shook his head. Sorry, I can't talk about it. Naruto slowly shook his own head and folded his arms across his chest. His eyes wandered toward the hands of his father, his fingers around the fine brush, to distract himself. The tactic was successful. A frown appeared on his face in the next second. Did you propose to Kushina like you said you would? A satisfied smile replaced the frown when the Hokage winced at the question. I see. So the fearsome Yondaime Hokage, the yellow flash of Konoha, the one with the flea on sight command under his name in the bingo books, chickens out because of a girl. Minato winced over the paper one more time and let out a sigh. No, I am just waiting for a perfect opportunity. Naruto observed the man in front of him for a long silent second. I think you are just scared. Minato finally raised his head to look into the eyes of his brother, who almost made a step backward when he noted the odd sparkle in those eyes. Yes, I'm scared, but not because of the reasons you're thinking of. If I link her to me, I will be endangering her life. My enemies would target her, as they have already targeted you. Minato dug his face into his palms. I want to. I really want to. But just by wearing my name, Kushina will be in danger. What if I die and I left her with my surname? What if we have a child? What if my enemies go after my infant's life to have revenge against me? These questions just don't let me rest. They come up again and again. Naruto could almost see as worry radiated from his pores. So that is it. That is why I get my mother's surname. To protect me. Long after his death, he still looked after my life, he still gave me protection. He stepped next to his father, and his hand moved toward his shoulder almost unconsciously to give his reassurance. That won't happen. I won't let you die, nor will I let anyone harm Kushina, or your future children. We are family. We are here to protect each other. Under the name of Namikaze or not. But Kushina will wear the name with pride, and not with fear, so will your children in the future. She is a kunoichi and a damn good one. Don't act like an overprotective father. Minato stayed silent for a long second, and then finally glanced up to his brother when his soft voice one more time echoed inside the office. Don't be afraid, I will protect her. I promise. Todoroki Toriku never goes back on his word. Guilt rose inside his chest once again, together with yearning, forcing him to avert his gaze from his father. He missed his old name, so damn much he couldn't even describe it. He wanted to hear his name slip from his father's lips, he wanted to end all of this, to erase the enormous walls of lies which were slowly shrouding his existence. But for the sake of everything he considered dear to him, he couldn't be selfish. This time, he had to act from the shadows as a real shinobi, even if that meant he had to erase his old self. Even if Uzumaki Naruto had to perish, together with his previous achievements, from the history books. But all of it would be worth it. If it meant that his loved ones would be safe, it was worth it. He could do it for a little longer. Only until he found that damn Uchiha. No more. Just until then. No. You are wrong. He snapped his head back to his father, confused, only to face his soft smile. It's Namikaze Toriku who never goes back on his word. Naruto stared back for a long silent second, his mind suddenly numb after it processed the words and his previous determination cracked. His lips parted to answer, but he instead nodded, unsure of his own voice. Namikaze. The name tickled inside his head for a long minute, talking down and overwhelming Kurama's voice at the back of his mind until his shocked face moved into a wide and proud smile. That was all he wanted in his childhood. That was what he craved for all those long years, to be a member of a real family. And now, in this surreal world where he finally received it from his own father, his joy and pride suddenly disappeared and was replaced with new emotions. He felt awkward, alien, and guilty. The temptation rose again with unbearable force, together with his guilt, to confess everything. He locked away the voice of Kurama, echoing inside his consciousness. He locked out everything else from his surroundings. Only two things were crystal clear: the picture of his father with the soft smile on his face, and the unbearable guilt inside his own chest, squeezing his heart painfully, his soul struggling continuously from the agony. His azure blue eyes had locked with identical ones, looking into his very soul for a long moment, increasing his struggle. He wanted to tell him everything. He wanted to tell him that he had already learned the Rasengan, that he had developed it further, that he had become strong like he wanted him to be. He wanted to see his father's eyes shining back at him proudly as he spoke his own name, and not a false one. Kurama's angry voice was surpassed by the loud echo of his pounding heart. To hell with the consequences. His lips slowly parted, but his throat felt drier than the desserts around Suna. When his voice finally left his mouth, it was weak and sore, almost unnoticeably faint, but it stabbed the silence around them unmercifully. His father eyed him curiously, waiting patiently for him to continue. I want to tell. Naruto swallowed, to ease away the dryness of his throat, never letting go of his father's gaze, not even for a moment. I want to tell you something, he choked out finally. Minato sent him a small encouraging smile. What? Naruto swallowed again, a soft warm breath leaving his lips as his sweat-soaked hands clenched into fists from the tension gathering in his very soul. His lips parted one more time, to finally confess and to get rid of the unbearable pain inside his chest and the enormous burden he was carrying. But the moment was disturbed by a harsh knock on the door, and the secretary stormed into the office before he could say anything. When she left the office only a minute later, the moment was already gone, as was the temptation. Sorry. What did you want to tell me? Naruto watched his father for a long silent minute, then in the end slowly shook his head and a soft smile appeared on his face. I just wanted to thank you. You can't imagine how much this means to me. His only answer was another soft and warm smile, while he desperately tried to block out Kurama's angry voice inside his head.